And record.
And I'll hit record on this deck here. So,
That's the hearing one, the backup.
yeah, horrible backup.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get started here? Well, I'd like to thank everybody for attending a nice warm Washington summer. Thankfully, it's not like this every day. I'd like to thank my fellow commissioners for their participation and everyone else for coming as well. Today's meeting is the first meeting of the newly rechartered Technology Advisory Committee, which in the spirit of the industry convention, I will be calling TAC 2.0. They put out different operating systems and rename them. I see Mountain Lion came out from Apple, and that's a 6.0, so this is 2.0. We've had quite a success in the first round, in the first TAC committee, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that the 24 people that sat on that committee were able to accomplish. We accomplished issues regarding pre-trade functionality and pre-trade credit checks. We explored and had recommendations on data standards and surveillance and compliance. And now we're starting to tackle, we initiated at the last meeting, algorithmic and high frequency trading. To put a little finer point on what we've accomplished since bringing the TAC back together when it was first created years ago, we've had seven public meetings. We had the 19-member data subcommittee, which talked about communicating, storing data in complex financial products. And I've asked Pierre Lemay from Goldman Sachs, who is serving on the subcommittee, to serve on the full committee as a reminder of the work that we still have to do to implement the recommendations on the from the working group data standards subcommittee. So Pierre, thank you for that. You'll be our constant reminder for the commission and the technology advisory committee. We also established a 23-member subcommittee on automated and high-frequency trading, advising the Commission on a working definition of high-frequency trading within the context of automated trading. We also issued recommendations on pre-trade practices for trading firms, clearing firms, and exchanges involved in direct market access, one of our very first reports, and that has found its way into a number of the Commission's rulemakings. We also, as I noted, issued recommendations on data standards. Today, we welcome 16 new TAC members to TAC 2.0, and they bring insight and expertise of all aspects of the market, and I'm grateful to have their participation. I'd like to thank the original members, some of which are still here and some of which no longer serve, and to recognize that their efforts to contribute to this on a pro bono basis, obviously taking time away from their day jobs and their families, so I greatly appreciate their service in that regard. Today, we're going to cover two topics. The morning panel will focus on the four presentations from the working group on high-frequency trading. This working group is the four working groups have put in an incredible amount of time and effort to go through this very difficult and contentious topic, as was highlighted in the journal today. I thought the third element of a lot of discussion and consternation was an apt description of what high-frequency trading is. Working with our chief economist, Andrei Kirilenko, I've tasked the four working groups to focus on different topics related to HFT, and we'll hear their interim recommendations. The topic has generated quite a bit of attention with strong views on both sides of the issues, and it generated headlines, economic studies, and believe it or not, we have two books from people who cover our market, Scott Patterson, Wall Street Journal reporter who covers them, and then Joe Saluzzi, who is on the TAC. They've each put out books on this topic alone. So obviously, we're onto something here. Obviously, this will not be the end of the discussion. The presentations here today are their first recommendations of the work that they've put forward. These are interim recommendations. And some of the TAC committee members have asked, what are we supposed to do with them? Well, you're supposed to ask questions about what the recommendations are, where they're going with these, and at some point, I think we're going to get final recommendations. And the final recommendations will be recommendations to the TAC itself. And the TAC members can make decisions about whether they will recommend parts or all of the recommendations from the subcommittee to the commission. We had the Technology Advisory Committee, the Data Standards Working Committee. They had 4 presentations. They made recommendations, and I think all of those recommendations that were presented were recommended to the Commission for consideration as part of their future rulemakings and decisions. So that is, this will be the first. This is obviously the first meeting of the working groups, and we will have more coming up, and they will do more. And it is up to the TAC members, and with some input from the Commission as well, to explore different venues, ideas, concepts, issues that you may want them to pursue going forward. So this is these presentations are your presentations and for your benefit, and the first step to informing us about high frequency trading. I'd also like to recognize the hard work of the Commission staff for their efforts. We've had 2 or 3 staff that have participated with each of the working group: Joan Manley, George Pullen, Harold Hild, George Harada, Richard Haynes, Jeremy Cusimano, and John Mark Buffa have all worked very hard to keep up with the working groups. And I'd like to obviously thank Andrei Kirilenko for his efforts as our chief economist, who is chairing the working groups and keeping them on schedule. Andrei announced his departure from the Commission to take a position with MIT Sloan School of Management. Grateful for his work on this area and technology and the May 6 flash crash. So we will miss Andrei's contributions, but we will get a lot of work out of him before he leaves. The afternoon panel will focus on issues relating to the aggregation and liquidity of DCMs and SEFs in the post-Dodd-Frank world. 5 panelists moderated by 2 of our new TAC members, Saperna Vedbrat and John Lothian, will introduce their firm's offerings for efficient execution, optimal liquidity when trading in and across SEFs, DCMs, and other platforms. Recognizing that the Commission has not finalized SEF rules, firms have been developing competitive SEF offerings in anticipation of what those final rules will look like. Today's presentations will sample a handful of those offerings, all of which will provide a slightly different take on what a SEF is. I've asked Saperna and John to moderate because they're both very knowledgeable in this area and serve clients who will need to trade on and across SEFs in search for competitive pricing and liquidity. So I think it's appropriate that the real users of these products ask the questions and lead the discussion. So I'm excited about today's topic because these 2 topics are among the most dynamic elements in our market today, and there are a lot of questions about them. Before I turn it over to Andrei Kirilenko, I'd like to hear from our fellow commissioners if they'd care to make comments, but I'm pleased to have their participation here today, and I know you have busy schedules and you will be here for some or all of it, but I do appreciate you here today, so I'll turn it over to the chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Amalia, for convening this group and your leadership. And TAC 2.0 will build on TAC 1.0. I look forward to the presentations today of the 4 working groups. I also want to thank the working group members for their willingness to share their knowledge with the Commission and the public on these critical issues. Though my schedule's not going to allow me to be here throughout the meeting, I'll be probably popping in and out. I look forward particularly to hearing thoughts on high-frequency trading and automated trading systems. And yes, I understand that the subgroup has come up with a definition to, and I think that actually is a remarkable accomplishment given where this started. And I'm going off road here, but when Commissioner Amalia first sent his letter out, I remember that there was, shall we say, a lot of buzz. And so that the group came together on something I think is helpful. The Commission, of course, is continuing to adapt our oversight to changing market structures. Emerging trends related to electronic trading are critical to what we're doing. I think regulators cannot assume that algorithms in the markets are always well designed, tested, or supervised. To give hedgers and investors the confidence in the markets that they really need and deserve, I think our regulations have to always adapt to changing market structures, changing technologies, and that we're increasingly moving from man to machine. The Commission has already taken a number of steps. I think these steps have been very informed and helped by this advisory group or your predecessors. As it relates to both trading and clearing, the Commission has adopted rules for pre-trade filters to protect markets and clearing systems. I think that these are very helpful, but they're probably not enough. and even there's some, I know Gary Dewal. Gary, you spell it with 2 R's or 1 R, by the way?
I'm going to get my last name done. Never mind first.
All right. You know, I have comments even on some of the rules we finalized in terms of pre-trade risk filters, and we'll work with market participants to get them right. But I think that the Commission has before it also some things that I'm hoping to get public input on, a concept release on potential risk controls and system safeguards for electronic trading platforms, automated trading systems, clearing firms, and other market participants, how they use and intersect with the market. This concept release is not a rule. It's really just to go out and get further public input, building upon the input that you've shared with us already if we were to put it forward. But it would really be trying to get further advice on technology-driven changes in the markets, and particularly safety and soundness of the markets with regard to direct market access. We're also continue to review a rule on reporting of ownership and control information for trading accounts. Sort of a simple but important potential rule to enhance our ability to just identify who are the traders behind trading numbers. Sometimes we have a number and we don't have the trader behind it, and it's just really a pretty straightforward rule if we could put it out and get public comment. Again, I want to thank Commissioner Malia for all of his work. And then, Andre, I want to thank you. Yesterday, we did announce that he's going to go off and be a professor of practice, I guess it's called, at MIT. So it's a remarkable honor for Andre. If we can share in that honor a little bit, it's an honor for the CFTC that we lose our chief economist later this year. I guess he's agreed to stay through December. But he's got to be there for the January term to teach students and so forth. So I want to thank you. I do observe it's the first day of summer because I see some seersucker suits, so that's a terrific thing, too.
Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Chilton.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chairman. I won't. I've waxed effusively about your leadership before and that of your staff, and so I won't do it today. But you go and thank you. You've done a very good job. And I thank the new members of the TAC and the old members of the TAC. It's good to have you here, and like Scott says, you know, time away from business as family. So we very much appreciate it. We actually do learn from this stuff. It has been very helpful in the past, and I know it's going to continue to be helpful. So it's a sincere thank you for your time and your efforts, personally and professionally, from me. Technology doesn't always do what it woulda, coulda, or should have, and you know, we understand that. It's happened recently. I won't go into it. We all read the newspapers about where there's problems, and you know, I don't think anybody's against technology. Technology good, but there are problems, and so I've said about the HFTs, the guys that I know people don't like term cheetahs because they're so fast, but I've talked about them and the need for us to, as a pedestrian first step, to have regulation, and both HFTs and ASTs, that now they're not even on our radar screen unless they're large enough to already be included under something else, but they're not all large enough. So as a pedestrian first step, I think we need to register them. What a concept. Put them on our radar screen. But I also think that we need to look at testing that you guys have talked about in the past, TAC's talked about, I've talked about. Testing the programs before they're engaged in the production environment. Most of the big HFTs do this anyway. We just don't want one out there that could mess things up. 2, that we have kill switches in case the programs go feral. Now with circuit breakers and more harmonized circuit breakers, not totally harmonized circuit breakers, there's less of a need for those kill switches, but they're still important to have kill switches, as the flash crash demonstrated. And we also, I think, need to deal with these wash trades. You know, a lot of the conversation about, they're cross trades. Well, they're wash trades, and they're illegal. And we've sort of just accepted them once in a while. That, these things, they just happen to bump into each other. You know, the chairman's program and my program, they just sort of happen to hit. Well, you know what? The reason wash trades are illegal is because they can manipulate markets. Or if you're in a market maker program and you're an HFT or an HFT, you could just be trading with yourself while you're collecting the cash from the, the VIG from the market maker program. So I'm not saying people are doing that, but there's a reason why wash sales are illegal. I think it needs to be stopped. The first step is to get some reporting. And the final thing that I believe, and I'm interested in hearing your views in an appropriate point, is that the head of the Pride, the head of the Cheetah needs to be held accountable. That we've had too many of these things. We've seen them on a number of issues. I won't get into which they are, but where it's a sort of a he said, she said accountability. Enough of that. We're doing a lot of that in our rules on compliance, on internal business conduct standards. If somebody's got to sign on a dotted line. So with these reports on wash sales, I think we need to do that too. Anyway, thanks again to Commissioner O'Malley and all my colleagues, but you've done a super job, Scott, and thank you and your staff. Thanks.
Commissioner Weegan?
Since I'm the junior commissioner, I'll keep my remarks short. I just want to thank Scott, too, for all of his hard work on this. I've learned a great deal from all the commissioners, but Scott in particular, because he's been very effective at using the tools that are at his disposal for bringing attention to important matters and important issues, and that is definitely true in this case. So I've gained a lot from participating in these TAC meetings, and so I'm looking forward to doing so again here today. So thanks very much.
I'd like to also thank all the working group members of the subcommittee and invite the first working group to maybe take their seats, and so we could proceed with the presentation.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, and everyone else in the room. My name is Greg Wood. I am Director of Algorithmic Execution at Deutsche Bank Securities. I'm taking the lead for presenting Working Group 1's deck of slides on our definition of high-frequency trading. As you can see, there has been several people very, very involved in these conversations over the last probably about 12 or so weeks. We've met every Friday, and we've had a very well-balanced range of views, which you will hear today as we do our presentation. I'd just like to say thank you very much to Joan and George for all of their guidance and assistance that they have given us while we've been going through this process. That's certainly been very invaluable and has helped us sort of crystallise a lot of our thoughts. One thing I will say at the start, and we will probably emphasise several times during the presentation, is this is a draft. It is work in progress. I don't want anyone to think that this is completely finished yet. We certainly don't feel it is. We've had a very good stab, we believe, at trying to define a certain aspect of high-frequency trading, i.e. the mechanics of high-frequency trading. And the way that we have approached this is we've tried to stay away from a lot of preconceived ideas with regards to high-frequency trading and how it is employed within the marketplace today. Okay. So as I was saying, HFT has many connotations, and we've definitely tried to approach this from basically how HFT provides a mechanism for interacting with the marketplace. So what we've definitely tried to concentrate on here is how HFT is employed. Not necessarily why it's employed, not what is it employed for, or what it does, but but how? So this has actually led to quite a broad definition, and we accept that there will be some criticisms on the broadness of this definition, but we feel this is the best approach. Well, let me just say the majority of the group feel that this is the best approach to take. One of the things that we've done very intentionally is to try and remain very neutral with regards to various aspects of high-frequency strategies, with regards to holding times for positions, cancellation ratios, and whether it is employed for good or bad behavior. For example, good behavior could be liquidity provision, bad behavior could be something that is abusive in the market. So, what is the definition of high-frequency trading within the context of automated trading systems? So, our draft definition is high-frequency trading is a form of automated trading that employs algorithms for decision-making, order initiation, generation, routing, or execution for each individual transaction without human direction. Low-latency technology that is designed to minimize response times, including proximity and co-location services. It utilizes high-speed connections to markets for order entry and high message rates, orders, quotes, or cancellations. So this draft definition is intended to utilize carefully chosen language with a recognized legal interpretation. For example, the word transaction. We had a lot of debate about a lot of the words that we use within the draft, and Joan was very helpful in providing guidance about what the interpretation or recognized interpretation of certain words would be. One of the main reasons that we tried to keep this broad, as we will go through here, is we wanted to keep it easy to interpret and difficult to game. Okay. So we're emphasizing a mechanical description of high-frequency trading that is deliberately neutral with regards to types of trading strategies and how they interact with the marketplace. It uses cumulative criteria so that only a trading system that meets all 4 criteria could be defined as high-frequency. It provides a broad basis for other working groups within the subcommittee to build upon, notably Working Group 2, which will define multiple categories of HFT, and Working Group 3 with regards to oversight, surveillance, and economic analysis. And that's actually very important because we deliberately did not want to define types of high-frequency trading strategies, and we also feel that there is another part to this question with regards to what those strategies are used for and whether they exhibit good or bad behavior. And that is something that must be taken into account with our definition. Our definition is not designed to stand on its own. There are several counterparts to this definition that also need to be taken into account with regards to any future regulation. So what I'll do briefly is just go through each of those 4 points in the definition and just give you some idea of what the decision-making was. And my colleagues on the panel will chime in with regards to particular things they feel strongly about. So algorithms for decision-making, order initiation, generation, routing, or execution for each individual transaction without human direction. So we are saying orders sent to an electronic marketplace with a footnote that this could include an exchange, an alternative trading system, swap execution facility, or any other source of electronic liquidity must be generated by a computer-based decision-making, i.e. the algorithm, as opposed to being sent by a human. Now, there's obviously a lot of question marks about what constitutes being sent by a human because it still goes through a computer if you're pointing and clicking. The point is the actual decision to generate the order has to come from the algorithm, okay, as opposed to someone who is then making a decision to generate an order by pointing and clicking. So we recognize that this broad definition can include any automated trading system, including broker-supplied or vendor-supplied execution algorithms. So that's why we then put on additional cumulative criteria to try and reduce the scope. The word transaction is defined as a bid, ask, order, or trade. So this is intended to cover providing liquidity to the market, i.e. by placing orders, as well as taking liquidity from the market. For example, use of IOC order types that definitely don't leave a footprint on the market. Any comments from the rest of the panel? Yep. We feel that high-frequency trading employs low-latency technology that is designed to minimize response times, including proximity and co-location services. The algorithm must utilize low-latency technology to minimize its time to access the marketplace. This covers a broad range of solutions specifically deployed for reducing latency, including various hardware and software solutions utilized for running the algo. To minimize network latency, the algo should be as close as possible to the marketplace and will utilize proximity and co-location solutions. Now, we've footnotes here that to avoid any sort of regulatory arbitrage, we are saying you need to be close to the exchange. You don't necessarily need to be in a co-location solution that's provided by an exchange, but you just generally need to be close to the exchange using a proximity solution. So it depends on what is obviously available for the market and is appropriate for the type of trading strategy employed. Bear in mind there are a lot of high-frequency trading strategies that might be located in New Jersey because they're close to the equity markets, but then still interact with the Chicago market. Okay. High-speed connections to markets for order entry. And for order entry, this also includes any other interaction with the market, for example, replacing an order or cancelling an order. So the algo must utilize a high-speed connection to the marketplace. So by high-speed connection, we mean either a direct connection or something that is designed to be very low latency and provide maximum throughput to the exchange. So this will cover, as I say, direct access to the market, or a vendor or broker supplied software designed to facilitate trading speed. If the algorithm utilizes a latent broker DMA pipe to the marketplace, then we feel this doesn't meet the criteria. So if you're using a broker's pipes to actually access the market, brokers will generally introduce, several milliseconds into the space. We feel then that that is an exclusion from this criteria. And just a final note, the definition intentionally focuses on the speed of order entry as opposed to speed that the algo may require for market data, which might include, disseminating bids, asks, trades, and news feeds. And the main reason for that is we feel it's the connection for order entry that really determines the interaction with the marketplace. Sean or Chris, is there anything you'd like to add to that? Or Joe? No?
No, this is one of the more difficult areas of the definition. Each part of the definition we found fairly difficult, but recognizing that most people think about high-speed market data consumption as an element, yet it's really there's so many different components of our industry that use high-speed market data. Everyone wants news and high-speed market data and consume it quickly. So this is an area where we kind of turned it to order entry is really the material aspect of people that can generate so many orders on our market and have the tools to generate so many orders on the market are the very folks that we want to protect our markets from in the event of a problem. And so that's why we turned more towards the order creation as opposed to just how you consume market data.
Yeah, this was one area of disagreement, I guess you can call it. I thought that the area of data feeds that the exchanges supply, as well as machine-readable news, are services that are being provided by vendors for obviously a reason. So access to these high-speed data services, not just reading the data, not entering orders, in my opinion, made sense to include in the definition of high-frequency trading. However, there were some markets that I was educated on, I guess, that didn't need this access. So the majority of the group ruled in favor of not including it. I do dissent on that part, but.
Thank you, Joe. And that highlights just how difficult this has been for the group to try and come to a consensus. We've generally tried to be very democratic. If people feel that there are points, these are things that we still feel are left open that can be reconsidered as part of the feedback after this presentation of the draft definition. Okay. So if we go on to the fourth point, or the fourth criteria of definition, high message rates. Now again, this was a very contentious discussion. We actually changed the word right at the last minute to say message rates, and then in parentheses, orders, quotes, or cancellations. So we acknowledge that many algorithms meet the criteria defined in A, B, and C, but to be considered high frequency, the algo must employ high rates of messages submitted to the market. I won't go into the footnote there, but there was a comment about difficulty in actually trying to tag types of trading strategies. But generally, it is very straightforward to tag who originated the orders that come from a trading strategy, not necessarily what type of strategy it is. So the question of what constitutes a high message rate, we recognize that this does require wider discussion since it incorporates a lot of factors, such as the beneficial owner behind the activity. Can you identify that a high rate of messages comes from one particular beneficial owner as opposed to being part of a bigger connection to the exchange? For example, a pipe that is used by a broker to facilitate various clients' access to the exchange. The length of the observation period. So obviously this is now trying to make it subjective. What is a high, high rate of messages? What is your definition? Is it a whole day? Is it half an hour? Is it a minute? Is it a millisecond? Comparison with overall market activity during that period. Someone might be defined as high frequency in one particular instrument, but not necessarily in another. And the relative concentration or fragmentation of that activity. Not so, applicable maybe on futures markets where there is no fragmentation, but certainly applicable for equities markets where there are fragmentation of trading for particular instruments. Would anyone like to contribute?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. The difficulty here, and the kind of the most obvious missing element is what's the number? How many messages is high? What are the rates? And we specifically avoided putting, again, this is a draft, but that's where I think any regulator, any market participant will have the most difficulty is deciding what's high relative to other participants, relative to the product that we're dealing with. So, a future in the out months may have very low traffic, but you could be a high message rate just by sending 2 or 3 messages a day there in an automated means. So we specifically avoided saying what is high and what is low, and left that for someone else actually. So,
George?
And just to add that, another point of our discussion, as you can see in D, is that there's an interrelation here between the high message rates and in A, where we talk about we're looking to cover both liquidity providers and liquidity takers. So that's also an area for the further discussion that we're aware needs to occur, because you could have high message rates which are taking liquidity, but you could also have high message rates which are providing liquidity. And so this interplay between D and that point of A is important for further discussions also.
Yes, definitely. And just, for everyone's reference, we did have several conversations, including with Andre, about absolute values of message rates. So X number of messages within a certain time frame, or relative values in comparison with the rest of the market. And we really could not come to a satisfactory conclusion on that. So as I say, it is something we are very conscious that needs further work and further input.
If I may, I think this, part of the problem, well, obviously with any group process, it's very difficult to come to consensus. And I knew this going into this, that I certainly would be a minority voice on the group. And I learned a lot, quite honestly, from the group, so I appreciate that. We did disagree a lot, as we mentioned already, on the data feed issue, on the cancellation issue, which actually did make it back into the definition towards the end. The initial goal of the group, obviously, it's a very broad definition, and I think it was designed that way, obviously intentionally, because really people don't know what this definition is going to be used for. The problem that we have, and as you guys know, my firm, we're institutional traders, we're agency brokers, we trade on behalf of institutional clients. The biggest problem that we had with this definition is that most of my clients are now going to fall under this definition. My clients are traditional long-only institutional investors. Some are long-short hedge funds. Most likely, considering some of the access to the technology that they have, as well as most brokers, they're going to fall under this definition. We thought that you're casting this wide net, and really, what are you trying to catch here? You're going to catch everybody. One of the biggest objections that I had was the possibility. We're talking about position flipping. If I'm a long-only guy and I'm using an algorithm, well, I have access to all of this high-speed data and so on, but I'm VWAPing over the day. I'm going to meet my benchmark. I'm going to accumulate inventory. What we didn't really discuss was the potential, if I'm a high-frequency trader, I'm managing my inventory and I'm flipping back and forth throughout the day, probably, trading around that P&L. There was a paper back on May 26th of 2011, which was authored by Andrei Kirilenko, which I'd just like to read a quick quote from. It was called "The Flash Crash, the Impact of High-Frequency Trading on Electronic Markets." And I quote, "High-frequency traders aggressively trade in the direction of price changes. This activity comprises a large percentage of total trading, but does not result in a significant accumulation of inventory. As a result, whether under normal market conditions or during periods of high volatility, high-frequency traders are not willing to accumulate large positions or absorb large losses." This we believe is a critical concept to the definition that was left out, in that if you put part of this position flipping in and inventory management, you would narrow it down dramatically. The long-only Boston money manager would no longer fall into this category. We feel, at least my firm feels, that if HFT is defined broadly like this, it's not designed to capture the potential bad HFT actors. And we had discussions about bad versus good. And should this be included in here? Obviously, there's good and there's bad of all different industries. We didn't put that in on the initial draft, obviously. To capture or to catch market participants who do not pose a threat to the market, it doesn't seem to make any sense to us at this point. Obviously, we dissent on a number of issues. We will file a written dissent so that the Commission knows my firm. When I say we, I'm talking about my firm, our opinions on some of these issues. But like I said, we're agency brokers. We talk to institutional clients all day long. As members, sometimes in the media and sometimes as an author, right? And thank you for the plug for the book, I appreciate that. But we talk to a lot of retail clients, and we hear from them constantly that they're very concerned, and they're very concerned about the trust and confidence in this market, and they want real answers, and I think they're looking for more glue here, some more substance. So hopefully as we progress with the working group, we can get some more details. Obviously, and as Greg mentioned, this is a draft and not a finalized version, but we can work towards that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Joe. And just for the record, I represent an agency broker as well, and my job is to provide execution algos for the futures and foreign exchange markets. We provide VWAPs and we provide that to institutional clients. I feel personally that the other elements of the outcome of this subcommittee will make sure that clients who are using such algorithms, whether they're long only or whether they are hedgers or whatever, will feel comfortable that they're not included within this definition. Okay.
And one of the reasons that we included the algorithmic, or we were so broad and did not exclude algorithmic trading there is my firm also offers algorithms to buy-side clients, and we do it with very similar algorithms that we use in our market making business. And what we didn't want to have is a definition that made one form of use of technology acceptable or outside of the definition, and another form of use of the same exact technology unacceptable by the definition.
Yeah, I would just add, our biggest concern was that a long-only fund, even though they're directional, with the right tools and not the right protections, could create a mini flash crash or a flash crash. And so it's those tools that really trigger the need for protection. It's not the investor interest and the direction that they want to go, whether they're long or short, but it's the tools that trigger the needed protections, not necessarily the holding periods or the interests of the investor.
Thanks. So we touched on several of the points that will come up in the summary now. So we'll just run through the summary, and then we'll be open for questions from the rest of the panel. So, as we say, it's important to recognize that high-frequency trading is a means rather than an end in itself. That's certainly the way that most of us on the panel have approached this, and that there are many types of market activity that can be potentially labeled as HFT, not necessarily any particular type of activity that comes back to this notion that this is HFT. The draft definition is intended to be used in context with the findings of Working Group 2 and 3 in particular, with regards to identifying specific types of strategy that require HFT as their way of making their money, as well as identifying any abusive practices that should be prohibited, which is where we feel that the regulatory direction should go. It's more towards the practices that are involved as opposed to the mechanics of high-frequency trading. We've intentionally gone for a broader definition of HFT to allow for inclusion of future practice as well as current practice. And we avoided a narrower definition of HFT so as to avoid any regulatory arbitrage. For example, someone saying, well, I'm not co-located, therefore I can't be a high-frequency trader, yet they're participating in a certain type of practice. And then just for reference, here are all the papers. We did an extensive amount of reading at the start of the working group to understand more about the topic. So on that note, if there are any more comments from the working group? No? Okay, then we'd like to open out for questions from the rest of the panel and the commissioners.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it's a remarkable example of how important it is to bring stakeholders and multiple stakeholders of this process, institutional participants, the data vendors, data providers, exchanges, and so forth, into this. And as a result, as part of this democratic process, you will see that some people would agree with parts of it, some people would disagree with it. But I think you've come up with a very solid definition. What I particularly like about it is that it has two components. It has a component of technological solutions, which is your A through C, and it has trading practices. And the definition of high-frequency trader should, in my opinion, have both of those. It has technological solutions and trading practices. On the trading practices, as you mentioned, there's quite a bit more additional work and quite a bit more additional thinking that you and other working groups are going to continue thinking about. One question that I had for you as you were describing it is sort of the use of words, order versus message versus transaction in a definition. You use transaction as in part A, and then you use, messages in part C. Obviously a lot of thought just sort of went into it. Did you think of maybe switching them, maybe using orders in A and then transactions in D? How did you sort of go about it?
Actually, the team did spend a lot of time with regard to thinking about the terms. Let's start with the fourth element. So there you see three terms in parentheses. That was the output of a lot of discussion. And here, as Joe mentioned, the cancellation issue was reintroduced into the definition. There had been some discussion that orders should cover and include cancellation, but the team wanted to be very clear to those who would possibly be using and reviewing this definition that the high message rate does indeed include cancellations, even if you don't happen to think it falls within the definition of order. Now, the definition of transaction, there's one primary case that defines what a transaction is, because as many of you know, in the CEA, frequently there is a trio of words that are used. It depends upon a lot of our jurisdiction. It's whether or not there was an agreement, a contract, or a transaction. Now, under statutory canons of construction, and indeed the courts have construed this phrase, each one of those words has to have a separate meaning, distinct from one another. So there's this law, this canon of construction that says, Congress meant what it says, and it would never mean to include one word that had the same meaning as another word. So with that kind of predicate, what the courts have done is interpret transaction to be broader than agreement or contract, and to include kind of like what we would consider pre-trade and even some post-trade elements. So the term transaction is indeed very large. So with the use of the word transaction without human direction, that you should consider that concept as Greg was discussing previously, as being a critical element, which was each one, again, transaction being broad, something pre-trade, execution, and post-trade. That entire singular transaction must be done without human interaction. Now, as you've noted, C does use order entry, and D does seem to use, by using message rates, a broader concept. There was some discussion back and forth from the team as to whether C should actually read high-speed connections to markets for message entry. The group decided that that would be superfluous. I think some further discussion around that point might be had, but in preparing for today's presentation, they were satisfied with limiting it to order entry in C. But as I said, I think the discussion is still out there as to whether C should be modified to high-speed connections to markets for message entry.
Thank you.
Well, I got a bunch of questions, but I think it's probably better to have you guys go ahead and ask questions of the panel. So I think I'm going to hold now. I'll tell you what they are so you guys can think about them. Sean, I'm curious about when you offer your programs to others. Is it just like, algo in a box and you give it to them and it's off, or they're like maintenance, or do they know the code to change the algo? That was an interesting thing to me. I'm interested in the change logs. So when you're talking in the definition, and this is great work, by the way, I mean, it's really fantastic. But when you talk about, well, it can't be point and click, I mean, they're operating on the screen, but I mean, there are times where it takes, somebody clicking something. It may not change the algo, although it could depend upon the firm you're in. I mean, some firms, they go through a big deal before they change anything. But I mean, whether or not it's I'm going to stop at this point in the market, or I'm going to go ahead and expand the program there. So I just want to make sure, I'm still debating on the inclusiveness part of it. I think it's probably better to err on the side of inclusive, but I take Joe's points. I'm still thinking about it. But with regard to what the point and click specifically, it seems to me that we want to make sure that that's not a way out from saying, well, they're fully automated. Because there are times when, even if there's a guy at Getco or DRW watching 10 computer screens, there are times where, a little thing pops up, a emoticon pops up or something with a little noise, and somebody's got to do something. So I want to make sure that doesn't exclude it. So anyway, we don't have to answer these questions now, although feel free, Greg, but I'm more interested in having the panel ask you guys.
I was just going to say, Commissioner Chilton, the point about point and click and different types of algorithms, that did come up, and that's why, as part of our working group, we are going to look at a wider topic of automated trading systems and various things that might have some human interaction at one point, then the computer takes over or the human takes over. So we recognise that there is a very wide range of areas, and one of the things that we would like to definitely try and do, and we've done some work on this already, but there's still plenty more to do, is to try and give the TAC a good feeling about the spectrum of automated trading.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chilton, just kind of one pragmatic follow-up on that. In order for it to fall outside the point and click, for it to fall outside the element of the first element, they'd have to point and click for every single transaction. That, again, is why I emphasize that phrase, individual transaction, without human direction. So you'd be doing this all day.
Yep. Thanks. Sean?
So I think another point on the point and click, and it's also about the algos that we and really almost all of us here offer. When a VWAP algorithm is essentially a good example. A customer sends us an order. How they send us an order is probably going to involve some form of point and click, like, oh, I want to buy 10,000 shares of Microsoft or something like that, and I want to use the VWAP algorithm. They'll send that to us electronically, and it's initiated by a human choice. When that request gets to our firm, what we end up doing is we take control of that order at that point, and we'll make decisions on how to implement that. And they're what we call child orders that are generated that are actually form the basis of execution of that order that was sent to us. And it's what we wanted to cover here is that it's that process of breaking what the human intended to do into many things done in an automated fashion that would count algorithms as possibly being high-frequency trading. It's very similar to one of the concepts that we talked about, which was the TT auto spreader functionality, where as a human you enter in your request to work an order in a particular spread, and then the system itself takes care of moving that order around for you all day long or as long as you want to work it. That automated functionality could be something that would be subject to thinking about as high-frequency trading, and we wanted to include that possibility in our definition.
I think that the only difference I have there is automated trading, and we're going to get to this later in the group, is automated. That's automated trading, in my opinion. It's not necessarily high frequency, but what is high frequency, right? Let's go back to that again.
In D, the high message rate, I think there were a couple of comments that the orders and quotes made sense because you could be a liquidity provider, and that we of course want that. Why not just focus solely on cancellations in this definition?
Well, perhaps that's the cynic's point of view, but again, from enforcement standpoint, people may presume to have, fine beneficial motives, but that only gets you so far. Anyone can engage in using a high-frequency tool. Again, as Andre said, the first three elements of this definition are technical, and then, of course, the last element speaks to this high rate. Just because you're providing liquidity doesn't mean you're not a high-frequency trader, and it certainly doesn't mean you couldn't be engaging in market abuse.
And we added the word cancellations towards the end of the process, mainly to cover particular concerns that obviously there are types of activity that relies on high-frequency trading that has a large number of cancellations in there. What we deliberately stayed away from is cancellation ratios. So how many cancels to each message and how many fills you get compared to the number of messages that are submitted.
And we struggled a while on IOCs. So immediate or cancel orders, they're actual order types, and they have a cancel element to them. Whether or not they'd fall under orders or cancels, we didn't really debate. That's why we just kept all of them in.
One suggestion I had was that now that exchanges are starting to look at message types or cancellations and to charge fees for that, that could be a starting point for adding a structure to this. So we don't know what the number is, 90%, 95%, I don't know, but it looks like the exchanges seem to have a better idea, and they're starting to know that the usage and the capacity of their system is now being stressed, and obviously we all pay for that when the exchanges raise their rates to add, because they have to increase their servers and so on. So maybe there's a starting point there to look at what they're doing.
Yeah, Joe, and you're sort of referring to Chuck's stuff, which I think is very, very good. The deal with cancellations. I keep telling you guys you got to come up with a better moniker because I cannot remember what you call it. What would he call it?
Cheetah tracker.
That's it. Perfect. The cheetah tracker. It's out and running. The cheetah tracker. No, but that seems like a good thing. I hope other exchanges do it. But to follow on what Joan said from an enforcement perspective, and I'm not saying anybody does this, but I mean the good actors need to be worried about the bad actors. That's why we need to do this. So I mean we assume everybody here is just the highest of moral standards and everything else. So if you want to, how you would manipulate the price. If something's trading at 10 and you want to move it to 15, you could cross yourself at 11, and in slight liquidity. You could theoretically, the signaling in light liquidity would say, oh, let's go to 11 and a half. That's the effort to move to 15. So that's how it theoretically could happen. So I think I like including the orders because that's potentially a problem. And if anybody's going to look at this stuff, I guess maybe, I don't know, the regulator should. Thanks.
And to that point, Commissioner Chilton, what you just gave an example of there is an example of an abusive practice that we recognise is something that is outside the definition of HFT, but is something that needs to be further investigated.
Yeah. Thanks.
Just to expand that a little bit more, I think one of the big things we tried to make sure we did is define HFT in a way that it was neither good nor bad. So we weren't trying to identify bad actors through a definition, but just all actors. I think that the points you bring up are things that could result in the other working groups or the phase 2 of our working group trying to come up with subs or tags that might identify things like high cancellation rates or high turnover rates. But again, we didn't want to go that narrow from the onset.
I appreciate the fact you want to avoid setting thresholds that would obviously be gameable. But what is high?
That is the challenge, yes.
Okay. So I'm new to the tax. I work for a small hedge fund. We're primarily a credit shop, but we're event-driven, opportunistic fund, whatever you call it. But we do trade a fair amount through Bloomberg AMSX, and we route it out to these various algorithms. Is that the kind of, at first, when I first came last night, I was like, I don't know if this even pertains to me. But it sounds like it does. And then as a COO of a smaller hedge fund that's trying to manage all the different issues that are coming across my desk, this starts to worry me because I don't really know. Like if I went back and told my managing principal, hey, by the way, now we could be considered high frequency, a high frequency trader, what does this mean for us? That's a very, we don't trade aggressively, but the equity business that we do, a lot of it does route through these various algorithms and what have you. And that's a little bit troubling for me. I don't know the end where this is all going to go and how it's going to play out, but all the other regulatory issues we're dealing with and, this is a little bit, it's been interesting. It's very enlightening to me because I honestly didn't, Jeff, we were talking about this when we first sat down. I didn't think this would be applicable to me, but it's very interesting.
To that point, I know Joe will obviously want to say something here. You're using a system, an execution algorithm that is not by definition high frequency, or rather is not by use high frequency. But the point we try to catch is a lot of these algorithms can exhibit examples of high frequency mechanics. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're being used for high frequency.
I understand that, but so where do I fall out in this? Obviously this is a beginning stages, but it seems right now that I might be in that category, which is something I frankly never even thought about.
I think you're kind of alluding to one of the struggles that we had with this definition is where do we go with this definition? Is this for registration or for surveillance or for
that's exactly
some other
right.
means?
Because each one of these registration issues, we're for registration. We're not against it, but it's an expensive issue for a $180 million hedge fund who's got to deal with all these regulatory burdens. So yeah.
So I'll answer the question. We don't know. So the subcommittee wasn't given guidance on how this definition would be used. So we assumed given the other working groups and what they're working on, surveillance is the number one means of use for this definition. So that led us to be overly broad. So if you are a fund and maybe you're only one directional, but you have the tools and the means in your at your control that can cause problems on the market or that can be used abusively, even though you wouldn't, we want to surveil your activity. And we want to have specific guidance for regulators to identify that activity as an automated means that can either disrupt the market or be used for abuse. So it's more the car that you're driving needs to be registered than the driver needs to be in a special category and hold a special license. So we're focused more on the car on the road and it having the means to drive faster than the speed limit.
And one of the points that we discussed was with regard to tagging of orders. Just to use the example of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. So if you were trading an E-mini S&P future as part of your portfolio or a hedge or something like that, and you're using an execution broker algo from Bloomberg EMSX, It's going to be your name going down as the person who placed the order, even though the child orders are actually coming out from the algo. The algo is also going to be tagged as an automated trading system, but that's it. You don't know if that's an automated trading system that's a high-frequency system or an execution algo or something like that. And I think that's one of the areas where we see there needs to be further development to identify different types of activity. Are you driving a Maserati with the intent to drive at 100 miles an hour, or are you driving a Maserati just going along the road in normal business?
But I think, Marshall, you'd be caught in this net. That's what it sounds like right now. And that's what we were talking about earlier. We're going to cast this huge net out there, and it's pretty much going to catch everybody. One suggestion that I had earlier, and it's a difficult one, is to say, well, maybe we could say this is, but this is certainly not. In other words, your assets under management or your turnover ratio or something like that. But then obviously when you start to put parameters in, and then there's all sorts of gaming effects to that. But as of now, the broadness, and I think Chris mentioned it, the reason it's so broad is because people don't know exactly what it's going to be used for. So is it a regulatory issue? Is it a surveillance issue, and so on? But as of now, again, I would have a problem with you falling into it because you're not a high-frequency trader.
The definition doesn't imply to me where any burden should lie at the end of the day. And my expectation or my hope is that in the situation that you're talking about here, the users of algorithms would not be burdened by anything that comes from this definition, that it would be the algorithm providers who have to handle any protections or certifications that are necessary to be within the guidelines that we want from a market center. And that's something that we will be deciding upon further debates and further regulation by the Commission.
And just to make it a little bit more concrete, this definition is a high-frequency trading definition. It is not high-frequency trader definition. So as someone said a few moments ago, it doesn't speak to issues of control. And what you hear Sean talking about is, again, it wasn't within our task as to who would carry the regulatory burdens, but I could anticipate that through the work of other groups and the regulator themselves, that if there is any regulatory burdens, it would be on those who control the algorithms, who control the trading, who are the high-frequency traders. It sounds like you would simply be someone who is a client of a high-frequency trader. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's correct. The broadness of the definition was of interest to me because literally I sat down here not thinking it would have any relevance to me, and then all of a sudden I was like, oh my gosh, this might have some relevance to me.
Control will be key when the next phase of this is.
Thanks.
I have a question about, you mentioned beneficial owner, when you were discussing, the message rates. If an asset manager is using an algo, on behalf of many funds and accounts and, either directly from their trading system, maybe an algo given to them by, one of the dealers or, other algo providers, or may call up the sales desk to execute, who would be the beneficial owner in that? Would it be the asset manager? Would it be the, sales desk or, the place where, you called up to execute the trade? Or would it be the individual sub-account who ultimately ends up, with the executed trades?
That's a very good question, yes. And we are seeing it. We saw that in discussion more as the end client. Wouldn't necessarily be the fund that ultimately you're allocated to, because obviously, a large asset manager is going to use omnibus accounts and then allocate post-trade. And maybe this is where the term beneficial, it's not part of the definition, so we didn't discuss the legal meaning of this. The idea behind that was basically who is it who is submitting orders to the marketplace? Now, it's not necessarily the person who, sorry, let me rephrase that. It's not necessarily the desk or a person on the desk who is placing those orders on behalf of an asset manager. It is the asset manager who is instructing that they want to interact with the marketplace. And the idea behind this was Colin, unfortunately Colin's not on the panel, was to try and avoid people trying to fragment their trading activity so they can't be identified as a single participant. But ultimately you can, because you can say it's X trading through this connection, it's X trading through that connection, it's X trading through that connection. So it was a way of, Sean, way of trying to basically say that there is one person behind these trading decisions, whether it's a black box system, whether it's an asset manager, a black box system on behalf of a proprietary trading firm, an asset manager, or whoever the end client is. Does that make some sense? We recognise there are obviously elements here that need to be fleshed out.
Yeah, and also, then is there a difference if if an asset manager were to call, an agency desk to execute, or maybe the principal desk uses an algo to go out to the market versus selecting the algo, off of like say, EMSX from Bloomberg, or maybe if it's provided on a proprietary, platform. Because in one, you're taking the action of point and click to the algo. The other, you're making a phone call and somebody else is,
But someone's placing the order on your behalf. It's you that's making the investment decision to interact with the market.
Yeah, but you are giving permission to use, to trade it algorithmically.
And chances are when you place an order via the phone, they would then put it into an algo to work onto the marketplace. But it would be identified as an order on behalf of the asset manager.
One of the things that we got concerned about was the gameability of any definition that allowed for unidirectional, like long only or short only trading, because if I wanted to get around the rule, I would set up multiple clearing relationships and funnel my longs through one and my shorts through another, and I would handle that through settlement. And that would allow me to try and skirt anything that we put up here. And so we wanted to have a definition that wouldn't allow for that form of practice.
I think a trader ID tag, it sounds like you're going in that direction. Something under the consolidated audit trail that the SEC has recommended, if everyone did have a tag, whether you used the algo yourself or you went through a broker-dealer, if you're the end user, it's your order, essentially, that's being fed into the marketplace, so you're ultimately responsible for it.
Thank you.
At the risk of sounding like I'm getting outside of my lane here, does this apply equally, this definition, to both equities and futures?
We did try to remain asset class agnostic.
Again, I guess the question is what it's used for, right? If it's used for registration, it may be more applicable in the futures arena where registration is a question. In the SEC world, registration is less a question. There's other triggers for registration. So in the world of equities, it would be more used for surveillance means. And so, again, the broader definition reflects our belief that this is really a tool for surveillance, not essentially, it would be a very difficult tool to use for registration triggers. You'd need much more defined instances on the trigger.
And just to add an asset class, I'd say that as a member of DMO, we'd also be looking for this for swaps as well. So,
before I go to Wally real quick, in terms of surveillance, kind of defining what ATS is versus HFT, are you preparing to make that call, or is that something you're thinking about going forward? Of, what is the ATS space? Because I think both Marshall and Sperna obviously talked about it. How am I trading if I've given you the order? And in terms of surveillance, obviously delineating between the two is critical.
We haven't approached that yet from the idea of surveillance yet. The preliminary work that we put together has been basically identifying types of automated trading and whether a TT auto spreader, comes into it, a stop order, a synthetic stop order, where the actual release to the market is handled by a computer away from the market, not necessarily by the person who placed the order. Is that an example of an automated trading system? So we're trying to look at various types, so the taxonomy of automated trading systems. Then the discussion after that would then be, okay, so how do you then survey this in comparison to with how you might survey HFT differently?
Wally?
Yeah. If I understood your presentation, high-speed connections to the markets supplied by third parties weren't considered to satisfy that hurdle. And I just wondered what the logic of that was. A, did I get it right? And B, what's the logic of that, which seems to be...
If you're using a low latency connection to the market provided by a vendor or a broker, and there's a lot of people competing in the space, and you are proximate to the market, then yes, you would fall under this definition. If you're using a broker's pipes, where you're coming in via New York and trading into Chicago, you might not necessarily fall under this definition.
Then I'll be interested in see how, since all four have to be, how the wording works out to make sure that works. Thank you.
Thank you guys for your work on this. A couple examples of business models and trading practices and trading types that I just wanted to throw out there to get the panel's take on whether you've considered these and whether they would be within or without of the definition. I think you're pretty clear on agency algos. I think that's understandable given the gaming concerns, at least at this stage of the process. Wanted to ask specifically about smart order routers, about internalization engines of various kinds where an internalizer will decide whether to execute an order internally or to pass it out to the market in some form, and pegging orders as well, either on exchange or off exchange pegging orders.
Well, I mean, the pegging order is really an order type that could be used by any party. So you may be a human clicking on a screen, submitting your orders and canceling your orders by a click, but still using a pegging order. That was a struggle because a pegging order involves a cancel and a replace, right? The exchange system is actually canceling and replacing on behalf of a human trader who's clicking on a screen. So we didn't really discuss it, but it becomes an issue, and it's really the end user and how again, Sean mentioned the parent order and the child orders, and that raises an issue. In terms of internalizing, because we were trying to focus on futures and futures only, we avoided the more complexity of an internalization engine. You could have a firm that has interests among their traders and they're internalizing and not exposing them to the market, but we didn't actually deal with the internalization engines. And what was the one? Oh, smart order routers. Again, it's like a pegging order. It can be used by someone clicking, and so the end order is being routed and sent to different markets. So it's really the end user could trigger the definition or not and still use those order types. Again, you're pointing out really difficult areas, and one of the reasons why this effort is so hard to do, and I think regulators around the globe haven't done it because they're concerned about people slipping out from under a definition like this.
And certainly with regards to SOR and pegging, that's coming more into the conversation about automated trading systems as opposed to high frequency.
One of the things regarding pegging or exchange-controlled order types, we were generally heading down the path of excluding those from consideration here because we feel like the regulators have a process where they can approve those for use in the market, and they'll be able to understand the behaviors that those create, and that the control is actually outside of anyone who's actually enacting them. And a smart order router depends on its actual behavior. Like if you have a simple router that just takes an order and fires it into a market that's IOC, that's going to be, in my opinion, probably unlikely to trigger the definition of high frequency. But if you have one that's very sophisticated and will try to add liquidity and will move the order around in order to get the best price for execution, then it's likely that it might fall under this definition.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may. First of all, thank you so much for the presentation. I really found it very interesting, especially since I've developed a lot of automatic trading systems in my early days. I did have a question about some of the technology aspects of the definition, and specifically if any thought was given on how these definitions may change over time as technology changes. And basically what I was thinking about is, the issues with low latency, co-location, high speed, and so on may be a trigger point today, but we can envision a time where, the location and speed may become irrelevant, as the world gets more globalized, pipes get bigger, and availability of the information highway just continues to grow. I was wondering if you've given any thought to that.
this is sort of just my opinion here is speed has always been an aspect of interacting with the markets, and there are just some physical constraints like the speed of light that are going to keep us from being able to have a perfect information transfer around the globe. And so there will always be, in my opinion, competition to find the fastest way to get information from point A to point B and in order to enter into a transaction. So while the particular technologies that are used today will change and they'll continue to evolve, there will always be some efficient frontier where people are competing for what is the absolute fastest technology.
Right.
We tried to be agnostic to particular choices here. The inclusion of the co-location is about essentially minimizing the geographic distance.
Right, I understand.
And that's about as close as we get to something that could change over time, in my opinion.
Right. Okay, thank you.
This is Steve Humanick from Eris Exchange, and thank you for the presentation. Also, thank you to the Commission and Commissioner Amalia for the invitation to be on the committee. During the presentation, you mentioned that you're utilizing carefully chosen language that has a recognized legal interpretation. And my question is, as to the different aspects of the definition, can you share, you don't have to do it now, but share at some point, which of those elements have some form of recognized legal interpretation? We talked a little bit about transaction, but also do any of those interpretations derive from either CFTC cases that have been decided in the past, SEC cases, or from pending filed, because we can't talk about things that haven't been filed, CFTC cases. So I'm just curious about some of the background there and the reference material.
Okay, some of the legal concepts that I'm sure you're familiar with, Steve, since you've worked with me for many years. Transaction, that definition of transaction that I was talking about previously, that was in a case called US v. Radley. That's where the court went ahead and said, hey, look, this has got to encompass a broader concept. Other legal concepts that you need to be cognizant of when you're looking at this definition is the use of semicolons, the use of the word or, and the difference between C and D, the use of the word and. That concept, by including that conjunctive word at that point, means, as Greg's explained previously, to satisfy this definition of high-frequency trading, each and every single one of those elements must be satisfied. I would direct your attention to the use of the word or in the first element, because what that says is if you satisfy any one of those acts, then you satisfy the first element. You don't have to satisfy each and every single one of those different and separate functions in A. So as long as you satisfy one of them, you satisfy definition A. And then, of course, I guess another legal concept, as alluded to by several of the panel members, is the panel anticipates that D, ultimately there will be some finite number or rate that populates element D. And when that population, when that solution is found for this problem, that will satisfy any kind of ex post facto concerns, which is one of the charges I gave the group very early on. Was I wanted them to create a definition with sharp corners so that those who would fall within the definition would know beforehand if they're going to qualify, or if they're trading, not the trader themselves, but the trading would qualify under this definition. And so to that point, once this finite number or rate or whatever this objective factor is that populates the fourth element, there will be no ex post facto concerns, which means anyone knows ahead of time that they're going to fit within this definition. They don't want to kind of at the end of the day say, I fit in the definition by what I've done in the past. So that is another legal concept that the group strove to incorporate.
I'll just add, I mean, Joan was very helpful in kind of guiding us on many of the legal interpretations. I think we were mindful of them, but we had to create new words that the CFTC hasn't defined. And so things like low latency technology is completely undefined. High-speed connections, think we all know what they are, but there could be a market that we're not clear about. Co-location and proximity, we talk about them as though they're defined, but they're not really defined legally. So that's a bigger challenge ahead for this definition. So very mindful about many of the words and how we use them, but there are just some words we had to put in that are not defined and may not be defined. That low latency technology is not an easy definition to create and then to have survive over the years, because what we define as low latency today could be slow tomorrow.
I'd like to thank Working Group 1. If you have one more question, please.
Yeah, just a simple question. If you have a looking at it the other side from the platform side, if you have a really crummy platform, let's say, that can't accommodate high frequency trading because it's so poorly designed, or take a more neutral example, request for quote, say, which this inherently would fall out. So if I'm trading there, I'm inherently not high frequency trading. If I'm a crummy.
How do you define crummy platform?
As easily as all the other criteria. It's subjective, but ultimately, I'd be happy to point to some examples, but that might be awkward.
Again, we were concerned about the end user and the tools they had, and so even a crummy platform, however we want to define that, could be abused by someone with a tool that is requesting quotes too many times, auto requesting, things of that nature. So again, we were looking at the tools that are going to be deployed and how we have this broad definition to capture those tools if they're in the wrong hands. And so we really didn't think about those crummy platforms, but I could make a list as well, compare with yours.
And I'd like to thank the group. The discussion could continue later on. There were clearly a lot of thought and work went into this definition. A lot of sort of legal work, technical work, and other things. The word taxonomy and supporting work of other working group has been mentioned a number of times. So perhaps it's time to call in on a group that really done exceptional work looking into the taxonomies of different strategies, and happens to be Working Group 4. So we'll go to Working Group 4 first, and then to be followed up by Working Groups 2 and 3.
Commissioner Chilton, Commissioner Amalia, and I guess Chairman Gansler and all commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a real honor to present at this meeting. My name is Irene Aldrich. I represent a company called Able Alpha Trading. We're a registered investment advisor and investment consultancy. And what we do, our primary business is building high-frequency trading systems, as well as something that may be considered order routing systems, smart order routing systems. And our clients happen to be broker-dealers and hedge funds and other market participants as well. I am going to start this presentation, and my distinguished colleague, Professor Joel Hasbrook, is going to take over. We're very fortunate in our working group. We had outstanding market participants. So we had, as I mentioned, Professor Joel Hasbrook of New York University, Jordan Lee from American Cotton Shippers Association, Michael Mendelson from AQR Capital Management, Peter Rees from D. Shaw Group, Joseph Salusi from Themis Trading, and Jitesh Thakkar from Edge Technologies, in addition to CFTC staff, the chief economist, Andrei Kirilenko, Richard Haynes and John Mark Buffa, who helped us navigate our discussion and provided fantastic support. Thank you very much. So the main objective of our work group was really to develop it is still to develop the impact of what impact high-frequency trading might have on the markets, and specifically on market microstructure. And when we talk about market microstructure, we talk about the following 4 things, which is trading protocols, market participants, operational efficiency, and market efficiency. And when we talk about trading protocols, we're really looking at systems and ways, not necessarily systematic ways, that people trade, why they trade, and what kind of trading decisions they make. Participants, again, defines the actual traders, whether they're systems or people, and their motivations. And operational efficiency comprises the best practices for market structure and such. And finally, market efficiency reveals how quickly markets, or how efficiently markets do their job. That is, to ensure that markets incorporate all available information and how markets do that. Okay, so the fundamental question of our group was, what are the changes to the market microstructure that have been caused by automated trading systems and high-frequency trading specifically? And what are the changes that can happen in the future as these systems evolve and become more prominent or otherwise? So in answering this question, we thought it would be very important for us to actually define the high-frequency trading systems strategies that are out there. In doing so, we found that independently of us, group number 2 has come up with, also decided to develop taxonomies of trading systems. And when we compared the notes, we actually found striking similarities between the our two products, final products, even though we were developing them completely independently. So this is what we're presenting here is a joint, we can consider it to be a joint product with group number 2. So, but just to discuss how we developed what was our group approach. First, we discussed and classified current strategies, the strategies that we know about, that we have heard of, and we polled our colleagues, et cetera, to learn or better understand what is the what people are thinking about and talking about. Then we developed this taxonomy, which was, again, as I mentioned, a joint product with Group 2. And we're planning to use this taxonomy to identify which practices are beneficial and which are not, and in which way these practices are affecting the markets. So here is our high-level classification. So among the strategies that may use HFT techniques, high-frequency trading techniques, we've identified 4 major groups of strategies, which is arbitrage, short-term directional trading, liquidity provision, and liquidity detection. Now, we have a disclaimer at the bottom of this page that I'm going to read out loud, which basically says that the working group does not and cannot opine on the legality of any of the HFT strategies discussed in this presentation. Their inclusion does not constitute or imply endorsement by the working group or the CFTC. So, among the strategies that may use HFT techniques, I'm going to talk about liquidity provision and liquidity detection strategies. The liquidity provision strategies are typically comprising strategies that add liquidity to the markets. As such, these may be rebate capture, and this is a strategy that takes advantage of differentiated fees on various exchanges. Now, presently, this strategy may be possibly implemented in equities only. And that's because equities is currently the only market that has differential rebates in its pricing. And this strategy is not presently possible in futures because no futures markets actually offers rebates. But we included this for the purposes of completeness because it's possible that in the near future, futures markets will develop to have rebates as well. Next strategy is quote matching. And this is a liquidity provision strategy that mimics orders of another liquidity provider. And in doing so, the strategy seeks to minimize or share risks associated with liquidity provision, so sort of act on other providers' queues. Then we identified spread capture, which is arguably the most basic liquidity provision strategy aimed to buy and sell close to the market and capture the spread in the process. Finally, there's also market making, which is the automated version of manual market making in many cases that involves continuous two-sided spread capture and market making. And this is a large set of strategies that is presently deployed by many broker-dealers. We have layering, a technique that leaves placeholder limit orders with the intent of securing early execution in each price queue, and it's due to the price time priority of most limit order book executions. And then, so these are the main categories of strategies we identified for liquidity provision, again, in joint work with group number 2. Then there are liquidity detection strategies, typically that differ from liquidity provision strategies in their interaction with participants. We have a pinging, sniffing, and sniping strategies that we grouped in one box because there are, there are some notions that pinging strategies, people have defined them in dark pools and other dark markets. The sniffing and sniping strategies are more kind of conversational. So has not been exact definition. People have been using these terms to describe a wide range of phenomena rather than pinpoint exactly what these strategies are. The quote stuffing strategy is sort of similar to the layering strategy, except the key difference is intent. In the quote stuffing strategy, the intent is to distort the order book or make other participants believe that the supply and demand is actually different from what it is. And the quote stuffer, so to speak, does not actually have the intent of executing a strategy. And then we have spoofing strategies, which is the intentional clogging of networks with the objective of slowing down other traders, potentially preventing traders to obtain specific price. And this strategy would be ruled out under the Dodd-Frank. Okay, so now I'm going to turn over to Professor Joel Hasbrook. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene, and thank you, commissioners. I'd also like to reiterate that this taxonomy is a joint product of our group, Group 4, Groups 2. And in saying that, I'd like to share the credit but not spread the blame. In particular, there is a lot of disagreement over these strategies and how they should be classified. In presenting this taxonomy, I don't want to imply any unanimity, certainly. And I might, building on what Working Group 1 said, I might point out one of the reasons I think for the disagreement is, in contrast to Group 1, we really felt we couldn't avoid talking about intent. That is, intent is a key aspect of any strategy, so this taxonomy does involve intent and all the disagreements that would inevitably entail. So I'm going to talk about the other two major groups of HFT strategies, arbitrage and short-term directional trading. Let's take arbitrage first. And the classic arbitrage, we try to identify two portfolios. that have the same cash payoffs under all states of the world at all times. And we can make an arbitrage profit if we can buy one and simultaneously sell the other at a higher price. Now that's a narrowly defined arbitrage, and it's riskless, but the term is widely used more broadly to encompass similar kinds of trading strategies where there's a small element of risk or uncertainty involved. As an example, and now I'm going to walk through the smaller bullet points here, a cross-asset arbitrage might involve euro-dollar versus LIBOR, or stock index futures contract versus the ETF versus the individual names. And pursuing arbitrage strategies tends to eliminate them. And that is viewed as beneficial because the securities involved become more correctly priced and more efficiently linked. Now, arbitrage, of course, has been around for a long time. Where does HFT come in? Many arbitrage strategies now have de facto become HFT strategies because of the competitive need for speed in identifying the arbitrages and acting upon them. Particular identifying the arbitrage, this would rely on the speed of market data links, which is also something that I think Group 1, for very good reasons, chose to exclude from their definition. Arbitrage is socially beneficial, and in most instances or most perspectives, we want to encourage it and have low barriers to the practice. The next one is cross-market arbitrage. This means same security, different markets. The cleanest examples come from equity markets, where the same stock can trade in multiple trading venues. The closest thing we have in commodities futures contracts would be where the underlying is the same, but contracts are traded on different exchanges. For example, ICE cotton versus New York cotton. Now there, the arbitrage would involve two things that are not perfect substitutes because there is no common clearing for the two contracts. The third category, stat arb or relative value trading, this perhaps engendered the most discussion because the term as it's used has probably changed over time, but it means very broadly a number of misvaluations, relative misvaluations over differing horizons from the very long down to the very short, which would involve high-frequency trading. The last class of arbitrages, called latency arbitrage, this is probably a word or a term that we would not have encountered, say, 4 years ago. With latency, there's the implication that there's a timing advantage, and with arbitrage, well, that's having a connotation of a risk-free profit. And the meaning of the word is a little bit unclear, but one generally agreed upon example would be obtaining advanced knowledge of an incoming order and then trading in advance of it in such a way as to profit from the market direction caused by the order. Now, how does this happen and what does it have to do with HFT? Well, the timing advantages are extremely small, certainly on the order probably of milliseconds or less. But secondly, the nature of the information advantage may have to do with the structure of markets and information systems. And for example, the SEC's investigation of the flash orders. Here, the advance knowledge came from selective disclosure of the order. Now, I want to spend a moment on that because in the futures trading pit, selective disclosure of your orders is generally regarded as forbidden and against the rules. In equity markets, it may not be. In fact, there are a number of good reasons why you might want to selectively disclose. You might feel that it's going to give you a better execution price. But latency arbitrage is fundamentally different from the others. It doesn't involve really two transactions executed simultaneously. It involves sort of a slipperiness of time and acting in advance of one other agent's actions. The other major category of directional strategies, again, the first three of these are fairly traditional, although their nature has changed in the world of HFT. Momentum strategies are trend-following strategies. And what this means for HFT is that you can identify a trend a lot more quickly, and you can implement or you can climb on board a lot more quickly. The opposite of a momentum strategy in some sense would be a mean reversion strategy. In a directional or a momentum strategy, you're betting that a price movement is going to continue. In a mean reversion strategy, you're betting that it's going to reverse. So in a mean reversion strategy, again, you hope to quickly identify it and trade against it. As a side note, momentum strategies tend to be destabilizing because there's a certain pile-on of orders in the same direction. Mean reversion strategies tend to be stabilizing because the orders that come in tend to offset aberrant price movements. Event-driven strategies are, this term really evolved from the equities markets, where there is perceived to be a lagged adjustment, perhaps a protracted one, in response to some corporate announcement like an earnings change or a merger takeover. The last strategy, the ignition strategies, this too is a word that was taken from the equities markets. Specifically, the first time I encountered it was the SEC concept release. But the concept is going to be very familiar to you from certain futures markets practices. One practice, which was also in the equities markets, is called gunning the stops. If you know or you believe that there are a large number of stop loss orders triggered at a particular price point, then if you can push the market price to that point, these stop orders will be elected and serve as a new source of momentum orders, taking the market in a further direction. This is, if we wanted to generalize how we might describe what's going on, it would be trading or quoting or messaging or transacting in some way as to trigger the automated behavior of another. And we can see with algorithmic trading being widely practiced, the possibilities for, or the challenge to deconstruct other opponents' algorithms and to figure out what activities might trigger them is something that one might want to engage in for good and bad reasons. By presenting it, I want to make it clear that nobody in the group is endorsing this, but we want to mention it because it is part of the current discourse of the subject. And this really concludes our taxonomy. What are the next steps? From a microstructure perspective, we'd like to identify metrics of market quality, bearing in mind that these metrics will include not only average behavior, that is, our spreads on average lower, our prices on average more efficient, but what are the possibilities for episodic, unusual behavior, crashes and micro crashes, and so forth. We'd like to pursue this with analytical tools. Sometimes strategies, particularly if they're simple enough, can be modeled, both from the viewpoint of understanding how they work, but also understanding how they might interact with each other. And lastly, if there was one part where we think one aspect of our taxonomy, we really didn't get to it to the degree of satisfaction we would like, is the aggressive strategies versus the passive strategies. The aggressive strategies being those that can move the market and move it in such a way that might not have been as possible or as likely before the advent of HFT. I now open it up to my fellow panelists and other members, commissioners, and other members of the committee. Thank you. Oh, lastly, yes, an important disclaimer. This is in your, I did mention earlier that there was a lot of discussion and disagreement here. This is a full disclaimer. Nobody is endorsing these as strategies, either their legality or their desirability, et cetera. Here's the full text. Thank you, Mark.
I had a quick question, if that's okay. One, I love Cheetah Tracker, but are you guys considering a rebate program, Chuck? Okay, just curious. And then for you guys, liquidity. So, I mean, there's no doubt, HFTs provide liquidity. I'm not arguing that. But is there a difference between liquidity that's provided for somebody that, may be holding essentially a commercial risk, taking the other side of the commercial risk for a month, and somebody who has it for a second? Is that different liquidity, should it matter, or is all liquidity created equal?
That's
Mr. Commissioner, as one of the holders of that commercial risk, for us, I'd say all liquidity is created equal at this point. We, given the concerns that we've addressed with you guys over the last few years relative to liquidity, at this point, we welcome all liquidity, pretty much, that's managed effectively and available for, from some level of transparency.
If I could amplify that, I think Jordan, in his capacity of representing the end users with, as Commissioner Chilton indicated, perhaps the 1 month maturity, these are the ones that provide the social rationale for these markets and the hedging opportunities that they provide. Liquidity providers, unfortunately, can't really discriminate between the 1 second holding period and the 30-day holding period. It would be perhaps a better world if they could, but I think when Jordan says all liquidity is created equal, they can't discriminate.
As you can imagine, we've had to be very specific as we talk about what holding a position means amongst our group. It's the context of it's incredibly different.
Richard?
Well, thank you very much for the group. I think you've done a good job of listing out a lot of the different types of strategies that we read about and that we talk about, and that it's probably a good basis for discussion. I am concerned, however, about the idea that this is somehow a taxonomy of the way that strategies work. Usually when you think of taxonomies, you think of, for example, the animal kingdom and how that breaks out in different ways. And it's very clear in the animal kingdom that you're either a mammal or you're a bird. You're either a horse or a zebra, but you're rarely both. Maybe a platypus fits somewhere in between. Unfortunately, I think most of the trading strategies that are implemented in the real world are much more like these platypus type trading strategies, which sometimes are a bird, sometimes a mammal, sometimes a horse, sometimes a zebra. And, for example, thinking about the trading strategies that I'm most familiar with, I really have a hard time thinking, we could characterize them as one or the other, but sometimes they're one and sometimes they're another. For example, a liquidity provision strategy, that's such a broad category. Liquidity provision often involves arbitrage, for example. It may also involve statistical arbitrage. It may involve venue arbitrage. It may involve directional bets at some point along the way, either mean reverting or momentum based. So I would hesitate on this overly simple reliance on the idea that a strategy needs to fit in one and only one of these categories at all time, because I think that will end up with a real misleading result.
Richard, you're going to love Working Group 3 because they talk about the challenges in that. So those are some very good points. Understanding the challenges you've listed here, I am interested to know on your next steps, the analytical tools to formalize our intuitions. Is there anything that the Commission can help you with in performing that analytical work with regard to trading data or anything else that I'm working with Andre that you need to help validate any of your formal intuitions here?
At this stage, Commissioner O'Malley, it would be premature. Nothing has come up at this point.
Okay. Let me get a better sense of this latency arbitrage. As I think you explained it, it's kind of a technology advantage, building a better mousetrap, but for the technology advantage, it isn't it's a trading advantage, but it's not a kind of a market information advantage. It's simply a speed advantage. Is that accurate?
It may be a market information advantage in that if you know about market information prior to other participants, for that brief moment where you know it and nobody else does, it's private information and it's your advantage.
Is there a difference of opinion on the usefulness of a latency arbitrage strategy among the working group members? This seems to be, when you talk about speed and some of these other things, this seems to be a main concern about the fairness in markets. And obviously there's an advantage. If you build a better mousetrap, that's kind of the American way, congratulations. But if at the same time it's viewed as somehow unfair, does that make sense? Is that something you want to keep in the market or not? I'm just interested in kind of the discussion that went into this topic.
There are two ways of looking at it. First of all, if there were a advanced knowledge of somebody else's order is valuable information. And that would be if an information system were delaying information to some participants, accelerating it to others, then perhaps that unfairness is something that would generate inefficiencies and generate advantages. But we know from the discussion of this phenomenon in equities markets that there are times when participants themselves selectively disclose their orders because they think that one group of people or another might give them a better price. So even in this latency arbitrage, which it has been characterized by some as ruthlessly exploiting a time technology advantage, there is some ambiguity to it that it might sometimes be working to the advantage of the counterparty in the trade.
Michael, do you have one?
Yeah, the purpose, at least in my mind, the purpose of creating the taxonomy is so that we can get more specific about the actual activities. Understanding, to Rich's point, that a lot of stuff falls into multiple categories at once. And as Joel alluded to at the beginning of his comments, we didn't always agree on either within our group or across our group and group 2 on how things should be labeled. But over the last few years, as the discussion about high-frequency trading has very slowly progressed, and maybe a little too slowly, one of the reasons has been because there hasn't been a lot of specificity about people who might be concerned about certain issues or not, because certain things, I think, have started to fall into the category of people understand that market-making activity, liquidity provision is probably a good thing. There's then the question, what about other things? At our group, we have just been trying to define what some of the categories are so that subsequently we and others can start examining what the strategies are and what they do in more detail. We haven't yet taken a view on good or bad about any of this. And undoubtedly there'll be disagreement within our own group about what good and bad is. But that isn't where we're at right now. There's been no attempt to say this is good behavior, this is bad. We just want to be able to make it so at least we can identify specific behavior, and then you can make a judgment about that.
Will the metrics that you work on in the next stage also help to perhaps identify if there's phantom liquidity created by any of these strategies?
My guess is that phantom liquidity, as I've heard the term used, refers to liquidity displayed in multiple trading venues that, by virtue of multiple counting, is much lower than the sum total of the parts would suggest. That's certainly a concern going forward for trading platforms, particularly in the swaps area, where multiple market centers are envisioned, not presently in our futures markets.
Many of these trading strategies have existed for many, many years, and they're changing with high-frequency trading to some extent. But did you, as a panel, talk at all about new trading strategies as they come to the marketplace and how we identify those and how we create those new categories in the taxonomy as we go forward and monitor when those take place?
First, taxonomy, I would certainly agree with Michael and Richard. It's not an exclusionary tree. It's more a grouping of things based on commonalities that we perceived. And its usefulness and limitations derives from that. Frankly, we did not discuss the evolution of new trading strategies specifically from associated with HFT. In fact, in our discussions, the more we discussed a particular strategy, the more likely it seemed that somebody would recognize an antecedent from an earlier era of floor trading, that there's nothing new under the sun, although very often the implementation is strikingly up to date.
The taxonomy appears to be, to some extent, based on intent of the actor. Is it concerning that sometimes liquidity provision, there are such things that are both liquidity provision and liquidity consumption, under which the liquidity consumption under certain circumstances is far more important than the liquidity provision? Is that something that you thought of as providing as potentially a separate category?
Oh, first, I'd absolutely agree with you. An essential part of market making is managing your inventory, and sometimes that involves actively trading in order to lay off or reduce your position. So in our taxonomy, we view these as activities not necessarily that they are followed by one party all the time. Market makers, in particular, typically provide liquidity and, on occasion, consume it, sometimes, as we've seen, very desperately.
One other thing, we don't want to make the taxonomy, to the extent that it's accepted, there is some degree of separation of things that are liquidity providing versus liquidity consuming. We don't want that to be seen as good versus bad, because there may also be very good reasons to consume liquidity. Legitimate reasons, reasons that are good for market efficiency. We just want to get the stuff out there, but I think we have to be careful not to too early label activities as, because they consume liquidity, we should raise an eyebrow to them.
I think the point you made, Professor, about normal versus abnormal conditions is very important, and probably the latter, particularly given that abnormal, I don't want to paraphrase somebody, but I think abnormal may be the new normal. And I think that what people are really concerned about in terms of, especially when you're talking about liquidity extraction or provision, which can be confusing, I think you're really worried about what happens when things are, in the old days in the pits when the locals put their hands down, right? What happens around numbers, and I think that they're empirically, it would be interesting to see who's actually there. My hunch would be you'll find in that case, and I'll go straight to the good guys, bad guys sort of implicit in this. I wouldn't be surprised if you found the high frequency guys more reliable than some others to provide liquidity at a penalty price perhaps, or at a penalty spread. But who's around all the time? Just something to take a look at, because I think that's where the rubber really hits the road on this stuff, is when markets are more fragile inherently because of macro or government events.
I'm a little concerned with the description of selective disclosure relative to the kind of historical open outcry trading that you would see. For example, a very typical order would be a broker essentially utilizing what we would call an iceberg order type of approach, where he's selectively disclosing the size of the order to the pit so as not to affect the equilibrium price that he can get it executed at. Then that certainly is a very common ethical, moral practice kind of a thing. Just on a personal note, too, I abhor the use of the word bet or betting to describe trading practices of a speculative nature. A market maker or somebody on the opposite side of a commercial is assuming risk, not creating it. And that's the difference between betting and speculating. Betting is the creation of risk. I bet you I can run faster than you, as opposed to taking risk that already exists and taking it. So I just want to be careful about that. Also, I think there was a misunderstanding, or we got the order wrong in terms of quote stuffing and spoofing.
That's correct.
And also, I participated in the roundtable on spoofing. Did we ever come up with a formal definition, and do we have a working definition that we're using within this context?
Well, for spoofing, we're using the Dodd-Frank definition, which is in the text of Dodd-Frank.
Yeah, and then we had this big long meeting as to exactly what the hell that meant.
And I grant you that. And so for our group's purposes, when we put it on the board, we were given the time constraints, we were using Dodd-Frank, but that is probably step 2, is to build on what your working group did, the public roundtable.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one comment about Commissioner's question about latency arbitrage. We did have one discussion where we discussed whether any firm has an unfair advantage. Most HFT firms do utilize co-location, and there was discussion whether the market data is disseminated equally to all participants at the co-location facilities. And there was a discussion that they use equal length cables and other technologies to ensure that it is fair. but more can be explored in that matter.
I just wanted
I'd like to, one more question?
I just wanted to make add on to the point about taxonomy. My personal opinion is that it's definitely a means to an end, sort of where the ultimate goal here, from my perspective, is to identify bad behaviors in the market and figure out how we regulate and control those. And to that extent, I see a taxonomy as a way to drill into that, because, I mean, this was the microstructure group, and I think it's very hard to know exactly where to grasp onto finding a bad behavior. This is a way to sort of identify a lot of things that are out there and maybe help sort of, spoofing is one. I mean, it might be very difficult to take that, we can describe it pretty well as to what we think we mean by it, but identifying it in the market and saying this was spoofing, don't do it, or stop it can be difficult. Quote stuffing might be an example of something that's much easier to identify, for example. On a perhaps more controversial note, I actually even believe that the definition of high frequency trading here is the primary value to it is also in helping us identify bad behaviors, as opposed to incorporating it into the actual regulation. Because I think that the endless debate as to what gets included and what gets excluded will continue forever and create complexity, whereas if you identify a bad behavior and you say people are using this sort of technology to create a destabilizing effect on a market, then I think that behavior is bad no matter who does it. It doesn't matter if you're officially in this definition, just the same way someone mentioned that the long-only trader can destabilize markets in a flash crash. And sorry, I'm going on long, but there was one other comment about how someone said about how we could be helped by the commission, or how one will identify something like spoofing. I think spoofing will be very difficult for a group like us to deal with. And this sort of I just wanted to go back to something that Richard Garlick said back in March in his notes, which was that none of us have the data that the commission has or the exchanges have, which is fully attributed data, and we're not going to have that. And so I think the commission will have very unique abilities to identify some of these bad behaviors. So we might be able to speculate that they exist, but it will be very difficult for us to sort of provide the ultimate tools that can really say this is that thing. Anyway, thanks.
I would just echo earlier comments that I think these committees, given the charge that they had, have done a very good job in terms of coming up with these definitions and these taxonomies. I guess as an exchange operator, stepping back a little bit and trying to figure out what do all these things mean and how are they going to come together in some type of new rulemaking. I think it's very important that we define the problems we're trying to solve very, very soon. I mean, just today in these two panels, I've heard the problem is operational concerns, that orders could overwhelm an exchange and that customers have to process all of this data. So that could be something that the commission and or others are responsible for doing. All these things, by the way, I think are already done primarily by exchanges, the commission to some extent. Maybe we need to do a better job. I don't know. Certainly there's always room for improvement. Some of the other things I've heard is illegal activity, and spoofing, if that's an illegal activity, catching that. Again, exchanges should be doing that themselves. Not really needing, once we define spoofing, which is John's point, I think, which we certainly have our own definitions internally as an exchange, but once the commission adopts a formal definition, then I think we certainly have the responsibility to monitor for those types of things, whether they're an HFT or not, technically. There's a concern about, there was a whole software discussion about, well, what if I'm using TT or Bloomberg, and is their software really responsible, or is the hedge fund responsible? And if there's an error, we need to do testing. We need to confirm that proper testing is going on. So it's a whole different concern that it's not an attempt to manipulate. It's not intentional bad behavior. It's just somebody made an error, or maybe they were negligent. Then there's the latest discussion has been really about, this is an area for more academic research, which I don't dispute. And I'm trying to understand, what are we going to do with these taxonomies? Are we going to have HFTs register and then expect them to label every one of their strategies so that it's coming through all of our matching engines. The academics and others can go away and try to draw a conclusion as this strategy, although not illegal, seems to be draining liquidity or adding to liquidity. I'm very cynical about the benefits of that and the practicality of the results, but that's not my area of expertise. And then finally, I think there's there's kind of an undue. The fifth one I would name would be kind of an undue influence. Is an HFT, in addition to being a high-frequency trader, constituting a large part of a market, and therefore perhaps having an undue influence on price. Again, which is something that we as an exchange should be monitoring anyway, whether they're an HFT or not, and whether it's position limits or other rules that come into play there. There should be safeguards to deal with that. So I think a lot of good ideas are being shared, a lot of good discussions taking place, but I'm very concerned that one day the TAC meetings are going to end and a rule is going to pop out that tries to tackle all 5 of these things. It's going to, particularly with the, it's going to be very onerous to be an HFT. And that's where the definition, which I thought was as good as any I've heard, becomes very, very critical if you're deemed to have to jump through all these types of hoops or not.
Thank you. I'd like to maybe respond to this, Chuck. I think that these are excellent points, and I think you may portray them as something that's just sort of unrelated to each other, but they're actually ultimately quite related to each other, and related to what Chairman Gensler mentioned earlier, which is the concept release that is our commissioners are currently looking at. And the underlying theme there is that trading has evolved tremendously and now occurs at such speeds that it's not entirely clear that the risk management and risk controls at all levels, not just at the level of the exchange, but at the level of individual participants, at the level of FCMs, at the multiple levels, have actually caught up. And therefore, these discussions and the points that you bring up are ultimately related in this way. So you have a powerful technology that enables market participants to achieve great things and markets to operate and do all these wonderful things it's doing, but it's not necessarily clear that the risk management controls at all levels have caught up with it. And so that's why the definition is important. That's why the taxonomies are important, because perhaps it might be one way of catching up with this and ensuring that risk management may be on a provisional basis, maybe on more so, and I can't speak for the Commission, of course, is maybe additional burden falls onto some particular participants and some particular operators in the market which have more sophistication and more ability to maintain those controls versus others. I think all of these things come together in a way that you described. There are different ways of looking at the same issue that you consider not identified, which is actually pretty easily identified, and it's not a new issue. It's typical that trading evolves the fastest, and then back office is the last to evolve. So it happened before. It happened with various backlogs and so forth. I'm not suggesting that it sort of reached levels where it certainly reached levels where there is a lot of discussion about it, and there are a lot of concerns, a lot of concerns by the public. And there are fewer and fewer concerns. You hear people concerned less and less the closer they are to the actual trading. People who are actually trading are the least concerned, which is probably not the best thing. And people who are more removed from trading are more concerned. And the idea is that, and you've heard this idea, is that if trading is so fast and the regulation is not there, maybe instead of maybe we should slow down the trading, or maybe we should speed up the regulation. That's why we have the stakeholders here, all of you around this table, to figure out these issues about definitions, about strategies, about how we're going to be tagging these strategies, and whether or not we'll be tagging. You already have functionalities within each individual messages. You have tags that are already functioning to serve some of these functions. So I wouldn't say that it's like, what's the issue why I was sitting here? The issue is, there are many issues, but they're all related to sort of, again, going back to what Chairman Gensler said, we need to be adaptive, and we need to be adaptive perhaps at different rates to sort of different phenomena in this market. If you'd like to respond, you can.
I'd like to respond. I've never heard anybody articulate exactly what this testing and supervision concept release that Chairman referenced as well as you have. And the point you make about the speed of trading is moving faster than risk management. That is a point that is absolutely not made in that document. I did not know what that document was intended to do, capture, or benefit. I think when I set up this TAC meeting and this HFT working group, I did not envision this being an excuse, a ruse, or a requirement to develop regulations. I'm interested in it because it is an interesting topic. It is more pervasive in our markets, and it has a big impact. I don't know what the extent of the impact is other than trading volume, some of these other kind of things, and that's what we're here to discover. What is the impact? How do you affect it? Do we have the risk controls in place or not? We have put forward a number of new rules in our Dodd-Frank that have sprinkled about pre-trade functionality. That was a good idea. That was an idea that came out of both the FIA, IOSCO, and then working group here. Is that enough? Why isn't that enough? This document, this concept relief, never makes that point. It never comes to a conclusion as what's wrong with the market. And until now, I wasn't aware specifically that our risk management hasn't kept up with the HFT trading, or any trading for that matter. So I guess that's a good discussion for us to have going forward. And I suspect now, possibly after my comments now, that the document may change to articulate what it is, the gaps we have, but it's not in there today. So I'm going to keep asking the questions. We're going to keep having this debate. This is the first interim discussion we've had about this. We need to complete this. I think Dr. Hasbrook's points about let's getting the taxonomy is a great idea for the various points and Peter's comments as well as Michael made them. And let's get the empirical data. Let's figure out what it is that they're doing and how they're doing it. And then we can also ask the question, which is a great question for every one of the working groups now as a result of what Andre just said, have the risk management tools kept up? And I know we touch on that in working group 3. But that's a question we have. That's your next assignment. Let's go to working group 2 to get their presentation before we go to lunch. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, one point which follows on your point. First, obviously, don't presume on the risk management until we actually have a look at it, because I think there's a presumption of guilt that needs to be demonstrated. But the other thing I was going to say, just as a suggestion, taking our advisory role too seriously, perhaps. It's a pity that all the work that's been done on the SEF regulations are almost drafted as if SEFs were open outcry exchanges and totally ignore that they'll be electronic. And I would just urge the Commission to apply what you've been learning about the way the world is working. In fact, we no longer have runners with tickets into the pit. That's not the way it works, and it probably would be useful if that part of the regulation was excised, given that you're intending to go straight to electronic trading. Call me crazy, but it's good for lawyers who bill by the hour, but it's not good for people that are trying to build SEFs.
Perhaps since it's almost 12:30 and there is a significant overlap and you were given sort of a lot of credit for what you've done, to the extent that you can just sort of move through the overlap, people have seen it.
I think we have it handled.
Terrific.
Thank you, Commissioner Amalia, commissioners over there, and members of the TAC 2.0. Our group appreciates the opportunity to share our thoughts on the issues you've presented to us. Briefly, we'll introduce the members of our working group and the task we're undertaking. We'll comment on the definition, offer some refining views as those views relate to our specific task. And our assignment has two parts, and we will offer our thoughts as well as information we've collected on categorization and data. Starting on my far right is Chris Isaacson, Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of BATS Global Markets. Next to him is Harry Hild, one of the CFTC staff. And Paul Kepis is co-founder of Chicago Trading Company. I'm Keith Fish, Managing Partner and co-founder at Trade Forecaster Global Markets. Next to me is Jim Northey, partner and co-founder of LaSalle Technology Group. Then George Harada, another CFTC staff member. And finally, Chris Lorenzen, founder and CEO of Eagle 7. I'm not going to read this, obviously, but our task challenged us to look at ways to group HFT based on the proposed definition from Working Group 1, and challenged us to look at concepts that would assist the Commission in data collection and efforts specific to HFT. Again, I don't need to go through the proposed definition, as Andre alluded to, but I do want to highlight a couple of items. First, recall for an activity to be HFT, all four conditions must be met. And further, within those conditions, I've highlighted four terms to further discuss. We heard a bit from Joan about the legal issues regarding individual transaction. We've refined that a little further to mean a simple standard order sent to an exchange, resulting in a fill or simple resting order or cancellation of a simple existing order. We clarified that to distinguish between what exchanges provide as complex or pegging orders. So we've excluded that from our understanding of an individual transaction. We clarify that human direction may be defined as a mouse click or keystroke matched to the individual transaction and logged as such. And thinking about what low latency technology is and what that means in our industry, we suggest that one way to think about that term would be to consider low latency technology as having four key attributes. That orders are submitted with minimal or no FCM intervention, that it involves direct market access, again, proximity or co-location, and dedicated hardware. And finally, something of major discussion, high message rates. One way of thinking about high message rates is to consider how the exchanges currently look at this issue. High message rates could be based on the thresholds set by exchanges, like the CME's message to fill ratios or ICE's weighted volume ratio. Or possibly, if that's not sufficient, a high message rate could be a rate that is greater than the pro rata share of the exchange's message capacity for an individual participant. In the absence of exchange-determined thresholds, that might be a reasonable approach. One additional comment is that the fourth condition, as highlighted before, can only be observed after the trading activity has occurred. It would be reasonable to say that A, B, and C can be determined prior to trading, but D, high message rates, will only be observable after a time period, a specified time period has elapsed. I would project that it's mathematically impossible to predetermine your rate of order submit or message submission in advance. As in the case of, sorry if it's hard to see, in many Venn diagrams, there's a lot of information within it. And for example, we can note that terms like automated trading are often thought of as synonyms to HFT, but as you can see, the diagram suggests that HFT is a subset of automated trading. I'd also like to say the diagram is in response to Working Group 1's proposed definition, and so it represents HFT in the context of Working Group 1's terms, and does not represent or imply any particular strategies or techniques. It's also not drawn to scale. The diagram also helps you visually think about Working Group 1's definition, and you can see how the 4 conditions relate and overlap with one another. Please also note that with the exception of without human direction, the other 3 conditions also exist outside of automated trading. I'd like to add that there was discussion within our group of whether high message rates should be inclusive of automated trading, but we ultimately decided to leave it as shown, implying that high message rates could be achieved without automation. And we'll look forward to any questions you might have about this or anything else, but right now I'm going to turn it over to Paul, who's going to talk about categorization.
Thanks, Keith. So one of the things we tried to do and were tasked with, which was the idea of categorization, is to try to get our arms around this vast, complex market arena in a manner that can be helpful or useful, primarily from a regulation standpoint and others as well. It's a multifaceted arena, to be sure. I don't think there's ever been a situation where we've seen so many 80-page white papers by noted authors with such diametrically opposed conclusions before, as this topic. And what I hope to do is to talk a little bit about our attempts to think about some of these things and our attempts to organize them. And we've all heard from Working Group 4, and so I won't go to the actual item by item through that. I think they did a good job representing that already. But what I'd like to do is to talk about various strategies and this chart in general and make some observations about it. In addition to talking about trading strategies, there's several other things I'm going to mention on as well. Some of the grayed out items here are really holds for us. They're developing items that we could talk about a little bit, but unless any of you might want to have questions for us at this time, we would save that for our final presentation, and I would stick to the other items. So the one thing I would want to make, and again, this is kind of an overlay to what we've already heard, is that strategies are not exclusive of each other. And we heard Richard Gorlick make that point. They can be employed with other strategies. We might be tempted to almost want to think of this chart as a Venn diagram. Go to the next one. Where these things actually will engage and often involve more than one thing. So layering, for example, can be an HFT technique that enhances market making. Next comment is that most strategies cannot be categorized as good or bad, that there's nothing inherent about them, save for a couple things that maybe we might agree on, things like spoofing or quote stuffing, but that it's the particulars of the strategy. In other words, the intent, how they're used, what they're hoping to accomplish, where I think we can, that are important in sort of discerning those distinctions. Layering a book with resting bids and offers, for example, creates liquidity and book depth and is helpful to the marketplace. But if layering a book with bids and offers only to cancel them before they can be traded with, maybe for the purposes of triggering algos or igniting or creating momentum, may be thought of as generally bad practices or harmful. Third point I want to make here is that strategies can have multiple identities. And again, this kind of goes along the lines of Richard's comments, that they don't always fit neatly into one idea. So something like cross-asset arbitrage is in fact very similar to stat arb, as an example, or that quote matching can have a lot in common with market making. And fourth point is that the strategies presented here have varying levels of high-frequency trading attributes to them. Some are mostly or fully high-frequency trading, like spoofing or latency arbitrage. Others have less, like market making, event arbitrage, or stat arb. And then the fifth point, is that some strategies are more observable than other strategies. And that things like rebate arbitrage on the security side and quote stuffing are likely to be more observable activities. But things like latency arbitrage or cross-asset arb may be harder to see. So I'm gonna move on from strategies to talk a little bit about methods, which was something that emerged from our conversations on strategies. We began to realize that there was maybe another room for another category, something where the pursuit of profit was not directly tangible to the activity, but more ancillary. And so we've come to develop an idea that trading methods can be thought of as a subset of trading strategies. And really they relate to things that can be employed as part of a strategy. And so we see things like hedging or the use of execution algorithms, VWAP, TWAP, et cetera. I'd also like to note that liquidity detection you can find on the previous page. And in some ways, depending on its usage, it can be thought of as both a trading method and a strategy. And lastly, I'd like to point out that that some of these methods can also qualify as being HFT under Group 1's proposed definition, where they may in fact satisfy the A, B, and C, and D of it, depending on the particulars. So moving on, I want to talk a little bit about our next item, which is the economic value of speed. And this is an idea that gets more at the intent of high-frequency trading. Group 1's definition is very prescriptive in nature. It really deals with largely of mechanics, and questions that come from that is so how do we use that? And what are we getting at? Why are we seeking to define it in the first place? And what I'd like to suggest is an alternative approach to thinking about and defining high-frequency trading activity, and doing so in a manner where we think of it as when speed is the main driver of returns. And that's in contrast to non-high-frequency trading strategies where the main driver of returns relates to pricing models, risk management, and other modeling. In other words, we can think of high-frequency trading as a type of trading that requires and fully depends on speed. That it does not merely benefit from speed, nor do high speeds simply augment performance. Rather, the very essence of the trading itself, that is, what the activity is hoping to accomplish, how it wins, is rooted in taking advantage of high speeds. And in practical terms, we can think about distinguishing this as thinking about if the activity of high-frequency trading were to be forced to slow down, that the performance of those activities would essentially go to zero. But if non-high-frequency trading activities were forced to slow down, the performance of those activities would simply reduce in proportion to the lowering speeds. Last thing I want to mention and touch on is market quality. We've heard about it today already. I won't say too much at this time, but I would like to say a couple things. When we talk about market quality, we can generally relate that to liquidity. And I would suggest that when we talk about liquidity, we're primarily talking about two things: market depth and market width. In addition to market liquidity, we also think of efficiency. And these two both relate to market performance overall. Efficiency relates more to price discovery, generally lower volatility, and an ease of access and means to trading. And therefore, as we examine and consider these various market activities and strategies and methods, we should be asking ourselves and assessing the role that each of these play in helping or hurting these various things. So thank you for being patient listeners and probably hungry listeners. I'm going to turn it over to Jim now to quickly go through some thoughts on data, and we'll look forward to any questions you might have on any of this shortly. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Paul and Keith. I'll I'll try to make this this quick. I do want to observe that the previous time I was involved in a TAC, it was 1999, and there was something called the early trading session, and we were actually looking at, in my role as one of the elected people in the U.S. for the fixed protocol, on standardizing interfaces, which were primarily routing orders down to the floor. And it's just amazing how rapidly things have changed in 10 years. So I was brought back from academia to help SIBO build their matching engine. And when we launched it, we were pretty happy that we were getting 4 trades a second through the matching engine. And so now people are looking at trying to get 4 trades through, in a microsecond. So anyway, so looking at observations, we just wanted to make sure that we wanted to understand the nature of the data and what's available now. And there's some important points here. And the first one is that, and it's been said a couple times, it's really difficult to take an individual order and identify it as part of a specific strategy. That intent could change over the life of the order, and also it could be part of multiple trading strategies. The other point, and this will lead up to some of our recommendations, the other point is it's very difficult to analyze an individual market participant only looking at their behavior within a specific market. There's a necessity to hedge now. When you have markets that have just a single tick wide markets, the only thing you can do to compete is get there faster. Also, that means that traditional market making techniques are no longer valid. To actually manage your risk as a market maker, you have a necessity to hedge, and often that's across other markets. And there are also cross-market arbitrage actions that are taking place that could be misconstrued if you don't analyze a market participant's behavior across multiple exchanges. So before we started to prescribe additional tags for messages, we felt it was very important to go back and say, well, what's available now? What information exists today that's already there that can be used to analyze market behavior? And exchanges already capture a wide variety of information for their own regulatory and operational analysis. And the sources for this data come from many places, including fields that are in the APIs for messages being sent to and from the exchange. The exchanges enrich data as a result of trading with additional timestamp information. Sometimes we call this collectively as book data. Then there's exchange collect information when they configure a connection, and actually persist information on how firms are connected and the speed of that connection. For operational reasons, and they have to go ahead and analyze bandwidth consumption, utilization, and latency. Also, there's information provided to exchanges when the firm first connects in terms of roles and that type of thing. So there's already a variety of data that are available. And some of this I just want to highlight, and if I went through this, we'd all be famished. But more in our draft report, we highlight that already available in the APIs are firm trader information. We have the CTI code, which came out of the work when we were still floor-based. And then all exchanges now do require tagging of orders to indicate if it was part of an automated order generation versus manual. And then on the response, several exchanges provide an indicator as to whether this fill and this order was part of an aggressor as opposed to the passive role in the trade. So the next one. Then there's a considerable amount of information that exchanges have to derive now operationally that could then also be used to understand market behavior. The theme we have is you have to understand market behavior as opposed to putting labels first on things. And so things such as that might be of interest that are collected, order to fill ratios we've already talked about, order efficiency, the order duration, how long does an order stay in a market? All of these statistics are derivable based on current information that's available in the marketplace today. So, but with that being said, I think one of the quotes that came out of a working group meeting is, "We're already drowning in data." So there's this issue of challenges. There is a volume of information challenge now. We face it in the fixed protocol. What used to be a nice recovery method of where we store all the messages and be able to replay them between two counterparties. Well, if you can generate, 5,000 messages a second, it doesn't take very long before you start to fill up large persistent stores of information just for simple 5-10 second recovery. So this whole idea of information volume is important, and it's a challenge. Then another point, we've made the case that you really have to look at a participant's behavior across markets to fully understand what's going on there. But there are issues of clock synchronization across markets that have to be brought into consideration. There's just not, at this point in time, technology that would allow a complete ordering events across exchanges, no matter how much money you wanted to spend or how much technology you wanted to bring in. There's just certain limits there. And then the other thing is that we also, and I met with Canadian regulators, and they're struggling with this now, is that there's non-standard identification of market participants across markets, which make this job even more challenging of when you're trying to correlate market events across markets. So with that, we'll conclude. I just want to make mention that we have a very similar disclaimer to Working Group 4 in terms of this is our collective opinions that we were able to agree that we'd all sit up here and support, and not necessarily the opinions of our firms or us as individuals, and that we're midway through this analysis, and these are provisional at this point in time. So thank you.
I think what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. We're going to maybe we'll caucus on this a little bit. We may bring you back for a couple of questions initially before we get to the final working group. Lunch, we'll be back. I'm back here at 1:30. We've cut into your lunch already. For the TAC members, the HFT subcommittee members, and other panelists, lunch is downstairs in the mezzanine. You go out to the front doors. There's an escalator downstairs. You'll be directed to lunch. We'll get back here as close to 1:30 as we can. I would only ask that for the TAC members to give some thought to A, the questions for this group, but B, think about what new things you want the subcommittee to work on going forward for their next rounds of discussions, et cetera. So at the end of the presentations, we'll have a little discussion about some thoughts you have for them going forward. So keep that in mind. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. We've got panel, what are you, 2, working group 2, right? We've gone out of order and messed it all up, but took a big hit on attendance after lunch. Could have been a short lunch. You know, we're going to ask a few more questions for this panel before we go into working group with the 3. And let me start. Paul, you raised an important concept, or at least probably at least a controversial concept, and that's speed being the determining factor of the financial success of some of these strategies. And you laid out a concept. What type of consensus on your panel is there for that? And does anybody else have any view of a speed-only strategy, the success of this only being the feature of speed? And if you take away speed, it doesn't generate economic value. I suppose you could lose money at these things too, but is that of value to the market? Is that something that should be protected or not?
Well, I'll make a comment, and I would invite my other colleagues here to kind of weigh in with any of their own individual thoughts. You know, I think the idea of thinking about things in terms of speed tends to relate more to the professional usage of the term. So, I mean, at least in my experience, as I engage with other principals over many years, the conversations, you know, in the hallways are the you know, tell me about your firm, options market making. How about you? We do a lot of stat arb. You guys do any high frequency? Yeah, some, about 30%. We all talk about it like we know what it means, without a rigorous definition around it. And the professional, I would assert that the professional sort of casual understanding of the definition is what I've kind of suggested. Now, your question points to something more specific, which is, you know, can we, you know, what does that mean? How can that be useful? You know, what, you know, kind of the where do we go from here? You know, I think that I think it could have I think it can play an important role in getting more to the sort of heart of some of these matters. So in other words, subject of high frequency trading, you know, relates to the very question of speed, and that by having a more focused, or maybe a more, you know, maybe a smaller universe of which to, you know, to sort of look within, that there might be more opportunity to, you know, monitor and regulate behavior. To the question of whether others, you know, sort of have some support for this thought, or others, you know, I would just I'd welcome other panelists here.
I think it's a very interesting concept. I think that, you know, perhaps with some economic analysis around how much value is derived from the speed element itself, it could be a way to categorize activities. And, you know, whether it complements the working group 1's definition, or it's just separate, you know, I don't know. But I think that there's some work that could be done.
Does it, and it sounds like there's a lot more work to be done, but would it be a perfecting a subcategory of, say, D, of the way the order messaging?
Yes, and it could also stand alone.
I think it's something that we're gonna continue to work on, but I think there is some substance behind that. Paul's comment. It'd certainly be a way to take a look at, you know, certain strategies that potentially only make money because of speed. How are they affecting the market, opposed to strategies that utilize speed just as the evolution of trading has moved on, you have to adapt and use speed to move forward. So I think the difference between, is speed used now just within the evolution of trading versus does this strategy work just because of speed? It's something that we're going to continue to work on and identify, through our final presentation in October.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between just identifying that there are definite trading strategies that only depend on speed, and whether those are necessarily positive or negative impact in the market. And that's where the analysis really needs to go on, is that look at the market behaviors before you classify them, because I think the actual data analysis is where you're going to learn how different trading strategies impact the market. So I think the analysis is key. And the second point about speed that we have to be aware of, one of the consequences of electronic trading is the narrowing of the bid-ask spread. And if you have a market that's one tick wide, the only way you can get in there is it's dependent on speed. There's no other variable in a price-time equation. If everybody's at the same price, you have to, the only thing you can adjust is time. So we have to balance that in any analysis. So one thing is, what is the consequence of a certain activity, before we start to categorize it as being either good or bad. We really don't know. This is a very complex system we're dealing with here. So.
Yeah, I might just caution that, this idea of if a strategy is only economically profitable if it's fast. You might say there are in many markets, liquid markets, for instance, where electronic market making, I could foresee, obviously we don't trade as an exchange, but I could foresee many strategies, market making strategies that would not make money without adequate technology. And yet, as Jim just noted, if they're not profitable, the bid-offer spreads will widen and the end investors will pay more across the spread, regardless of whether it's the futures market or the equities market. And even crossing over into equities with a wider spread, then you'll have even greater internalization or off-exchange trading. So, I agree that we do not need to, I don't want to classify things as good or bad. Speed has enabled bid-offer spreads to narrow to the benefit of investors. And actually, I think there is some contention here, or dissension maybe amongst the group about whether or not how broad the definition of high-frequency trading may be. And I think, personally, and on behalf of BATS, I think Working Group 1's done pretty well, given the task they had. They came up with a broad definition, and we have tried to put strategies that fall underneath that definition. But speed's not bad. It's just the way markets work. And in any industry around the world, in the last 100 years, technology has been very disruptive and usually to the benefit of the end consumer. It's just we're in a very informative and I think very good educational process right now where there's a lot of misconceptions potentially.
What I would add to Chris's comments there is that for those 100 years, speed has always been associated with market efficiency, thereby market performance. And I think there's an argument now that those things have delinked, that it's no longer the case that speed brings that benefit to that end user. So when we think of a long-term investor or a commercial hedger, it mattered when hours became minutes, became maybe seconds or something like that. But in this world of micro and milliseconds now, we're no longer bringing a benefit to that end user, and instead we're caught in this circular kind of arms race with other competitors. And it's kind of like that movie War Games where the response to sending a missile is to send two. Well, if they're sending two, I'll do this, and everything's sort of, racing across the sky. I think there's three primary reasons why the pursuit of speed exists today. And one of them is to seek profit opportunities from other competitors utilizing speed. So when that limit order shows up, that's very desirable. Many firms race to it, and the fastest one gets it. Or if there's, if the futures market starts collapsing, maybe others, can beat other participants to the market. Second reason is that it also minimizes losses from other high-speed competitors, and so firms are motivated to continue to work on speed so as not to be preyed upon by by strategies that are, that seek those opportunities. And then thirdly, and it's a lot of the discussion, that we've had in recent months, high-frequency trading in and of itself is an idea that has, where high speed has afforded new opportunities to create strategies that relate to, taking advantage of certain market structures, et cetera. So.
If I could, one thing that was just an observation, in going this direction, you're getting closer to a definition that has aspects of the goodness and badness of the activity, and the other approach is to have a much broader definition of HFT, and then a goodness badness evaluation, because it's eventually you got to look at the value and the disvalue of what's going on.
Right.
Whatever you do,
that's right. Sooner or later, you have to address
you have to get to these questions.
Helping or harming, right?
Right. So, I mean, it strikes me that there's nothing lost, even if it's not strictly the definitional issue. It feeds into the value-disvalue discussion later.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So, thanks, Paul. I think that, Paul's idea about segregating strategies by how important speed is relative to those is sort of very intellectually very interesting, and I think it would possibly be informative in terms of understanding how markets function and some of the value that's coming in here. So I would encourage people to think about it in those terms. But I did want to take exception to or put a little different spin on actually what Paul just said about the value of increasing speed being, not beneficial to investors beyond a certain point. And I would agree that if what we're trying to do is you get up to a point where a human can perceive the difference in how long it takes them to get a fill, beyond that point, I would say speed in and of itself, in and of its own right, is probably not that valuable to that investor who's going into the market. So I think sort of on the primary level, speed in and of itself isn't the goal in those instances. But at that point, then you have to ask the question about what does speed itself do for other aspects of market quality? And, what does that speed do for bid-ask spreads? What does it do for market depth? What does it do for market impact of large orders? What does it do for volatility? What does it do for price discovery measures? And there have been a number of empirical studies in this exact area that show that even very minuscule improvements in speed do improve a lot of those secondary measures of market quality. So the one that I would point this group to is a paper by Riordan and Storkenmeyer, who studied an upgrade on the Deutsche Börse Xetra electronic trading platform, where they found that a mere increase of the speed of the matching engine in the 10 to 20 millisecond range had measurable and notable and statistically significant improvements in these other market quality metrics, such as bid-ask spreads, price discovery metrics, volatility, et cetera. And I think that's sort of the test that we need to be asking. Beyond a certain point where it's faster than human perception, does it help or harm these sort of important metrics of market health?
And to further your thoughts, going on beyond that, even if there are measurable benefits to incremental speed, you have to also look at disbenefits associated with it, and also look at how exactly what you're measuring. Are you measuring bid-ask spreads, for instance, or are you measuring the efficiency in the market of raising and deploying capital, or moving risks around for the end users on both sides. So there's much to what you say, and that's why I was sort of suggesting is whatever is done here will feed into probably a larger discussion on the kinds of things you're talking about.
Yes, I was interested by the last part of your presentation in which you went through this is the data that is part of the fixed protocol that is available as part of the standard, and this is the information that can be inferred. In that respect, have you developed the analysis to see if regulators have the appropriate data points to analyze, to identify the behavior that are just not appropriate and monitor them, and the tools? Because I was surprised by the challenges. You mentioned volume of information, cross-market analysis. Is this the full set of challenges that regulators are facing or changes in monitoring that activity, or are we missing some data points or some tools that are really the big challenge in relation to HFT?
We haven't yet got into what regulators are already accessing in terms of the information from the exchanges, and we quite possibly should have added a bullet point that I think that the analytical techniques that we need to analyze market behavior are still emerging, and I don't think there's a consensus on what techniques to use. If you look at what advanced firm technologies that they're using machine learning algorithms. We all know about the case where some of the best minds were pulled from academia in speech recognition, and they were brought in to be used to analyze trading behaviors, and that's that sort of it's almost like that gap in terms of arbitrage of knowledge, if you will, has created some fairly risk-free profits for some trading firms. So I think we probably should have put the challenges that there's limited analytical experience, and the sort of the chaotic or complex behavior of the market is, I think, sort of in general not fully understood yet. So to say we know speed has an impact and it's having major structural changes, to be able to say this is good or bad, there needs to be a lot more work done in terms of analysis and a lot more analytical techniques brought to bear on the problem. So one of the things is making available data sets where researchers can access them and start to go out there, and there needs to be a competitive aspect to the research that's performed as well too. So I think that could be a role for the CFTC to promote that type of research and encourage that type of work. I think we shouldn't be quick to judgment and creating regulatory arbitrage opportunities without knowledge. I think the first thing is to start to understand these behaviors as they're evolving, and also it's becoming so quantum now that just the fact of us studying it could have an impact on market participants' behavior by them knowing exactly what we're looking at, what data we've captured, gives people an opportunity there again to actually take that as more information in terms of their own sophisticated trading strategies. So that helps. So we missed that bullet, I think.
Perhaps to follow up on that, I think one of these things that Pierre may have alluded to is some sort of a gap analysis between what's currently available and what would sort of be ideal for, let's just say, regulators or exchanges and their ability to, as a first line of market surveillance, and their ability to gap analysis to what then? To maybe the taxonomy that you laid out, or maybe the elements of the high frequency trading definition. Are you thinking in your working group of doing something along those lines?
If we're not, I guess we'll take it under consideration now.
Yeah, I think George heard you.
Or potentially looking at what are the behaviors that are forbidden today according to the regulation of the various agencies, and to see in the context of HFT, do we have the information and the tool to monitor those, or are we missing in some cases either the data points or the tools?
It did come up in some of our discussions that, as these problems involve big data, and big data is a problem for trading firms as much as I'm sure it's got to be a problem for regulators too. And there are some innovative market solutions out there for dealing with issues with big data, using crowdsourcing or reward systems for people who can solve problems, and getting as many people to contribute to those efforts as possible.
And this question of big data as a challenge for regulators is not specific to HFT, because if you look at the SDR, we'll be piling up a lot of data into the SDR, and it's about slicing and dicing the data and knowing what to look for.
I have another question. I was really intrigued by your discussion of bandwidth, and because we have under prong D in the definition of high frequency trading of working group 1, high rate of messages, and I'm just trying to think, is in your discussion of sort of bandwidth is something measurable, right? And you said that exchanges already currently sort of pay a lot of attention to bandwidths being utilized by particular market participants. Is that maybe a broader way of thinking about than just sort of high rate of messages?
Right. So, when we looked at refining Working Group 1's proposed definition, we looked at the issue of high message rates. And so one of the things that we thought about was, as we said, the current benchmark thresholds. Like if I took CME's fill to order ratio, fill to message ratio, for the E-mini, it's 4-to-1. You can put 4 messages for every fill, which is, really constraining for such a voluminous moving market. And but you can also look at it as, well, how many messages can they take in, and how many people are trying to participate in that market. And you could look at your threshold as being, you have a pro rata share of that total capacity, and if you go above it, then you are submitting more than your fair share of messages. That's an alternative way of looking at it. Right now, the benchmark thresholds that the exchanges use are really to capture excessive messaging. In the absence of anything else, I would argue that that's probably sufficient for high message rates. But maybe there's another point to identify where high rates are at the exchange level.
And I think also it's very difficult to get any absolute measures that can be taken by themselves. I think collecting bandwidth utilization could be valuable in some analysis cases, but the example given by Working Group 1, which I think was very good, I think it was Working Group 1, if you have something thinly traded, if you're doing 4 orders a second, you might be a high-frequency participant, and you might be dominating that market at 4 messages a second, which is taking up no bandwidth. But if you're in one of the near-term contracts or one of the main instruments, it would take thousands of messages a second to do that. So it's all relative to the particular market that you're trading in. But I think that if that data it sort of goes back to what we've been talking about in our group. It's the cost of information versus the value. I think that bandwidth utilization and also how markets are structured, whether it's co-location or not, that information is largely readily available, and it could be useful for certain analyses. And we until we start doing those analyses, we really won't understand the value of that. But I think everything, all of these things have to be done within a context, and you just can't single out a variable and say, if I have that number, I know that these are people we have to look at. It's multiple values in multiple contexts.
I guess just some miscellaneous comments on that. I think there's 3 factors there. They're related, but to the extent they're going to be investigated, I think it's important to talk about them separately. There's speed and capacity, which are directly related. I mean, we've seen as we make matching engines faster, the marketplace will will send you more messages if you take no other action. But the faster you are, the higher your capacity, and I'm defining the capacity as how quickly you can work off a spike in volume when a number comes out or some other market-moving event. So it's very important to be fast. I think in terms of volume of orders is a different question. Yes, it's a function of how the maximum on your volume of orders is a function of how fast your matching engine is. But that's really more a function, as Keith has pointed out, of at least at CME and ICE, of these policies we have for efficient messaging. And at least speaking for ICE, I think the metrics, we've built something that over penalizes poor prices and rewards prices that are at the market. But I mean, those are some of the details. But I think where we set those specific parameters is based on market feedback. It's not where we as an exchange, the maximum we can do. It's ISVs testing, algos testing. It's all the quote vendors. It's all the third parties. If we get noise feedback from them that our systems are having problems, our customers are having problems, then we investigate those. They are potential cues that a given market maybe is we need to adjust those parameters to further ratchet down on the amount of messaging that's going on.
So do you have a view on prong D on sort of high rate of messages? What would be your view on sort of what's the right way of it's a relative, so a lot of people alluded to it. Probably needs to be some sort of a relative.
Yeah,
relative to something.
If you're speaking from a individual trader standpoint or trading firm, yes, we have these ratios. So and they vary by market depending on the liquidity of the market. The more liquid, generally, the more restraining they are. So we do have views on that, and we've implemented things. In terms of aggregate bandwidth, as I said, it's based on assuming the individual policies are effective and no one individual is monopolizing bandwidth or inefficiently using bandwidth, then it just becomes an aggregate size problem. The market's growing, more participants are coming into the market, the product in question is more popular, there's more trading, whatever it might be. Certainly we want to encourage that. We want to accommodate it to the extent possible and continue to improve the technology to be able to handle that. If we get feedback from third parties that provide infrastructure around what we're doing that aggregate bandwidth is creating problems, then we'll have to, there are measures we can take. But it's generally, it's not a theoretical setting that we make. It's really, it's based on looking at the data and feedback from third parties.
Well, I'd like to thank Working Group 2 and maybe move on to Working Group 3, the last presentation. Thank you.
Before we step away, we just want to acknowledge someone who's in the audience who helped us quite a bit. Was Jeremy Johnson, who's also from Bats Markets.
Yeah, he's done quite a bit of work.
You can stand up, Jeremy.
Thank you, Commissioner Malia, for hosting this, and Andre as well for all your support. Our working group was primarily tasked with thinking about oversight and surveillance in the context of high-frequency trading. And just quickly, I want to introduce our group here. Frank Perry from New Edge was part of our group and unfortunately couldn't be with us today. We have Robert Haggerty from Thomson Reuters, Mark Wassersug from ICE, Ed Dasso from the NFA. I'm Dean Payton from CME Group, and we got a lot of help and assistance from Richard Haynes and Jeremy Cusimano, so we appreciate all their support. So maybe if we go on one more slide. And when we look at what we were thinking about in the context of high-frequency trading, oversight and analysis.
Can you pull that a little closer?
Sorry.
Thanks.
Oversight and analysis is really about a few things, right? So in the first instance, you can't really do anything without capturing the data, right? So the data is obviously very foundational to being able to do the work that you need to do. Secondly, you obviously need effective technology in order to be able to manipulate that data, analyze that data, and obviously you've heard a lot of folks here today talk about the challenges with big data and the issues around that. So you need effective technology. Of course, you also need the skill sets, in order to do that effectively. And, part of what regulators are thinking about today is, do they have the right skill sets? Do we have the architectural engineers and the software engineers who are looking at this along with lawyers and analysts? So, with that, just as a bit of a foundation, when we were talking about this over the course of the last couple of months, what became apparent to us is that we really do have the data that we need in order to analyze trading activity. And we'll talk a little bit more about why we elected not to try to differentiate high-frequency trading from automated trading in general. But if you look today at what the self-regulatory organizations have, folks like ICE, CME Group, and now NFA, both with the work that they do in the futures markets today and the work that they're going to be doing in the context of the swap execution facilities, we capture a tremendous amount of data. And in terms of looking at the context of who the parties are in the marketplace, we have a number of key attributes. So we know the clearing firm, we know the trading firm, we know the gateway, the particular gateway that it's coming into our match engine. We know the location of the operator, where the order is originating from. We actually know the operator, and in the case of an automated trading system, we have a team of operators. So, we know who the responsible party is, we know who the head trader is, who the risk manager is, all the folks who are affiliated with monitoring that particular automated trading system. As other folks have indicated, we also have an ATS flag that is either attached as a piece of reference data to the operator ID, or in some cases is a separate flag that's attached in the API on an order-by-order basis. So in the context of where you might have a gray box as opposed to a black box or a white box, certain of that operator's activity is coming through with an automated tag. Other parts of that activity are coming through with a manual tag. We also have account identifiers, and the SROs have done a lot of work to actually build identification behind those accounts. So when we're looking at trading activity, we don't just have an abstract account number and a clearing firm number. We actually have a name associated with it. And that obviously puts things in context for us, and that's something that the Commission is working on as well in the context of their ownership and control reporting. We actually provide the data that we have on the naming of market participants related to the accounts to the Commission on a regular basis. And then we have information about where those trades are ultimately allocated. As you saw from some of the other groups, there's a variety of other attributes that we have. So we know with every transaction whether a particular order was the aggressor order or the passive order on that particular transaction. We have flags in our databases that allow us to identify that. We capture other reference data in terms of the types of connections that people maintain. So, we know what front-end ISV somebody is connecting through. We know if it's a proprietary ISV. We know what version number it is. So there's a tremendous amount of data that's available to us today. And so with those attributes, right, the exchanges are able to differentiate ATS activity from non-ATS activity. We can identify the people behind the activity, both in terms of who the operators are, who the owners are. And with all that data, right, it's a very simple task for us to measure volume and messaging by any of those metrics, right? We can do that by firm, we can do it by operator, we can do it by account, we can do it by session. So the data is there. I think part of the challenge, and we'll talk about this a little bit more, is that a lot of that data resides with the exchanges. And over the years, as electronic trading has evolved, the exchanges have captured more and more granular data, but we haven't gotten to the place yet where the federal regulators have all of that data. So I think some of the challenge here, right, is that there's a lack of visibility at the federal level into some of that data, but it's not for there being lack of attributes or tags associated with the data. The other last point on this slide is just to talk about the entities themselves. In addition to the audit trails that the exchanges maintain, the SROs or the trading firms and trading entities also are required to maintain their front-end audit trails. So for 5 years, they have to keep everything that's happening on their technology side, and then we're capturing everything that's happening through the exchange infrastructure. So there's been a fair amount of talk this morning about whether or not there should be additional attributes, and in particular attributes related to particular strategies. I think folks have rightly pointed out in terms of our group's analysis that that's probably not a productive exercise in terms of helping from a regulatory perspective. There's a significant degree of variability within strategies, and as a number of folks pointed out, there's many multi-layered strategies. There's orders that may reflect different strategies over the terms of the life of that order. There's just a lot there that trying to put a tag and assign and define a particular strategy associated with a particular order, we think would really be not a useful exercise, and probably wouldn't provide us with useful data. The second point there is that if we're talking about doing that, strategies are constantly evolving. Right, so you'd be creating a whole bureaucracy around managing, every iteration of a strategy and having to register that strategy and make changes to data that, again, we don't believe would provide great utility from a surveillance or analytical perspective. And lastly, we've got the activity in the market. Right, so if we're trying to understand a particular participant's strategy, right, we can see every order, every modification, every cancellation, right? We have all these attributes associated with the order. We can break that data down and analyze it and make a determination as to what's going on. And in the event that we can't make a determination from that data, the regulators have the flexibility today, right, to go to that participant and obtain very detailed information regarding the strategy, the inputs, the design of the ATS. We can get information regarding the controls that are employed at that trading entity level, the testing they conducted, the supervision protocols that they have in place. So we have tremendous reach into information that we might require in order to understand the activity in the market that we might not otherwise be able to understand by looking at the actual activity. A number of folks have touched on this point today as well, and that is that a lot of this is about defining the conduct that we find objectionable. And I think that within our working group, when we talk about a lot of the context of these issues, it's really about the conduct rather than the means or frequency of order entry that's at issue. It's pretty clear from a surveillance standpoint that we have a responsibility to surveil all activity in our markets, and I think that several folks pointed out that the strategies that have been talked about today, these are strategies that can be employed by higher frequency traders. They can also be employed manually. They can also be employed by people using some combination of those strategies. That being said, and I think as Chairman Gensler pointed out this morning, we understand from experience and from our history that every algorithm that's out there isn't necessarily effectively tested, isn't necessarily well supervised, doesn't necessarily work the way that it was anticipated to work under all market conditions. And I expect that most people who have worked with technology in any capacity around this room know that there can be challenges there. So, certainly from our perspective, it is absolutely critical that we have effective controls and effective supervision in place. And I think that there has been talk about, how do we frame appropriate principles around testing, supervision, and controls. And I think that there's been a lot of good work done in the industry, but that's not, again, in our view, a function of high-frequency trading, right? I mean, we've seen plenty of circumstances where, an automated trader or a manual trader can cause a disruption in the market, and it's about calibrating those controls relative to the nature of the trading that we have in the marketplace. At the same time, and as you heard the last panel talk about, the regulators, right, obviously have to be in a position to scale to the speed of trading in today's environment, right? So, we obviously can't employ the tools that we were employing in 1999 to conduct surveillance in today's markets. And again, that technology is available. I think that over time, just as with risk management, surveillance capabilities have continued to evolve. Exchange-level risk management and volatility controls have continued to evolve. And, I think that it's clear that we're going to continue to refine, improve, and innovate in those areas. And we've seen that, continue to happen even over the course of the last 18 months. And at the same time, I think that, if you listen to what comes out of the CFTC or the SEC, there's a strong commitment on the part of the federal regulators to advance their technology, their data capture, and their ability to, bring their systems and capabilities to where the market is today. There's a number of things that the exchanges do, as well as that participants do in the context of making sure that we have effective testing and supervision in place. I think that as we talked about at the last TAC meeting, entities that are connecting to the match engines at the exchanges go through conformance testing with the exchange. Again, that's to make sure that connection to the exchange is operating in the way that it's intended to operate and isn't going to create a problem for the broader marketplace. The FIA has put out a good document in the last several months with respect to the importance of testing at the trading firm level and the development of algorithms and what should be happening from a best practices standpoint. Our challenge, I think, as regulators is to think about how we make clear what those expectations are and how we test to make sure that those expectations are being met and that we're holding folks accountable in the event that they aren't. And it's important, of course, again, at the trading firm level as well as the clearing firm level, that there's appropriate monitoring of these things in real time. And it's quite frankly true at the exchange level as well, right? So when we're operating in millisecond and microsecond environments, it's not really good enough to be thinking about things on a T+1 basis from a surveillance and oversight perspective. One of the things that's gotten a lot of discussion today is the concept of messaging policies. And I think just from from CME Group's perspective, and Mark can certainly speak to it if it's different for ICE. The messaging policies that we put in place are not really about bandwidth at the exchanges. The technology has evolved to a place where you can scale the technology to meet the needs of your marketplace. The messaging policies are really designed around ensuring that the markets are operating efficiently and effectively for our market participants. Those policies are continually being evaluated and evolving over time as well. So we talked a little bit about controls. The TAC has spent a fair amount of time over the last couple of years discussing the types of controls that should be there. Again, we see these as being controls that should be in place for all automated trading, not something that's exclusive to high-frequency trading. Obviously, depending on the nature of the trading that you're dealing with, you may have to have different levels of controls, different calibrated controls. But the key thing is that we have those effective controls at all levels in the chain, with the trading firm, the clearing firm, and the exchange, so that we minimize the potential for disruption in the marketplace, which is really, I think, probably one of the most critical things that we need to think about when we think about the change in the evolution of the marketplace. Working Group 1, Jeremy and Richard were kind enough to share as that definition was evolving over the course of the last couple months, to share that with our working group to think about in terms of, should we be thinking about oversight in the context of high-frequency trading specifically. And really where our group came out is, we think as a broad definitional understanding, the definition that the working group 1 came up with certainly makes sense. But from the standpoint of looking at it in terms of creating a tagging paradigm or a tagging regime, it's really very, very difficult, right? Because if you look at each of those elements that were identified in A, B, C, and D, each of those, is a spectrum or a continuum, right? And you're going to have to define some arbitrary static point on that continuum to meet that definition. And you're going to have somebody who's, 2 contracts below it or 2 contracts above it that is going to fall outside of that. And from our perspective, it's really an unnecessary distinction, right? Because the data is all there. I can push a button, on our internal systems that are able to process 1 billion records a second and immediately identify who the top messaging participants are in any particular market over any particular time frame on a real-time or a historical basis. And so it's really about understanding what's going on in the marketplace and trying to create these artificial distinctions, from our standpoint, doesn't move us forward in terms of trying to identify where the problems are in the marketplace. And again, kind of where we started, we think that an important part of the focus should be on identifying the kinds of conduct in the marketplace that we want to prohibit, irrespective of how that conduct is being originated. So we touched on both of these points a little bit, but the idea has been floated that each algorithm, right, that is developed and deployed by a market participant should be registered with the SRO or some other regulator. And for the reasons that we articulated previously, we just think that doesn't make a lot of sense on a lot of levels. We're not going to get the kind of clear, unambiguous tags that is actually going to be constructive or useful from a surveillance perspective. In terms of whether it should be the responsibility of the exchanges or the regulators to go in and audit algorithms, again, we think that would not be a good use of the limited regulatory resources that we have. I mean, there are tremendous numbers of algorithms that are out there that are changing constantly. I think that all of the regulators have more important things to do, again, in terms of defining the behavior, establishing appropriate controls to protect the marketplace from disruption. And, there's just not the bandwidth or the expertise from a regulatory perspective to go in and be evaluating the code and the testing for each and every algorithm. So these last couple slides are really summary slides just in terms of where the group came out on some, kind of core issues. One is that it's our view that market abuse, right, is not a function of the means, the speed, the frequency of the order entry and transactions. Right, so we really need to be focusing on specific behaviors that have the potential to undermine market integrity, irrespective of how they originate. And I think that if people do look at the cases that have been brought that involve issues related to abusive practices in electronic trading or electronically traded markets, there's a wide variety, right? There's certainly been no empirical basis to suggest that high-frequency traders are more likely to commit market abuse. Many of the spoofing cases that have been out there have been manual traders who are actually taking advantage of high-frequency traders. Certainly from my perspective as a regulator, I'm not suggesting at all that high-frequency traders can't engage in abusive practices. What we're saying and what our group is saying is that we really shouldn't look at it in terms of categories. We should define the behavior, and then wherever we see that behavior, we should identify it and address it. And the other very important takeaway is that we should not be naive about the risks associated with automated trading and the potential impacts that those risks can have on the confidence in the marketplace. I think that we definitely have made tremendous strides since the advent of electronic trading in terms of risk management, in terms of volatility mitigation controls. But there's still work to be done. We can still improve those processes. We can do that better at the trading firm level, at the clearing firm level, and at the exchange level. But from our perspective, should be a very important focus as we think about these issues, and that's why we spoke a lot about the issues around testing and supervision and controls. So just to sum up, there are comprehensive audit trails both at the exchange level and at the trading firm level. That information is available to regulators on both a real-time and historical basis. So the data is there to support effective surveillance and analysis, and it's there for the types of economic analysis that people have talked about as well. The technology is certainly available to actually work with that data. Again, that's always going to be evolving and improving. But it's not because we're lacking in the capabilities to do that. We need to continue to make sure we integrate our regulatory teams with the full scope of skill sets that are necessary to understanding trading activity in today's markets. And the key takeaways, I think, are making sure that we have the proper principles and rules around testing, supervision, and controls. So with that, if any of my colleagues on the panel want to add anything, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll open it up to questions.
Do you guys have a detailed what's next? You talked about big data. You talked about improved dialogue. You obviously highlighted what we have in terms of tagging and identification. Is there a checklist of additional things? Are you waiting on some of the other working groups to specify specific trade activities within the definition or outside the definition that should be tagged? Or
yeah, basically the working group is of the view that we have significant tagging attributes today, and those have continued to evolve over time. Now, different market centers may have different elements of those tags, but our group doesn't believe that it's worthwhile to specifically try to identify or categorize high-frequency traders in particular or particular strategies. So to the extent that those tags are at issue.
But you say on, I think 2 slides back, it says you should focus should be on specific behaviors that undermine market integrity irrespective of the means, pace, or order entry.
Right.
So focusing on those 2 statements seem to conflict.
No, I don't think that's true. I think that we can use the data. The data is there to be able to identify market abuses, right? It's not for lack of data, right? So I think that's kind of where the group is at. There is work going on, obviously, at the Commission and with the SROs to bring more clarity to the types of conduct that we want to deem unacceptable. And I think that conversation should continue and should inform the way that regulation moves forward.
Let me ask another question regarding kind of cross-market stuff. Ed serves as kind of the point between that's going to have enforcement and oversight responsibilities for a lot of the SEFs. We've got Lee, Steve Humanick over here with different exchanges, and Mark and Dean, you all represent exchanges. How are we going to track this behavior across these exchanges? I mean, the challenges in the national market system are obvious. They've talked about an audit trail, et cetera. What do we do now in light of the DCM and SEF rules coming online and the new trading behavior that will occur?
Right. So as far as the services that we're going to provide to the SEFs, of course, at least the proposed rules are for each individual market. But given that fact, we have 12 SEFs that we've contracted with. That's the majority of, as far as we can tell currently, like the SEF population. There's a few others, of course. ICE will be a SEF as well, or at least 1 or 2. But kind of how we've structured it in the future side, and of course what our anticipation is with the SEFs is we're going to set up similar to what they have in futures is a joint compliance committee. It might be a subgroup of the we may set up 2 subgroups within the larger where we'll have a DCM compliance committee and a SEF compliance committee, and then a larger group of both. And really what we do in those meetings is we harmonize our surveillance efforts. We look at, as Dean has discussed, the data elements and ensure that we all capture the appropriate data for surveillance purposes. So I envision that's what we're going to be doing here in the near future with the SEFs. I think the other big piece is information sharing agreements. Granted, as I mentioned, we have a majority of the SEFs contracted with us right now. So, if necessary, the SEFs will enter into information sharing agreements with each other. But, with that, what's simple for us is the fact that we have a standardized data requirement. So all of our clients have to hit that specification document. So as far as us being able to analyze it, we'll have it all in one system. I think another point from a SEF perspective is since we'll have it in one system, and since there will be unique product identifiers and unique elements or standardized elements across the different markets, we're going to create a centralized order book so we can look at least for our clients at any point in time what, say, the best bid and offer is across any particular swap contract. Now, in other markets like with ICE, I had worked there before, and it's a obviously a great organization just like CME. So we have relationships with the fellow regulators where we currently share information in situations where it's deemed necessary. So I could obviously call Dean, and call anyone over at ICE if it's necessary to request data or share data. Since these are the SEFs are actually ultimately responsible, and the DCMs that we contract with right now are ultimately responsible for their own surveillance, I would go to the compliance head first, and work with that, the chief compliance officer, obviously like Steve being one of them, and work with them as far as sharing the information across markets.
I don't want to undermine. I think that's a great idea. I think this slide could use more information, especially the last point, because I don't know if Lee, are you going to be a SRO, and Steve, are you going to have your own SRO responsibilities? I don't know who else in this room is going to be a SEF, but Bloomberg, I think you guys are. So I mean, at one point when it was just the three of you sitting in a room, it was a lot easier to surveil. But now we have 6 or 8, or who knows how many SEFs we're going to have. How does that, I think that last point, we can talk about it and pick up the phone, but at some point it's too many people to call.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that's why it's on this slide as one of the challenges, right? As the market becomes more fragmented and there's more complementary products that are out there that people are using for things like statistical arbitrage, right? The way that we're structured, the SROs are only going to have direct visibility into their own market. And there's a certain type of regulatory oversight that you can provide when you have all that order data and all that transaction data, right? It's a different level when you need to go request data from another source. And part of the reason that we encourage, I think, the federal regulators to be getting that data is we think that's where there can be value added, right, in terms of that cross-market oversight across the different exchanges and market venues.
So, Dean, a number of times you said that there are limited resources that that you have and the regulators have. Where would you deploy the resources, given the discussion that you have? Where would your resources mostly go to? So, what type of trading practices, or you mentioned a number of times also high message rates, participants with high message rates, that you monitor those on an ongoing basis?
Well, two things, right? One, it's about the productive use of resources, right? So we're talking about how we employ resources to their most productive means. I think the point that we were making is that we don't see it adding a lot of regulatory value for regulators to be going out and registering or testing individual algorithms and essentially blessing individual algorithms. We think that is the responsibility of the entity that's developing that algorithm to conduct that kind of testing. The exchanges, federal regulators, we should have appropriate rules in place and appropriate oversight, but it's not, that's not a function of our role as regulators from our perspective. At least it's not a productive use of our regulatory resources.
If it's not the function, then presumably then the burden shifts to the SROs and regulators to make sure that markets continue to operate on a fair and orderly manner.
And I think that all the exchanges, certainly share that view, right? That we build controls into our systems that are designed to protect the marketplace. As you know, those systems and controls have evolved over time, continued to get better, and there's still innovation going on in that space, and I expect that there will be, for years to come.
Just a question. It just strikes me that somebody might drive an airplane into a mountain out of evil intent or insanity, or the airplane can be just defective. But the result is the same. The airplane goes into the mountain. What you're talking about is sort of evil intent, but you're saying you're suggesting there's no concern, that it's only the concern of the people who put together the algorithms and the systems to consider whether the airplane actually was defective. Is that right?
With respect to the building of the airplane, I would say that's...
I said the defectiveness of the airplane.
Right. So,
because in either case, we have an airplane down.
Well, let's keep in mind that we've got those three layers there, right? The trading entity that develops the algorithm, right, is responsible for developing that algorithm responsibly, for back testing it effectively, and having appropriate supervision and controls in place in the event that that algorithm doesn't work as expected in the marketplace. The exchanges, right, in the event that there's a failure, because as we talked about earlier, right, every algorithm is not perfectly designed, perfectly tested, or perfectly supervised. If there's a failure, the exchanges have controls in place that help to either mitigate or prevent that failure. And the exchanges, I think, broadly speaking, have put in place a tremendous amount of risk management capabilities and volatility mitigation capabilities.
Whoever's responsible, from my perspective, as long as someone's responsible, that's a good thing. But my further experience has been that when sort of risk mitigants at exchanges or other kinds of similar organizations in different parts of the world economy try to do that, they quite often fail because the things that happen are very fluid and chaotic and difficult to predict. It's always those things that aren't predictable. So anyway, my point is, I have a very, very great concern if the folks that have the responsibility to test these things, and they do have a responsibility, are also people who have a very great interest in making sure that they actually happen, because they have a conflict of interest from a profit perspective.
Right.
I'm sort of cognizant of what happened in recent events that have been mentioned in Congress, where risk controls were supposed to be vaunted in the best, and I understand that they didn't work. Actually, that doesn't shock me.
Right.
Yeah. So
there will be technology failures. I think that obviously the folks who are deploying these algorithms have a strong interest in making sure that they work effectively. Right. Most of the situations that I'm aware of where a defective algorithm was deployed in the marketplace, the party who deployed that algorithm took a significant hit as well, both from a financial standpoint as well as from a reputational standpoint. So there are incentives from that standpoint, and again, the exchanges and the federal regulators, I think, build appropriate rules and provide appropriate guidance as to what's expected there, and those ought to be enforced effectively.
Can I ask a question? And it might not be Dean, but Richie and Paul and Chris, the definition of high-frequency trading that was put forward in the earlier panel, and I apologize because I had to leave afterwards, would it include your three firms? And Rich, if you want to talk about Paul's and Chris's firms, and they could talk about your firm. But I was just kind of, I'm just trying to understand, what you think of that definition earlier. Sorry, guys, you're on the sidelines, but
I think depending on where the thresholds are set, it should include my firm, but it's going to really come down to the thresholds, and those haven't been determined yet. So, the questions of how many trades, for example, and how that is cut off into times of day, or what windows are on what instruments. It's possible that for some instruments we are, for other instruments we're not, and that for some strategies we're conducting, those will be considered high frequency and others will not. I think it ultimately will come down to how that's used. I suspect, though, that it's broad enough that most of our firm's activities should be incorporated, and that the thresholds will be set in ways that it will include us. My guess is anything that doesn't include our three firms probably won't make it past the commission in the final rules.
Wait, you mean that you would be high-frequency traders and they wouldn't, or was it the other way around? Which way?
Probably all of the above.
No, and the thresholds, what were the thresholds? Time thresholds or something like that?
There were a number of them. I don't have it in front of me, but for example, it was, one of the features was that you send a lot of messages. The question is, what does that mean? And I think the categories of messages were orders, cancellations, and trades. A lot needs to be defined, and then exactly how you measure a lot would need to be defined. The use of high-speed telecommunications, presumably, that would cover what we use, but those thresholds need to be set. Some of the other features are, generally likely to include the activities of, I think, all three of our
So it was just the adjectives: high speed connections, high message rates, low latency. It's in those two highs and one low that you could
exactly.
But you meet these four definitions unless somebody sort of is goofing around with the definitions. Exactly. Chris and Paul.
So with respect to Group 1's proposed definition as written, without further qualification, I would suggest that it encapsulates most of the marketplace, and that 95% of market participants would be high-frequency traders.
Well, when you say most of the marketplace, you don't mean my mom or dad if they're...
Again, one of the distinctions they raised was control. So whether an individual investor, or grandma in Idaho or whoever it might be, if we qualify that control has to rest at the individual level, then that's one thing, versus maybe the agent or the firm that that somebody trades through. So when we bring on a subject like control, then it starts to rightly point, I think, in the right directions. But like I said, and that's a qualification. So absent of qualifications like this, and also further development is, what does low latency, what does the low and low latency mean? What does the high and high-speed connections mean? What does the high and high rates of orders mean? What about an idea of control? When we get to some of these, we might rightly start focusing in on what we mean by high-frequency trading. But again, my comments that if we take the language up there now as written, I think it likely could include, even as, banks, institutions, hedge funds, maybe small trading firms, maybe potentially even individual investors.
And I think the added challenge there is the number of instruments that you have out there, right? Unless you're going to try to define that as a one-size-fits-all approach, right? There are obviously, a tremendous number of different contracts, different contract months, options. You have to think about these products, I think, uniquely. I mean, even when you start thinking about messaging policies or, people
but
talking.
Dean, with all respect, that wasn't my question, really.
Okay.
I was just curious.
Yes, Commissioner Gensler. Eagle 7 definitely would be considered a high frequency. We use algorithms for decision making. Low latency or co-location is something that we use. And high-speed connections are also integral to the business, but not the same strategies that I've employed for 10 or 15 years are the same strategies that I employ now. But in order to to continue using these strategies, the evolution of trading has sort of forced you need to You need to utilize speed to your best abilities in order to compete in today's market.
Right.
So yes, we would fit into that definition.
And in case my comments weren't clear, CTC would certainly fall into the definition as written, along the lines of my comments that it encapsulates the marketplace as a whole.
You were thinking it might just be over-inclusive.
Over-inclusive. I think Group 1 made a really good point and said it well, that their definition is not meant to stand alone, that those words that they shared with us cannot be the end-all and be-all in itself, that taken just exclusively in that context, there might be minimal to no use of it, but instead it provides maybe a starting point for a framework to further develop what we mean by some of these things. CTC, I mean, we're a market-making firm. I've never thought of us as high-frequency trading. I've never known another market participant to ever even think of us as being anything close to a market participant. We put two-sided markets out day in and day out, and we inventory positions for weeks, months, and years, and we carry a big portfolio that we risk manage. We don't think of it, so we don't relate it to that. But as I said, this definition really speaks to more mechanical aspects of technology, frequency of trading, et cetera, or quotes and orders, et cetera, and that captures quite a bit.
Thanks. I was just curious about whether it was over-inclusive or under-inclusive.
Any other questions for this panel, Mr. Chairman? Well, I want to thank all four panels for their excellent work to tackle very difficult topics to help. I know getting started seemed to be quite a challenge on where you go and what role each working group has, but you all pulled together some very compelling and interesting presentations today. As I've noted to a number of the press questions I've received, is this the definition? Are we going forward? I don't think this is. We're going to keep working on it. I think there are a number of things, including a couple of the questions the chairman just asked on thresholds and control. Working Group 1 has some work to do on that. I think defining ATS overall within next to the HFT definition is going to be useful as well, because I think a lot of people want to understand, whether they're in or out. I appreciate the challenges of when you define thresholds, what that means. I think there was some very great, interesting, good discussion on the taxonomy and the tagging. And Richard, you made the point, it may be a futile effort. It may be difficult to bin everything individually, but I think we ought to go further down that road. We ought to look at figuring out some of these taxonomies, and maybe some of these things are platypus, as you put it. They may not be pure cheetahs, they may be a platypus, and that is I'm sure that's not very fast, but maybe we'll get some other, description. But I think all of the work here is very useful, and I'd really like to explore further about how we're going to take this big data question. You're absolutely right, and we've worked on this, as I pointed out in my opening statement, on putting in the pre-trade risk controls. The exchanges have them in place today. What's missing? I think to Andre's point, right before we broke, do HFTs move faster than our risk systems move? That question has to be answered. I don't know which working group does that, but you all ought to think about that if that's the foundation for this work. Yeah, this working group probably would do it number 3. So I think that's a question that needs to be answered. And what is the gap analysis on any of these things, and especially on this SRO thing? If we trade, because the next panel will obviously get into some of these things. I think we've got some summary sheets that the working groups provided to the commission that laid out some other discussions about what they're going to be looking at. I'm going to circulate those to the full TAC about different topics. I'd appreciate input from the TAC members as well on different thoughts you have in considering this. I don't think we have time for a discussion right here, right now. So think about it a little bit, and we'll, working with Andre and myself, we can figure out how the next request to the technology, the HFT working group will go, and think about new work orders, et cetera. They've been doing a great job thus far, and I think there's a lot. We've got a good start here, so I want to keep working on this. With that, I will excuse the HFT working group, and we'll take a short break, 10-minute break, so we can get the next panel in and get some of the technology loaded. Thank you again very much. All right. Break time's over. I am going to turn it over to the market users on this one. Superna and John can take it from here. They're going to lead the discussion. Everybody still has to ask compelling questions. They're not going to do everything, but it's their show.
We have with us 5 presenters today, each in their own right have been a leader to successful trading technologies as it relates to the financial markets. Each presenter today will spend 10 minutes or less highlighting to us their platform and execution model, the goals they have for price discovery and transparency, strategies to attract liquidity, and any points that may require further clarity in the proposed rules. These platforms will then, will all 5 present to us, and then, we will have an opportunity to talk about the interoperability and the coexistence of them within the same ecosystem for about 30 minutes. So we're going to start. Our first presenter is going to be Tom Lasala and Michael. Tom, you can take it from
Michelle Everett. Thanks, Superna. Let me just begin by saying thank you to Commissioner Amalia and the subcommittee and, of course, the CFTC staff for giving CME the invite to participate today. In a moment, I will turn the floor over for a presentation by Michelle Everett, who is our Managing Director of OTC Solutions, to give you a brief presentation of our technology offering known as CME Direct. Let me first note, though, for the subcommittee that what you will hear and see today with regard to CME Direct is in fact consistent with the presentation which we made last year on a SEF-focused event that was actually hosted by the Commissioner. CME Direct is a technology solution that would be hosted by brokers and potential SEFs, which could provide a various range of market solutions to effectively access swaps as well as futures markets. The solutions do in fact include an aggregation structure that, if employed or engaged by the user, would be available to participants that access that user's markets. So we'll certainly be interested in, at the end of the presentation or whenever is appropriate today, in entertaining any questions, but let me now turn things over to Michelle Everett to take you through the actual presentation. Michelle?
Perfect. Thank you, Tom. So as Tom said, CME Direct really has 2 sides to it. First of all, it's a front end for our DCMs. So it provides access to the NYMEX, the CBOT, and so forth. The second side of CME Direct is it's a vehicle to access multiple underlying SEFs, or at the moment intermediaries. So it really tries to provide to the end user access to both of these market types. It's designed to be as flexible as possible to cater for the various trading modalities and clearing modalities, etc. So on the settlement side, users can execute both bilaterally or through a clearinghouse. On the OTC side, it is agnostic towards underlying clearinghouses. So whereas it is obviously completely integrated with our ClearPort and our ConfirmHub SDP channel, it also allows the underlying SEF to support trading for third-party clearinghouses, such as, for example, ICE. In addition to clearing and settlement modalities, we also support different kinds of trading. And these really go back towards various types of trading that have existed, some over 20 years in the OTC space. I'm briefly going to talk you through the 4 basic ones, and all of these are enabled right now. First one is a very simple internal electronic whiteboard, which is deployed typically within a voice brokerage that allows a voice broker to communicate prices across the desk, and it aids price discovery. An extension of that is where you publish those prices out to the clients of the intermediary, which is what we call an electronic whiteboard, a view-only electronic whiteboard. Fourth model is where you turn that on for trader input but not execution. And the fourth one is what we call hybrid electronic trading. And hybrid electronic trading is a very common protocol within the brokered OTC markets today. Why do we do that? It's simply to support every level of liquidity profile of any specific underlying market.
Michelle, can you pull your microphone closer? So
sure, is that better?
Thanks.
So again, why do we do that? It really is to support the various liquidity profiles that exist in different kinds of markets. Some markets are very well served by fully electronic trading, but very quickly liquidity drops off in certain markets, and then you want to employ a trading model that's fit for purpose. We support these various trading models for the underlying intermediaries. However, when you bring multiple intermediaries together, obviously you can then aggregate these markets into a best bid, best offer type of view, and that capability is also within CME Direct, so it's aggregation of multiple SEFs. Very simplistically, how this is laid out, the whole system is driven by an entitlement system that strictly controls who can perform what action and who can view which prices. So firstly, at the bottom of the slide, you see this client one. Client one has an economic relationship, a business relationship with three OTC venues, three OTC intermediaries, venue A, B, and C. He is also a trader on Globex, so the entitlement system will allow him to see venue A, B, C, as well as trade on Globex. We can set those permissions both at a product, a market, or a trader level. Client 2 across the top only has an economic relationship with venue A. He can also trade on, he or she can also trade on Globex. Client 2 can only see the prices of venue A, does not see venue B and C, and obviously does see Globex in this example. So it's entirely driven by entitlements and really electronifies the business models that exist today. What does this look like? Here I have a screenshot of CME Direct. I think, I don't know which other venues will be showing screenshots, but all of these things tend to look the same over the years. But here on the left-hand side, I have a tab that is effectively Globex, so it's a futures market. It's our WTI futures and Brent future at the bottom here. And on the same screen, side by side, we have the over-the-counter markets. You'll see that a lot of the functionality is very similar. Whether I hit a future or I hit an OTC, it's effectively the same type of functionality. It's just a different underlying market that I'm accessing. On the OTC side, I'll go into it in a second. There's a bit more information behind it, which is just an attribute of over-the-counter. However, whether I look at market depth or my trade log, essentially the execution method and how the data is displayed is identical. If I look at the over-the-counter side, I've enlarged it out a bit here. This is a WTI swap, and I'll go into some of the columns here across the top. So I have a bid offer column in the middle, so the market's 102, 103, 05. However, if I look at the left in the broker column, I can see venue A. So the 102 bid rests with venue A in their electronic marketplace, and that specific price is set to clear CME. So if a trader hits the 102, that will execute through venue A and clear CME. If a trader lifts the 103.5, then that will trade through venue B. Today that would be a broker or another intermediary. In the future that would be a SEF. And this specific price is set to clear ICE, so that would then clear ICE. So this just very simply shows the access to the different venues as well as the different clearing destinations. How this is set up, the whole system is driven off of defaults, and within a toolbar I can select my default values, so which venue that I want to trade through, who my default clearer is, in this case obviously CME. My clearing account is specified, so everything is defined pre-trade to facilitate post-trade clearing. However, at order level I can always, obviously I can change my defaults, or at order level, I can change either my clearing destination, my clearing account, or my venue. Post-trade, once it trades electronically, whichever way it trades, either in a hybrid fashion through the broker or the trader trades himself through the system, and whether it's a future or whether it's a swap, the post-trade processes, at least to the user, look very similar, even though they are directed in different directions. But here you can see a trade log where the two venues are, I've traded on two venues here. One venue I've traded on is Globex, so that's a futures trade. I've traded through venue B, a WTI swap. And in the clearing column, I can see that this has been sent post-trade immediately to CME Clearport and accepted. That acceptance to clearing is typically 1 to 2 seconds. So it completely automates the execution and the post-trade clearing process. At that point, we also send it to various other downstream destinations. That could be our Confirm Hub SDP service, or it could be an SDR or any other facility.
Michelle, if I could just add for the group that in the slide of the deck that showed the multiple venues, it expressed A and B. It's conceivable that, depending upon how many, I'll say, brokers or SEFs opt into the aggregation model, you could see A, B, C, D, E, F. It could be 5, it could be 10, it could be 15, hypothetically, provided they're opting into the aggregation structure.
Correct. So it really is a question of presenting liquidity, whether it's exchange liquidity across any of our DCMs or SEF liquidity across any number of different SEFs that participate. And then both the trade execution process as well as the post-trade process is very standardized from there on. That's it.
Thank you.
Will CME Direct itself be registered as a SEF? Do you anticipate that?
Well, frankly, we did not anticipate that CME Direct would in fact be a SEF in its own right. The parties that are, I'll say, leasing the technology would have, let's say, the SEF registration obligation. If in fact, however, the commissioner otherwise saw issues with that view, we'd certainly be open to discussing that further.
How would it work when you have a contract, a swap that is sent by the various parties to different clearinghouses? So you have something that's trading, some are sent to ICE, some are sent to CME clearinghouse. How is the settlement price determined? Could you in fact have two separate settlement prices at two separate clearinghouses for that?
I think, John, that's per the terms of the instrument offered by the market. I mean, I would think that a lot of these, for example, depending on the gas ones, reference some standardized. It could be one exchange's DCM for natural gas. Where it's not, I guess there could in fact be, where ICE might settle it one way and we settle it another, I guess there could in fact be a difference, although I think that generally speaking, those are comparable.
The expectation is that, in the beginning, I mean, they're different contracts. They may have the same, underlying effect, but you could potentially have different settlement prices, and eventually the market will, will make sure that they come closer together.
Just to make a comment, I mean, we have that today. There almost certainly will be different settlement prices because different clearinghouses have different clearing members and different numbers of people contributing prices and different methodologies for calculating the end-of-day price. So the answer to that question is yes, there will be. There is today, and there's no reasonable expectation that you would ever get two different methodologies and clearinghouses coming up with exactly the same end-of-day price.
Yeah, I would just add to that what Paul said. I agree. I mean, we're expecting that there are going to be different prices.
But just to be clear, I mean, the difference between final settlement and daily settlement.
Right.
I agree with everything that's been said. In terms of daily settlement, yes, the clearinghouses will have different settlement prices, can have different settlement prices. But in terms of final settlement, generally the index the swap is final settling on is defined in the product name for all of us, I think. So if it's a market CDS swap, or if settling on a market index, or if it's a WTI swap selling on the NYMEX price, that's defined in the product name. So when people trade it, they know what the final settlement price, where it's going to come from, regardless of where it's cleared. That will be the same number.
But compared to a futures contract where you have a payer and a payee, and it's always going to be equal, you essentially could have a situation where a payee has to pay more because it's settled differently than where the payer was settled.
Only on the daily settlement basis.
Right. That's what I'm talking about, on
Yes,
daily
agreed.
settlement.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
only on the daily component.
Yeah.
Differences should be small in theory, and usually are, at least in practice they have been.
So just to go back to CME Direct. I mean, could you maybe just give us some insight into will it be open to all market participants? What type of market participants are allowed to sign up for this aggregated trading technology that you offer?
Yeah, so at the moment, and it's obviously subject to final SEF rules, but you would have to be a SEF. So that is the requirement. So we are not envisaging providing, for example, a regulatory cover or anything like that.
On the other side, so the SEFs will, opt into whether they will allow CME Direct to show their aggregation, to show their price in their aggregated model. But
Correct.
the clients that can link to CME Direct, will that be open to, all market participants, or will you have to be a certain type of market participant?
Well, it's open to all participants insofar that they are acceptable customers to the underlying SEF.
Just a question in terms of what we're seeing up on the screen. Are the bids and offers, are those the result of streaming quotes, RFQs? Is it an order book?
These are in this particular model. It's an order book. It's how this will pan out from an OTC perspective in terms of whether we will allow API access and allow live streaming prices into the market. It will very much depend on the instrument. We have seen in one instance where we have allowed an API access that it actually becomes detrimental to the OTC market that's potentially quite illiquid. So I think the answer is it will depend on the instrument and possibly even whether it's the front month or the second month and where we allow it in the front month but not in the following months. But again, that decision really will rest with the SEFs themselves who run their business.
So could the SEF display their order book, their streaming quotes here, but then on their actual SEF, is that where RFQ action could take place, but not be up on CME Direct? I'm just trying to get my head around what that would
No,
look like.
the expectation is that the SEF would allow execution through the system.
Do you guys have any intellectual property on this? I mean, are there any patents on this, or are there any intellectual property issues surrounding this particular setup and structure?
Not that we are aware of. I mean, we have had a search, but not that we are aware of. Most of the concepts within the platform have been tried and tested and are available in other markets around the world. So,
just to be clear, the parties, like let's use the term the lessees, the brokers, the would-be SEFs they're the entities that would in fact contract with us, and clients are accessing those markets not through CME Group per se, but accessing those markets being permissioned by the operator of that platform, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Can I so you will be able to include RFQ on the liquidity aggregation, and I guess that related to that, I'm kind of confused as to the distinction between SEFs being your contractor or the clearing firm, because couldn't it be either? Couldn't the clearing firm use you as you will, a standardized blotter for everything they're doing? Wouldn't that in fact be more logical than to be dealing with the SEFs?
at that point, let's put it this way: we have had quite a few conversations with clearing firms to that effect. Yes.
But let's be clear. Implicit in this in the context of a cleared instrument is that the parties that, or let's say the clients of the SEFs, the brokers, have to have a clearing relationship. Whether in fact a clearing firm chooses to transact on a SEF, for its own account would be, I think, Michelle's point, that could happen.
No, I'm saying it's a clearing broker and a clearing firm would be the same thing, more likely than the SEF being private.
Can you reach closer to the mic, please?
No, I'm just saying, I'm not talking about the clearing firm trading. I'm talking about the clearing firm acting as a executing broker and clearing firm providing one-stop shop is the more likely.
That's quite common.
Yeah, that could happen.
Can I just go back to something you said just before? Do you actually imagine that the SEFs will have a choice as to whether you can receive their prices?
The SEFs would have the choice if in fact they're opting into the aggregation structure.
You don't believe that the aggregation is something that you'll be allowed to force upon the SEF?
No. Not, at least not as we see the rule set now. That's at this moment an opt-in.
All right, we're going to go with one last question to Scott over here, and then go to the next presentation.
Since this is an energy contract, what is your preference with regard to core principle 9? Would you try SEFs, swaps and futures side by side, or would they be an EFS situation here? You're the one that put up the energy contracts. I didn't.
Well, Mr. O'Malley, I'm not sure where core principle 9 ultimately ends up.
Nor am I. What is your preference, though?
My preference would be that there is no centralized standard, 85% or otherwise for DCM products, and in fact, these products would be up side by side without any centralized standard.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to the next presentation. Chuck Weiss from ICE.
I've taken a little different approach here. First of all, I'll say my remarks will be very brief. I included some screenshots of some of our SEFs, so you can look at those as I give some brief remarks. But I'm not going to actually talk through any of those. Get this started. ICE has been known for a long time for its electronic OTC platforms for commodities and more recently CDS. For U.S. energy markets, Dodd-Frank's electronic trading and clearing requirements for swaps is not new. In the wake of the Enron bankruptcy, the energy markets voluntarily adopted OTC clearing as quickly as it was made available by ICE and CME. Freed from ISDA agreements and counterparty credit risk, new participants entered these markets and liquidity grew. A healthy combination of execution alternatives flourished and remains vital today. Anonymous central limit order book trading with futures and OTC, free-form RFQs via instant messaging, and voice broking. Each part of the market has gravitated toward the execution method that best fits its needs. So for today's energy markets, which are competitive, efficient, highly transparent, and largely cleared, I don't know that SEF rules are going to make a huge difference in terms of end-user services and benefits. In the CDS markets, however, there are no futures markets, and volume is largely voice-broked with long-standing bifurcation of dealer-to-dealer and dealer-to-client markets. So clearly, Dodd-Frank rules on clearing and electronic trading, we'd expect to see some significant changes in those markets. In commodity markets, we provide the WebICE platform for futures and OTC energy trading. Launched 12 years ago, this platform has over 12,000 active users in 70 countries and has transacted trillions of dollars worth of commodities, cash and derivatives. In CDS markets since 2004, we've provided the CreditX platform for trading OTC index and single name credit default swaps. This platform has many features designed specifically for CDS markets and is the facilitator of the auctions used to determine the recovery rate in the case of credit events such as the Lehman bankruptcy. We are working now to make both platforms SEF compliant, even though we don't know the final rules. An important element of this work is the integration and expansion of our instant messaging platform, Yellow Jacket, soon to be rebranded ICE Chat. This system, used by over 2,000 energy traders for several years, provides a more reliable and compliant alternative to Yahoo and AOL instant messaging, but does interface to these services. More importantly, Yellow Jacket provides value-added features like quote recognition and pricing model integration to improve the speed and convenience of RFQs. One of the changes to the energy markets, and I suppose OTC markets generally, is that it's no longer principals only. In today's markets, on the WebICE platform, it's only principals that can transact, and though most voice brokers do have WebICE screens today, generally they're view only. With changes that we've made, once we register as a SEF, brokers will be able to become a participant with the same execution capabilities as any other participant, but with some functionality designed especially for brokers. Both in our central limit order book and our RFQ, with proper permissioning, brokers will be able to enter and execute orders on behalf of customers. They'll also be able to execute orders on their own behalf and give up or allocate those trades to customers after the fact. The RFQ capabilities will, going to Commissioner O'Malley's question earlier, our RFQ capabilities will allow brokers to enter blocks, crosses, or contingent EFS, depending on the final outcome of Core Principle 9 and the SEF rules. There are also popular join and auction pieces of functionality that will allow a broker to run an auction in these markets and also have attribution on the screen so that the marketplace will know that it's this broker or that broker who's running a particular auction. We'll also have the ability to display non-firm prices, which is not something that we have to do today, so that traders or brokers, either one, can frame a market with non-firm prices. Some other changes, we do host some third-party markets today in energy, both in the U.S. and in Europe, similar to CME Direct's strategy of hosting third-party SEFs. We would expect that to continue and grow. Also, similar to CME, we will be providing a clearing choice on trades so that if customers want to send a trade to the CME clearinghouse or other, this is all customer driven. So to the extent there are other clearinghouses that have products that our customers want to clear there, we'll make that straight through processing happen. And on the front end, we intend to aggregate liquidity in markets that are relevant to customers on our screen. And so to the extent there are prices elsewhere on other SEFs, we intend to aggregate those on the WebICE screen. I also, the last point I will make is I included a slide on our handheld capabilities, not as a plug, but really just to say that, that is an increasingly popular way of accessing these markets, even though you might not have thought so even as little as a year ago. We offer access on all the popular handheld platforms, and we've seen tremendous uptake in that initially for view only and charting. But now we're seeing as risk managers, compliance people get comfortable with the security controls we have around being able to trade from a handheld or an iPad, or at a minimum be able to cancel orders, maybe not put in new orders, but be able to cancel orders you left in the market when you left the office, is very popular. So I think that that will be part of the SEF landscape that you'll see and hear a lot about, I expect, in coming years. Thanks.
Part of the success of a SEF is going to be its ability to attract liquidity. Are you going to, have any incentive programs to incentivize, either, clients or liquidity providers to provide pricing on your SEF?
Yes, in all of our markets, futures and OTC, I think we've had a long history of incentive programs. In our more liquid markets, certainly HFTs and other automated market makers are active there, and I think I would expect any venue, SEF or DCM, to have incentive programs to attract that liquidity. And I'm sure other programs targeted at other niche parts of the market.
What percentage of the marketplace do you expect to be able to attract that type of attention? HFT market maker types. Are there going to be a lot of contracts that just don't get that kind of attention, don't get that kind of volume? So what
yes,
percentage?
Most contracts will not. I think, I'm thinking about contracts. We have a Henry Hub swap that's very liquid. There are, there's quite a few high-frequency traders in that market. I would expect things like index CDS to become more liquid than it is today, and to see more market makers in those products. But generally, overwhelming majority of these swaps are not going to be those types of traders. So it's really most of these other markets are much more commercial, demand hedging driven markets, not the other way around.
Right. So a banker from a bank that shall go unnamed told me that the most active CDS index contract trades only 20 times a day currently. So when you potentially split that amongst various competing entities, or even if it's all concentrated, it doesn't seem like a lot of trading at one venue.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that number, but in any event, it's still a fair point. I think we don't know how a contract like that would perform in a world where all the primary participants had to clear a swap. I mean, one of the things we saw when we first started clearing OTC swaps 10 years ago, we did it because suddenly people had Enron and other counterparty risk. It was to mitigate counterparty risk. But the real benefit of it is it lowers the barrier to entry, and a lot more new participants come into these markets. And it's easy to trade. All you need is a clearing broker, access to an electronic market, and you can trade these markets. And I think the CDS indices are good barometers of a lot of economic activity in general. Certainly the credit market. I think we will see them increasingly used for maybe a lot both hedging and speculative purposes, much more so than they are today, because it's a as I said at the outset, it's two markets. There's a dealer-to-dealer market, an inter-dealer market, and there's a dealer-to-client market. Like a lot of the financial asset classes, that's just how it's been for years. It's a prime broker model, and Dodd-Frank changes a lot of that. And I think given all the net effect of all those changes is I would expect to see a lot more liquidity in a 5-year investment grade index in Europe and the U.S. It may be that the product is not optimally designed for a high-frequency contract. I think the marketplace will sort that out. Maybe it's not the exact swap that we have today. Maybe it's something else. But I think it will be a popular asset class.
It's noticeable that your approach, Chuck, is to create a SEF as well as an aggregator, in contrast to the CME side. What was your thinking behind that?
Well, to be more specific, I mean, so if you say, well, what is a SEF? If you say a SEF is the matching engine, then yes, we have a SEF, and we'll register as a SEF. We also have our own trading front end called WebICE. We consider it part of the SEF, but fair enough. It's it is two different pieces of a system, and so we're just saying on that front end, that desktop, and then a lot of desktops that we're on, to the extent that there are other, in energy, for example, other pools of liquidity in the energy markets that our current customers want to see on that screen, we will work to make that available on our same screen.
My understanding is today the model that we have is vertical aligned in the sense that the products that trade on ICE also clear on ICE.
Yes.
As you go into more the SEF model, do you expect to have some products that will be trading on ICE that will also be clearing at, let's say, LCH or CME and vice versa?
Well, let me talk about CDS and energy separately. It may be the same answer, I'm not sure. But in energy, I think virtually almost all of the products we clear, CME clears as well. And there's pretty intense competition between the two of us for that clearing business. So we will, again, it's going to be customer driven. I mean, we're not looking to connect every 52 different SEFs out there. It's going to be what is the feedback we're getting from our existing 12,000 energy users, and are we seeing that they're drifting to other platforms, to other SEFs because there's liquidity that they can't get on our screen? Then we're gonna work to bring that on. I'm not sure. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, it will be technically feasible to cross those clearing and SEF
Yes,
venues.
I mean it's open access clearing, so we have to provide access to our clearinghouse, and other clearinghouses do as well.
Of the SEF rules, obviously we haven't put forward a SEF definition. We've put a draft, but we haven't finalized it. There are other rules made available for trading, mandatory clearing determinations that all have to be put in place. I guess it's really a question that all of you should think about and maybe answer later. And if you want to answer it now, Chuck, that'd be great. But what are the most problematic or troubling, issues that you need resolved sooner rather than later to understand how you build out your SEF from here? Or are you building it out assuming some flexibility and you'll just have to?
I think core principle 9 is the biggest, and contingent EFS, which obviously the Commission's had roundtables on, and I know is working on. That's probably number one. A couple of other items are, the swap trading rules between SEFs and DCMs are different, which doesn't make any sense to us because you can put a position on a SEF and you can take it off on the DCM, a swap I'm talking about. So it's completely fungible at the clearinghouse, yet you can put it on with an RFQ, but you can't take it off with an RFQ. That's probably the brightest example. So we would like to see the DCM, which rules regarding swaps, which are final. So I don't, we don't have high expectations that this is going to be harmonized, but we would have liked to have seen that the DCM swap trading rules be the same as SEFs. I think beyond that, not that it causes us, it's not holding us up, but I don't know that we're big fans of the available to trade proposed rules. I mean, it's workable, it will work. It's not probably the most important rulemaking, but given that this idea that it's available to trading on one SEF and the other SEFs are supposed to notice what that SEF is doing, and then you got the reviews of, do you delist a swap that's been previously determined available for trading because the volume's gone down? It seems like given that you've got, particularly the SDRs have all of the data, will have all of this data, how many trades, these clearinghouses have the open interest. All the data is there, I think, for the commission or some entity to say on a quarterly basis, adopt some metrics, some reasonable metrics for available to trade, and just work with the SDRs to do that, and the SEFs would just look to that central determination. I think that would be a simplification of that issue.
Thank you, Chuck. Our next presenter is going to be Paul Hamill from UBS.
Hi, good afternoon. Here we go. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to present here today. Just to explain, I guess, how we're going to approach this deck and this presentation, it's been interesting to sit through the prior two. We have made many fewer assumptions about the viability of liquidity aggregation out the gate. I think there seems to be an assumption that will work. We're asking more basic fundamental questions, such as, is that permissible? We see friction in the rules, and I'm going to get to that in the slides. Around that, we don't see there's any clarity there. And we also see friction from the SEFs themselves about being aggregated. And I think those are some of the important questions that we're going to try and get to in here. I think we're also going to focus on some of the temporal issues, which we think are much more urgent. Yes, I do think when you get to a mature market where we have all the products on SEFs and it's clear which SEFs are the most viable and the most successful, et cetera, the kind of aggregation that we've just talked about is relevant, but I think we're very focused on the short-term, chaos, effectively, that we fear may occur as we just enter into the SEF structure. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. And I'm just explaining why we're going to go through. So from a rationale standpoint, and I think this has been somewhat covered already, but clearly what we envisage is that a multitude of vendors are going to create SEF platforms and compete aggressively with each other to attract liquidity onto their platforms directly. What we see already is that clients are pushing for electronic trading and pre-trade pricing for standardized trades. So we irrespective of whether we think the rules are written perfectly in all areas, we do think there is a lot of client demand for electronic trading. We see repeatedly client concern and recognition about the complexity and cost of connecting to multiple SEF venues, and we certainly see demand upon us to answer the question of aggregation, ensuring best execution, in optimizing their trading protocols and giving them greater efficiencies in cost, et cetera. We clearly envisage that electronic trading and clearing and many of the other features are going to attract new market participants. And for example, the simplified documentation structure should make that should enable that. And we envisage that as those new participants come to the market, and we want them to come to the market, we will need to present them a unified and consolidated view of the market. We anticipate it'll be harder to generate new liquidity and attract new participants into a highly fragmented market. We also think it's important to recognize that OTC doesn't go away. SEF rules apply to some products and some clients in some jurisdictions, and perhaps in different orders. And if we think about how the client accesses the synthetic credit market, for example, today, they look at a unified view of cash and CDS and high yield and investment grade and index. They don't think about these as subcategories of differently regulated products that they expect to trade in different venues. So clearly, our appetite to maintain that feeling that the market is still a single place is high. And I think the last point here is that we anticipate the challenge for us will be, as a dealer, to develop an agency model for customers. Today we connect directly with customers as principal risk takers on all trades. As we are somewhat disintermediated from that relationship, we anticipate, looking at other ways to stay close to customers and other ways to provide value to customers. And one of those is clearly going to be through an agency type service and an aggregation type service. I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing now to assist our customers and, of course, ourselves in the learning experience and preparation for Dodd-Frank. We have launched what we call our UBS PIN CDS platform late last year. PIN stands for Price Improvement Network. And the customer demand for that has been incredibly positive. And there's a slight typo here. We have 600 customers on the platform, not 60. But we've covered products, the single name CDS and index CDS, although volume, surprisingly, has been primarily in the single name CDS space. We provide customers with access to fully live click-to-trade prices on around 60 to 70% of the single names that we cover. And I think that's an important point because, as we have seen, and a big part of the experiment for us has been a lot, to establish, how rational the view is that these products can't trade in a live order book style market. Somewhat surprisingly, even to us, it would appear that many of them can and trade well in that market, and that customers actually want to trade that way. A critical goal of ours, of course, is to ensure that customers can maintain access to the liquidity that we provide them via PIN CDS on a transitional basis, which comes back to the temporal point I made earlier. And we want to offer that liquidity aggregation service once Dodd-Frank has been fully implemented. But clearly, we need to think about how it's practically going to work over a sort of 12 to 24-month period as all this stuff is happening. Here's a screenshot. It's not a million miles from some of the ones you've seen, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. What I will highlight is just the breadth of the live. These green prices are live click-to-trade prices on single name CDS. So, we at UBS operate the only fully electronic click-to-trade single-name CDS platform for corporates in this way. We allow customers to interact with the marketplace directly and put bids and offers on there and trade directly with each other. And we underwrite the counterparty risk to that as we introduce the trades and act as principal. a logical step for us, following on from the electronic trading platform that we have today, is clearly to evolve. We recognize the need to evolve that. We have never intended to become a SEF and have no real desire to become a SEF. We still think the value proposition for us as a dealer is one of liquidity aggregation and helping, providing customers services and technology and tools to find the best access to the best liquidity. We think the specialization around, who's got the best mousetrap for attracting liquidity and generating trades in the SEFs probably belongs with the best at the SEFs themselves, and we think that's quite a natural interaction that we should have. What we intend to do is to provide a liquidity aggregation service across multiple sources. So we naturally have to connect to all those sources anyway as a provider of liquidity. And we intend to, dual use that through this agency function to display that aggregated liquidity back to our customers alongside our OTC liquidity, our cash liquidity, our non-cleared liquidity, SEF liquidity, et cetera, all that stuff, creating that single view of the synthetic credit market that our customers want to see. And obviously, the main driver behind us doing that is we don't expect to wake up, on a Monday and every single CDS trades on SEFs. We expect it to be a problem, a challenge that occurs over a period of months. And how do we solve the problem of a customer trades the retail CDS sector, 2 names are now trading on a SEF, 5 are not. That person wants to trade the sector. So by bringing it back together in a single view, we think that simplifies the complexity for the customer, but most importantly, protects liquidity in the best possible way, because we do worry about the fragmentation. So that aggregation of the best liquidity in the market and the best pricing is key. We obviously intend to provide cost savings and efficiencies for customers by providing our own scale access to the SEFs, and hopefully we can pass some of that cost savings back to customers. And of course, we intend, since we don't intend to be a SEF, that actual execution would still occur on the relevant SEF or DCM. And these last 2 slides are very specifically in response, actually, to the question that you asked, Commissioner Amalia, on what are the areas of regulatory uncertainty and what are we spending our time on. The first is the simple, there is no discussion about liquidity aggregators in the rules. There is no recognition that service, that agency services, customer facilitation, aggregation, whatever you want to call it, we feel it needs to be talked about, clarified, and described, because if you want to operate one of these services as we do, and we anticipate that many will, and I think you're already seeing some of the variety of ways in which people might come at it, it's pretty clear there's going to need to be some rules of engagement around how that's going to operate. So just recognition of the role and the function we think is very key. And we also think the principle of impartial access is very key as well. I think for those of us who are very close to the debate, it's not lost on us that some SEFs do not wish to be aggregated. They're going to compete with each other to have customers connect directly to their pipes, to their screens and through pipes, or directly. And we think that it's important to recognize that these aggregator services will provide a very important social value, and ensuring that there's some form of recognition for that is enshrined in the impartial access rules. We think there obviously should be clarity clarity around how customers can use aggregation services and what the service might be that we can provide. We would obviously intend to use available liquidity on multiple SEFs or DCMs and bring that together. We would intend to use any and all of the features available to us on all of the underlying SEFs to get the best fill for the customer. We certainly anticipate in the early stages, and perhaps this is some of the initial fragmentation that we're concerned about, we anticipate in the early stages there will be the same products traded on multiple SEFs, recycled liquidity in many cases on multiple SEFs. There'll be different protocols on different SEFs. Some may be RFQ, some may be order book only, some may be running auctions, some may be running workups. Our view is those are all protocols that we can engage on behalf of the customer in the best way to get them to fill. And we would think that needs to be clear that we can actually go out and perform those services on behalf of our customers, as an aggregator. And obviously, part of the big value proposition for us at UBS is that we can obviously cross customer orders with other orders. Again, customers like the idea of us being able to use the strength and breadth of our sales and distribution franchise to get them filled when there is not available liquidity in the lit market, which we anticipate will absolutely occur for single name CDS, on a lot of occasions. And then our last slide here just talks about clarifying the ability to trade products not subject to the mandatory execution requirement on an electronic platform that is not a SEF. So I think there is some friction in the rules around the ability, about processing, any platform which processes the swap must register as a SEF. We clearly don't think that makes sense. We think you should absolutely be able to trade electronically, especially since that is the goal that many of us have without being a SEF, if it's not available to trade on a SEF. And clearly the transition point for us is key. I think there's way too little discussion and recognition of the fact that even as SEFs come online, even as we try to seek to aggregate them and connect to them, that takes time. Connecting and testing an API to a platform takes time, and building the protocols and making, adapting. And in the first 2 years, at least, the level of innovation is likely to be high as we figure out how this market actually wants to trade on these platforms. So I think there has to be recognition that this is not going to be a mature market. And we certainly don't intend to have to switch the aggregator service off because we don't have everything locked and loaded the day that a single SEF comes online. We need some transition period to be able to continue to take customers to that liquidity or display liquidity on our platform. So those are the primary asks for us. I think that's my last slide. So I'll leave it there for questions.
Yeah, Paul, I just have a question on the flow. You showed a little bit of the pen screenshots, and you gave us a lot of description on the aggregator. So if you could just walk us through, if a customer or a market participant were to use the aggregator, just very quickly, just walk through what would happen. Like, would the market participant place the order on the aggregator, and then what will happen from there? I mean, will you act as agent going out to a SEF, and how would that interact with the 15-second rule? Will it interact at all, or?
Firstly, so there's a few different things there. So let me walk through it. Right, I would have anticipated customers would come to our aggregation platform and leave their bids and offers on, send us requests for bids and offers. We may migrate to a limit offer type model, however that might be. We'll have different protocols for size and other things. But yes, they would come to the aggregation service and leave interest that they wanted to trade. Interestingly, many customers I've spoken to about this would rather just call a desk and do that. So I'm not convinced everyone will do that electronically, but irrespective, there'll be an aggregation service, and the inquiry or order will come through to that. We would then anticipate, if it's a simple, hey, I'm trying to buy 5 million IBM 5-year protection, and there's just available range of prices on multiple SEFs, it's just a best execution question relative to the price and whatever else is baked into that. The most interesting question, I think, gets when someone's coming in to try and unwind 50 million, 3.25-year high yield CDS, and the available liquidity in the lit market is, 5 times 1. Like, how do we anticipate that kind of waterfall of events working through there? Well, what we would anticipate doing is perhaps using the available liquidity on the SEFs, so sweep the order book in essence. But you may find, and we anticipate that at some of those order books, behind that one might be 10. We certainly have seen through our own platform that as you start, and this is obvious to lots of other people in other markets, it's less obvious to us until now, but as you trade live, size goes down, but you still want to get the same amount done. You just can't show 10 up markets on 5 different SEFs. It's not practical to have that out there because there's not enough liquidity. So as the size goes down that we show out, I certainly anticipate that as a dealer desk, we will demand of the SEFs that they have workup features in there that allow us to show those kind of iceberg type prices and then get more done. So I would anticipate we'd be leveraging all those kind of functions, and let's say we lift the 5 times 1 on each of the SEFs, but at 3 of those SEFs it actually transpires we could get 10 or 15 or more done using those workup features, and we still have some left to do. We can certainly employ many of the distribution services that we employ today, which is we know our customers, we know their inventory, we know what they're trying to trade, and we know where their axes are, and we can use the sales force to try, our agency sales force at this point, to try to reach out and get the fill done by crossing other customers, and then perhaps putting the trades through SEFs, in some way, and then. Ultimately, if you get to the end of that waterfall and there's still stuff to do, we anticipate engaging our own principal risk-taking desk to see if they might fill the rest of the order. So that would be a kind of waterfall that I would anticipate to happen in a complex, large-size trade.
That was a very interesting point, and I think it's an important point for Commissioner Amalia, because clearly from what you've described as to what you're expecting to do is completely inconsistent with what the rules are for a SEF. I mean, crossing customer orders, so on and so forth. And I'm not criticizing you or saying it's unrealistic. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying you're obviously one of the market leaders in this area, and there's that big a disconnect between what our lawyers would tell us a SEF can do and can't do, and what you're spending shareholder money on and working with clients on. I think it just comes to the point that these rules had better get clarified.
Well, I think
disseminated, because I'd sure as, if what you're describing is possible, if you can cross customer orders and not be a SEF, then I'm sure as heck not going to build a SEF.
I'm not saying it is possible. To be clear, what I have described in here. Let me answer that question differently. It's possible for single name CDS because that's how the SEC think about this problem, right? And it's possible in the securities market because that's how it works. There, the philosophy is more driven by best execution rather than you have to do it on a particular venue. Naturally, for this kind of market with this kind of liquidity, we subscribe to the view that that's a sensible outcome. But the crossing of customer orders, to be clear, this is under my slide entitled Regulatory Uncertainty. I'm not suggesting the rules say we can do that. We know that you can't do that. But I'm simply pointing out that's how this market should work, and we would like to be able to perform that service because we do that in other markets to positive effect for customers.
And also, I think, Paul, in your aggregator, I think you're not putting any restriction on size. So if a market participant were to come to the aggregator and they wanted to trade, using all the different protocols they could, which would include voice too.
Absolutely. I mean, we just want to use the four corners of everything available to us to get the customer filled. I mean, think about this from the customer's standpoint. I hear, probably 20 times a week from most of our customers, the price discovery process is already painful enough. They have no appetite to see it get more painful. All they want to do is, they're focused on the strategy, the trade idea, why they're executing what they're executing, what it means for their investors and what it means for their overall strategy. Spending a day trawling 17 different SEFs isn't high on their list of things they'd like to do. So clearly, yes, and anything we can do on their behalf to get the thing done as quickly as possible is clearly in line with what they're asking us for.
Paul, earlier on, one of the points you made, which I think is a very important one, is that clearly you can't look at the credit markets in isolation. You have to look at cash and CDS and all the rest of it. I think one of the things which is coming up, and very much in the cash market actually, is the problem that exists with pricing and price discovery in general. It's clear that, and I'd be actually quite interested on your view on this, that the asset manager community in general rely on the dealers very much for a lot more than just execution. They look to them for research, for new issuance volume and all the rest of it. Do you wonder that whether as a dealer aggregator you're going to create a nervousness on the asset manager community side, that suddenly they're going to have every dealer in their office trying to push an aggregation, and that's going to create a real estate problem on that front?
I mean, I've been asked this question many, many times. It's an unfortunate byproduct. Like if there's a law that mandatorily disintermediates us from our customers, we are naturally going to do everything we can do to maintain the relationship we have with the customer, right? Now, and how are we going to do that? Well, we look at what we do in equities and what we do in FX and what we do in futures. And the way in which we do that, to your point, is we wrap. I talk to sales guys on the FX side, and it's an entirely different role today than it was 10 years ago, whatever, right? We're selling algos, we're selling research, and we're selling tools and technology, and then other peripheral services such as prime services and balance sheet and repo and collateral transformation. I see that becoming a role, and sure, I think the competition there is going to be very fierce among the dealers. I see no other outcome, though.
Actually, it's a really, I mean, it's a topic. I mean, there's a lot of other aspects to this that I probably won't go into, but it's I think the real estate issue is probably the biggest one when I think about dealer aggregation models, because all of a sudden, your average asset manager is going to have a relationship with, probably, depending on who they are, anywhere upwards of 6 to 10 dealers. And it's going to be very hard for them to say, well, I now have to have 15 screens so that I can have all these aggregators so that I can get access to research and new issuance and all the rest of it. But I mean, and we've talked about...
That's a very important point. There's no expectation that we would prohibit access to research if someone was not using it.
I'm not suggesting that you would in any fashion, but I'd imagine that, when you look at that relationship, people are going to want to reward, they're going to basically want to look at the relationship in its entirety, and it's going to be hard for them to decide to use one dealer aggregator over another. And I think that is one of the things which, for me, I get aggregation. I have some skepticism about, and I think it depends on protocols, how rigid they are, whether aggregation will actually, people will care about it, because whether there will be fragmentation of liquidity. But I think that over and above that, I think that that's quite an interesting point.
Look, I agree entirely. I think if it's a choice between 15 aggregators or 15 SEFs, I'm not sure which is better or worse. I think the competition will become. I mean, if I talk to big customers, and I don't mean big as in big in terms of revenue, I mean big in terms of scale, multi-asset class customers, they would love nothing more than to send me through a single pipe inquiry or orders or inquiry for equities, FX, rates, credit, futures. That's what they would love. Now, building that technology on our side is an enormous undertaking, and we're nowhere close to that. We still tend to operate siloed platforms. I do think, so the answer to your question is, yes, I think you have different aggregation services, each of which play to different strengths, and there will be competition among them, and people will ultimately choose the one that maps most closely to the various services they're trying, the range of services they're trying to extract from that dealer.
And the other question I'm curious about is, do you really think that there will be that much fragmentation of liquidity?
Ben, just in the interest of time, I think we should move on to the next presenter, and if we have time at the end, we'll bring up questions on liquidity.
Thanks.
So we have Chris Ferrari next from ICAP.
Give me a chance, will you, George?
Oh my God.
Jesus.
I thought that was it.
That's okay. I'm only joking. Just a joke. Let's find this. They placed it in their own format. My name is Chris Ferrari. I'm a managing director at ICAP. I want to thank the commissioner for inviting me to the committee to present. I know it's late in the afternoon, but I'm not who you think I am. I'm trying to figure out how to start this, and I figure I'd get your attention that way. You probably think of us as voice brokers. These are the voice brokers, and they're going to talk about voice. I'm going to mention a couple of numbers that I hope you'll get a sense of who we really are and what we really do. We generated about 1.2 billion pounds in revenue through voice broking. So yes, we're voice brokers. Our profits on that are about 150 million. We generated a little over 300 million in electronic revenues, and our profits are 127 million. It doesn't take a great stretch of the imagination to think that electronic trading is something that we prefer, that our shareholders prefer, okay? It just doesn't fit every product. And that's one of the reasons, Commissioner, you mentioned concerns that you have, and one of the concerns is the limitations on mode of execution. The other thing, I'm not who you think I am. We're called into dealer brokers, but that's not our only business. About 70% of our revenue does come from the dealer-to-dealer market, the interbank market, but about a fifth of our business comes from the broader range of clients. Most of it is through the EBS platform, foreign exchange, but just wanted to clear up a few uncertainties. The breadth of product is massive. 96,000 instruments quoted daily, 29 million updates daily, $1.4 trillion a day in execution. Commissioner, I hope you like this number. 13% of our revenue last year was spent on technology. It's about $255 million. That's bigger than your budget, right? And I don't say that to brag. I'm just making the point that this is an expensive process. This is a tremendous investment. That'd be great. It's a tremendous investment, and there is a lot to do to deliver these systems. Thank you very much. The other component of that is risk mitigation and other concerns about SEF trading and how things are classified. Using a variety of risk reduction methods, post-trade risk reduction methods, ICAP eliminated $170 trillion in interest rate swaps since 2008 and $60 trillion in CDS. So there's a wide variety of business methods and practices that have been deployed. I won't go through this slide. It's in the deck for you to read through it, but it's a broader explanation of what ICAP can do. There's been a lot of talk of hybrid. I thought I'd take a shot at giving you a vision of what we believe it means. What we've experienced in our systems is that for products that have continuous liquidity, many participants, create a depth of market, very standardized issues, and small notional amounts, it lends itself to electronic trading. It's embraced, it's valid, it exists. Benchmark U.S. Treasuries at ICAP are 100% electronic. Author-run U.S. Treasuries at ICAP are still 60% voice assisted. Not any method of trading is illegal. It's just a method of finding liquidity. On the voice side, there are products that are completely voice-broked, off-screen, very infrequent trading, very unstandard formats. What we're seeing in the transition we're looking at, and Paul, to your point about how these transitions work, is the notion of hybrid trading, where there are products that at times are liquid enough to be electronic, but at times still require the assistance of a voice broker to navigate and negotiate liquidity. Just another view of this notion of what most people think of us as an interdealer broker. That is our primary world in the center. Commercial banks, investment banks, the sell side. We aggregate liquidity, Superna, by primarily bringing the liquidity that our dealers aggregate. So to Paul's point, many of these other methods of bringing in customer business and orders, we may not see directly, but there's a really good chance that we'll see it come through from Paul through a trading activity. Just another view of that, and I wanted to try to get an image that might stay with you. So with all due respect to Copernicus, the world may not revolve around us, but we are at the hub of it in many ways. That's our current model. The blue lines are the people that connect to us. The questions of streaming prices in foreign exchange and benchmark treasuries, streaming prices are very common. The dealers that we work with, there are incentive programs. There's any number of ways to encourage that activity. That's the current world of an interdealer broker. It does change under a SEF. To disagree with comments earlier that SEF trading is electronic, I'm not certain that that's really the final decision on that topic. I think SEF trading can be a hybrid. I think if it meets the minimum requirements, it can be done in that model. But as you can see from this chart, there will be a dealer-to-client network that may not expose itself to the SEF, to Paul's point earlier. There will be some of those dealers, clients that will choose to trade on a SEF and will be granted that access. They may choose to trade on that SEF via RFQ. They may choose to trade on that SEF via central limit order book. I think the law says they can choose to trade on that SEF via a voice broker as well. And those are some of the concerns about the proposals to date. I guess it was CME. These screens really do start to look similar, all right? Bear in mind that they're designed for the same audience, right? So you go show someone a screen, they like the way it works, and they suddenly want all the screens to look the same. But I raised this, I took the screen capture on Friday, and I just wanted to give you a few, some guidance here. And this is really critical to the notion of aggregation of liquidity. The upper left-hand corner is benchmark U.S. Treasuries. At that particular snapshot, 4 instruments were trading, 5s, 7s, 10s, and 30s. The number in the black box for the 5-year, the 7 million, is what has traded already, what is matched. The number in the blue box is blue indicates that there's buy interest, is that the buyer or buyers want 15 million more. That's exposed to the market participants in real time. So it's not only what has traded, it's what could trade. It's actually a step further than an order book model. This is the workup protocol, again, that Paul so generously introduced for us. The notion of using workup to create these single price auctions, and that's exactly what this is. The over-the-counter market has evolved over the years to find out that the notion of executing a price and notifying the entire marketplace that the price is trading now, do you care? Would you like to get involved? Would you like to be part of this transaction? It's good enough for the U.S. Treasury market. It's good enough to float our national debt, and it's really clearly something that's demonstrated an ability to aggregate liquidity. Much in the same way, if you were selling a run-of-the-mill house, you could sell it. If you had something special, you might have to go to an auction. Very similar model here, except that in this world, the auction is a single price, and the participants and the amounts can vary. Those are the benchmark trades that took place at that instant. If this was a live screen, and by the way, these are live systems I'm showing you. These aren't things we're building. These aren't things that could be. These are things that are there today. At that same instant, several off-the-run treasuries were trading. In that case, 5 million traded. Buyers wanted 95 million more. It's one-click trading. It's a full depth of market, full history of trades, prices, and bids and offers, and the ability to trade through the system. Along the top of the screen, you'll see tabs: Latin American derivatives, Asian NDFs, agencies, emerging market, LATAM NDF. We operate live hybrid markets in LATAM NDFs and CDS index. It's a hybrid. There are days when customers just don't put prices in, and there are days when the prices are entered by the brokers and negotiated. This is just a different view of that, and I brought this screen up for another reason. The tab I'm clicked on is emerging markets. The markets in the upper left-hand corner are emerging markets CDS. So we're trading Brazil 5-year and Veni 5-year and Argentina 5-year as a hybrid on a screen electronically. Again, it's not the majority of our business. In emerging markets, CDS, it's probably 10 or 15% of our business. For CDS index, however, electronic trading is closer to 90% of our business. So the concern of making certain methods of execution that follow certain minimum requirements of transparency would certainly seem to be a challenge to liquidity and could certainly create a crisis of liquidity. One more screen, interest rate swaps, and I use this screen just as another example. ICAP operates an interest rate swap platform in Europe called iSwap. It launched April of last year. It launched with liquidity supporters, liquidity providers, and we were trading somewhere around 15% of our business in interest rate swaps in Europe electronically on the screen. Then Europe happened, and we're down to under 5% electronically on screen. Our volumes are maintaining. We're still trading. We're still finding liquidity for clients. But what we're also finding is there's less of a willingness for clients to post live executable prices on the screens. And by the way, the rules that are being written and the markets that you're watching, this is all happening in a zero interest rate environment. I'm old enough to remember 19% prime. I'm old enough to remember the dollar sterling going from 170 to 210 in a day. There's highly volatile markets that rules are being written in that haven't witnessed those markets exist. The flexibility of that execution, the notion that you can put out prices on screen, that it's the choice of the user. However, the trade that's captured through the SEF is reported in real time. Clearly, that's the answer to increasing the transparency, not to choking off any one method or another. I'd be happy to log into the system live and show you. I didn't have enough time for that, so now you know who I really am. Thank you. Poof. Thanks very much.
Hi, Chris.
I think you're still up.
I am.
I'm not touching it.
Ah, come on.
Haven't seen you in a couple of years.
Hey, Wally, how are you? You know who I am.
Yeah. I know you are. Yeah. So the statute says that the
law, right?
Yeah, the law.
Got it.
Says that it clearly has a mandate and a policy that is less focused on a single transaction. And what I hear is a lot of discussion about, gee, to get a single transaction done, we got to do stuff. We got to have certain structures to make the single transaction happen in the best possible way today. But the law, of course, deals with a broader purpose, which is to, in my view, move transacting into a very transparent execution mode, but it limits it to those things that are cleared, and those things where those things are mandatorily cleared, and those items where that are made available for trading on SEFs. So the question I have for actually both you and Paul is it just seems to me that a lot of what you're talking about is focused on getting a single transaction done for a client, which is understandable. That's your jobs. But it also pushes back against the fundamental concept that Congress set out, which was to move the whole market, to make the whole marketplace work better for the ultimate benefit of everybody, including participants in the market. And I just wonder how you guys feel about the fact that that both of you in your own ways are pushing back against that general principle that at least I see it. Maybe you might say I got the wrong principle. But
I think you're referring to the SEF definition, those 44 words that define how this market should trade. And I think the way I read it was that Congress's intention was to make certain that no matter how the transaction happened, that it happened on a regulated entity and was captured and reported as soon as technologically practicable. You were involved in that. You know the debate that went on during the process.
I thought there was something about price transparency.
Well, what there is a rule of construction. And here's the trouble with this. The rule of construction encourages as much SEF trading as possible and pre-trade transparency. It's our view that to limit the methods of trading within a SEF will limit the trading on a SEF. There's two parts to that rule of construction. And the first part is to promote SEF trading. And I think that's the part that people...
This is a circular discussion, perhaps, because that's right. If you did everything on a SEF that you could possibly do, there'd be more things done on SEFs. So it's really a question of what... So what I'm suggesting is that not so much that you're sort of less will be done on a SEF, but what is a SEF? And further, this may be more actually targeted at Paul. You're straight up not purporting to be a SEF. So I just wonder how you feel about that.
Can I just interrupt for 1 minute? If we could take this question after our last presenter. George from Bloomberg is going to be presenting, and we're almost out of time, and then maybe we can ask that question across the board.
Sure, if you'll give me a quarter if I don't get to ask it then. Okay.
Well, we're anxious to answer that question, just to be clear. So,
all right. With all the open topics, I'll make sure I'm brief and also standing between a lot of airplanes and trains. So, thanks for your time. Our presentation is very different from everybody else. What we're going to talk about is what we're actually seeing happen with the market today. And with transactions going across our platform today. And also, what we see is the next iteration. So in the next 6 months, almost pre-SEF, before we get to that finalized rule, whatever the commission decides that should be. The one thing I do want to point out that I think there's been some excellent points made by my colleagues here as far as to Commissioner Amalia's question regarding what are the big issues that are out there. I think they've all been touched on. I think they're all important. One issue that we see still out there as absolutely huge for us remains around definitions, but also around the extraterritoriality rules. All of my colleagues sitting here are global businesses, right? We all, we have customers, obviously, in the United States who are running international affiliates. We have customers in the U.S. From the fund side that run global affiliates as well. And then there is a large volume of international customers that are also trading with these U.S. counterparts. So that's a constant thing. I was actually in Asia 2 weeks ago, in London the last week, and it's nonstop as far as where is extraterritoriality going to come out, both from the U.S. customers and from the international customers. So that wasn't mentioned, and I just wanted to point that out as what we consider to be a very big one for the global business that we operate in. Just talking about some of the volumes without getting into specific numbers, year to date through the end of the second quarter, or looking at the first half of 2011 versus the first half of this year, e-trading is up about 100% on the Bloomberg derivative platform over that time. Voice trading, which we conduct over our VCon system, is up about 33%. Obviously, there's been some transition from voice to E as that market has gone up. John, I was interested to hear your stat of 20 index trades a day. That's not what we see. We're seeing, on our active days, 2,100 trades going through, and that's CDS and IRS. And if you cut it down to just CDS in the index space, you can see, easily 1,000, 1,500 trades a day. So there is a lot more activity than that going out on a single day. Our busiest day from derivative e-trading volume standpoint was about 112 billion, or just over 112 billion.
Is that a single index or all indexes?
That would be the whole suite. But if you look at IG18 and if you look at iTraxx 17, the two primary U.S. and Euro indices, it's going to be 90% in those indices. You'll see high yield, you'll see crossover, you'll see some SOVX trading, but the lion's share is really in those two spaces. So there is a lot more liquidity out there than maybe that is led on. There's 24 dealers that provide liquidity on our system in interest rate swaps, and there's 14 dealers that provide liquidity in credit default swap indices and a handful of single names. So it is more liquid than people know, and I think that the real spur for that, like I said, if we look at last year versus this year, it's doubled. And I think that's because people know it's coming, they're getting ready for it, and they're moving in that trend. So I'm actually going to focus on screens, if that's okay. We have two types of derivative trading on Bloomberg. We have composite trading. This is our composite interest rate swap screen. Once again, I said there's 24 dealers that are available in liquidity for swaps today. And then we also have our disclosed what we call our all-Q screen for both CDS and IRS. And this will be our production screen. I'm going to move it over to demo in a second, but it will show who's actually currently live making markets. When CME started talking, we had 14 dealers up, but the market's slowly closing down as we've been going along. No offense to you guys, of course. So we're only left with 2 dealers who are making live markets. But what I'll focus on is what execution looks like on the screen, how it's happening today. So I'll switch over to our demo system. Currently today, we have 2 types of pricing going on Bloomberg. We have what we call indicative prices, which is where dealers are streaming prices out, where they're indicating prices to their customers, and then we have firm prices, which in today's definition is really there still is a last look. When we call it firm, the dealer has the ability to go back and actually, if they needed to fade the market, if they needed to adjust their price or exit the trade, they could. That negatively impacts what we call their hit ratio, and if their hit ratio falls below 95% for a given 2-week period, they're no longer firm on the Bloomberg system. That's not truly firm. We know that, and we'll talk about very shortly how we're evolving that way. We just recently introduced multi-dealer RFQ style trading as well. What that basically allows for a customer, when they actually move in to do an inquiry, they can select multiple dealers with whom to send a transaction to before they actually execute. They indicate where their clearing venue is going to take place, and I thought it was interesting. I didn't want to jump in when people were arguing about is that true clearing price, or is that true, settlement price. Right now, with the flow that we're seeing, we don't receive differentiated prices for CME versus ICE versus OTC. That's something that the dealers have indicated, or the current liquidity providers have indicated that they would like to do. They would like to be able to go down that road. Through the tiering system, they do have the ability to do that. No one takes advantage of that yet. So any adjustment to a settlement price is done on a post-trade basis, not at the time of execution. However, if an inquiry comes in and there's a clearing designation, the dealer does have the ability to adjust the price that they're going to show that customer with the knowledge that it's going to clear, and therefore they may transfer some of that cost to the end user. But with, I'll do a CME trade to start, but with the multiple dealer request, dealers are selected, trades submitted. Dealers will respond back with levels of where they're willing to transact. Normally, in the production environment, this happens in less than 1 second. Most of the dealers are now streaming active live prices to us. When I see a level that I consider to be best, dealers will update their prices here in a second. I'll have the ability to lift that transaction, actually lift a subject price. We'll go back to the dealer for a last look, and then they'll come back with an acknowledgement whether the trade's been done or not. So I'm going to do one more really quick. This will actually go into an inquiry mode, and the trade will come back with a fill notice once I put it out. So now the trade moves into accepted. Trade is now completed on the system. I switched over from a multi-dealer inquiry to a single dealer inquiry. Single dealer inquiry, despite the fact that we have multi-dealer in both IRS, now in CDS, it's still very dominant in single dealer transaction, although the trend is moving towards multi-dealer, as you would expect, with the impending regulation that multi-dealer will be required. Once trades are completed on the system, they'll then be captured on the Bloomberg trade blottering system. We're directly live connected to the FCM community. We allow for multiple FCMs to be designated on a post-transaction basis. We're live connected with both CME, ICE, LCH, and IDCG for central clearing today. So once transactions are indicated and an FCM has been designated, we'll send a trade directly through to the FCM for clearing to occur. So I'll clear via Bloomberg. Obviously, we're not a clearinghouse, but just from demonstration purposes, we'll send the trade out. The trade then will move into our blottering system. And then what happens is we maintain all of our trade blotters live for 7 years. People can go back and look at any transaction. The new functionality that we've developed on this side is almost entirely around clearing. So there's been strong demand to see, the full clearing functionality that's out there and available on the system. Middle office, back office, both on the buy side, sell side, liquidity providers in general are looking for, a solution where they can actually review all of their allocation statuses. So I'm getting a connection issue, so I'll switch over. But basically what happens is, you're able to review all of your clearing statuses on a real-time basis as far as, where transactions have occurred, where the clearing status is. And most importantly, some of the things that people are really pushing for is the ability to resubmit if you fail to clear, if there's, if you need to switch an FCM, switch an account. These are issues that certainly come up with, especially the large allocating accounts like a BlackRock, where there's, there's multiple account issues. That's something that we spend a lot of time dealing with to help the real money buy side get ready for central clearing. Just check back and see if connection came back. All right, so that's sort of where we are today. Once again, it's a very, very actively used system, 1,600 accounts transacting on it today. This is where we're going. So we're basically consistently evolving the platform, the All-Q platform to prepare for the regulation. This new screen is something that we've recently developed. We're working with the FIA ISDA working group, and we're also working with the FIX working group on developing new protocols that will allow for fixed transactions to take place across the system. We have interest from both the sell side and now the buy side to provide live pricing, live executable pricing. We're working with a number of the industry working groups on clearing certainty. We're still looking for a little bit more clarity as far as how that will work. But the general idea that would be that you would have a non-house accountant, an FCM, have the ability to actually stream a price in once clearing certainty has been obtained, and then stream that out to market and have an execution take place on screen. So once again, we have the firm pricing, the indicative pricing in blue that we had shown before, the 95% firm in pink that we have, but now we're introducing this new level of pricing where we have truly firm. When I click on that, the only question that will be asked of me is, do I want to lift the entire order or do I want to lift a partial order? There's no last look given to the dealer that's streaming firm. And once they decide to execute on that level, the trade is automatically done. What we'll do is we'll deprecate the position that's being streamed to market, by the size that's actually being taken down, and therefore you don't have the risks of being multiple executions, actually reducing a position more than it actually can be. So this is in our development system now, but we definitely have interest in doing this in a pre-SEF environment. So we're slowly moving down this road. So I know we're late, and I don't want to go too far. I will leave some time for questions, or I know there were some open questions, some resting bids and offers there in the market per se. So if anybody wants to hit or lift those, we'll take them now. Thank you.
So if anyone has any questions, or if Paul, you could answer, Walt's question on reporting and price transparency.
Sure. I mean, I guess I wasn't entirely sure I understood the question. If the suggestion is what we presented is somehow counter to what is proposed, then I don't understand that view. I mean, what I see us doing is simply taking a very high level law and trying to figure out how we're going to practically implement it. I mean, it's not a game. I mean, we can't just push a button and hope it all works. I mean, we're incredibly worried about liquidity disappearing from the market overnight. I mean, it is very realistic if you look at how the CDS market is constructed, for example, and who trades in it. There are many, many peripheral players. It's a hedging instrument. There are many people who don't trade 100 times a day or 20 times a day. They maybe trade 20 times a month. We need to keep those less active players in the market. There's a lot of complexity coming their way, and we need to give them much greater clarity around how they're going to be able to interact with the market.
You're right. I understand the words, we need to keep them in the market. And I am familiar with illiquid markets. I spent many, many, many years dealing in electricity and natural gas markets, so I got it. But the point is that we need to. The point is that the law says something, and yep. So I'm trying to get from you. Are you debating that the law should be changed, or that the proper implementation of the law should incorporate many of the things that you talked about in the range of services that you suggested?
Very clearly that the implementation of the law should include the services. I mean, right. We don't have an issue with clearing or SEF trading. I mean, clearing is a very positive thing for the market. Right. Electronic trading is something a lot of customers.
Do you have a problem with mandated SEF trading, meaning that many of the activities you talked about were actually execution of transactions, which I think many around the table, including myself, most particularly, would think is inconsistent with the concept of that.
Can you give me an example? Because I'm not sure I understand which one would be inconsistent. I mean, I think I was clear, and if I wasn't, I'll reiterate. In every single aspect of a liquidity aggregation model, we think the rules should be crystal clear that execution must occur on the SEF, consistent with the law.
But eventually you put it to your prop desk, right? I mean,
well, we can use we don't have a prop desk. Sorry, we have a dealing desk or a market making desk, but we will be making prices on SEFs.
Right.
Sure, we will.
So Paul, your dealing desk will also be making prices on the SEFs.
Yes.
So the interaction is going to happen on the SEF. It may or may not be, directly with your desk, or it may.
Hey,
so the execution is still happening on the SEF.
And the waterfall of logic I simply described was, if someone is trying to get size done and they can't, and because things can only be traded on SEFs, like, what are we supposed to do? The logical conclusion we draw is, if you've exhausted all your opportunities through the lit markets, be that through the functions they provide of, available liquidity, worked up liquidity, auctions, however that might work, and you've exhausted any internal, you've looked at your customer base and who else might trade, then you may say to the customer, would you like me to send a request for quote to my trading desk to see if they can get the last 10 million done to put a price on it? I mean, that seems to me like a very sensible thing for someone to do.
Okay, so that would be executed with the customer? From your deal, what I'm trying to get is it a block trade exclusion? I'm trying to.
I have no idea if it's a block trade.
I think, Paul, there's one piece that we still, I guess, need to get clarity on, and that would be like if a trade was. A trade size had to be traded on a SEF, just because it's below the block size limit, and you were to go an RFQ, there is no price, and there is no price in a central limit order book. Then how would you get liquidity? Is there another alternative path to get liquidity? Because essentially, there's nothing on the screens.
No, if there's not, look. And the point of our presentation was, here's what you'd like to do. You'd like to do what you do today in illiquid markets, which is go work the order. Try and find other sides of that order elsewhere in the market. The actual execution may take place on the SEF, but if there's no liquidity available, you have to go work the order. That means you need salespeople calling customers to understand if they have interest in taking the other side of that trade. So maybe we can't do that. But I'm just pointing, we should be able to, and we would like to, because that's, the alternative to that is you go back to the customer and, hey, sorry, I couldn't get it done. No trade.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I have, as you can tell, I sort of have an issue with that, but we'll leave it at that for now. That makes me understand what your plans.
Paul, let me ask you this question, different, higher level. In the futures markets and in some of the even equity option markets, we've seen the approach for liquidity providers or brokers to become remutualized participants in some of these venues. You're doing this from UBS. As opposed to some consortium or some group like that. Do you see the possibility of some of these aggregators merging together? It's great to have a better mousetrap, but it's even better to have a better mousetrap that you own a piece of. So do you see that kind of development happening as these SEFs and these aggregators develop?
So I'm not the smartest guy. I don't know what remutualized, whatever that was. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but I think what you're asking me is, do I anticipate we would ultimately create an aggregator and then spin it into some larger consortiums type venue or something like that? Is that, I think that from our standpoint, we see the value proposition around being a liquidity aggregator as certainly having a diminishing return. So I think in the initial stages where there is significant complexity, and I think that really comes down to everyone testing different protocols, everyone trying to figure out who's putting which liquidity on where, which is phantom liquidity, which is recycled. So in the early stages, I think it's incredibly valuable, especially as we make the transition, retraining buy side and sell side how to trade. After a couple of years, let's say, theoretically, we don't think there'll still be 12 SEFs in credit. We think there'll be like 2 maybe, or 3 or something like that. And we think that number will go down because the battle will kind of have been won. And even though a lot of the SEFs have pretty deep pockets to stay in the hunt for a while, eventually they're going to realize they're not going to be successful and there isn't enough liquidity. Let's remember for CDS, there aren't a bunch of retail investors waiting in the wings to get into the product and trade it. It's the same guys, just trading it a different way. And maybe we'll get some new participants on the institutional side in, but it's not likely to dramatically change. So if we make that assumption, not clear to me that we have a huge value proposition in liquidity aggregation 3 years from now. And if the market is very mature and we understand that, single name trades this way, index trades this way, is kind of adapted, I could see how there could be more of a kind of, an example like an Instanet or something like that, like someone just creating a very thin layer of aggregation. All the APIs might be available. It could be very simple to plug into this thing, but none of that, our point is none of that stuff's there just now. The APIs aren't there, connectivity isn't there. So I don't know what happens after the 3 years. I think our goal is to keep the market alive during the 3 years, protect liquidity, protect customers' access to it, and then at the end of it, see what kind of business we have and where it makes sense for us to be. But I would tend to think bringing customers to the market, if I look at our futures business, that's obviously a very mature world. We still execute trades directly through a UBS branded platform. We still sell algorithms to customers, and we still, it's bundled with our clearing business and other services. So it hasn't happened there. I would anticipate it would stay alive in some form.
Well, it has in the sense that you're trading on the CME, so the platform, or ICE, where you're a member of as part of a group of people that came together to form that market. So what we've seen is liquidity providers coming in and buying, owning a piece of NYSE Amex, let's say, or NYSE Life.
I get it. Okay, sorry.
Whatever.
I understand the question better. So you're asking more, I think, less to do with the aggregation and more to do with as a liquidity provider, would we be looking to participate from an equity standpoint in some of the underlying liquidity venues? And I think the answer is that absolutely, as we have done in the past and will continue to in the future, we will look at strategic investment opportunities where we think they make sense. If it appears that all the flows are gravitating towards a single or a couple of venues at a time when bid offer is compressed, et cetera, then surely we will see other ways to offset losses in revenues, perhaps from trading, through owning strategic stakes in such platforms.
But I think we also have to see, how the market evolves, because, I think apart from Bloomberg, there's a variation of aggregation, and all the models that we've seen, each, has its own flavor to it. And there are going to be many more market participants. So, as these, models develop and their competitive advantages, are known, I think the market is going to decide which ones are going to be winners, which ones are going to be losers. And also, does the market need an aggregator? Given that we know that there are going to be, multiple SEFs, and, Ben, to your earlier question, from an asset management perspective, are you going to connect to, 15 SEF, 15 aggregators? Both seem to be, very onerous. But I think that, you probably end up seeing a couple of SEFs, attracting most liquidity based on their model. And then on the aggregators, there may be, a couple of them that survive based on, the value added to different sections of the market. So we have a lot to look at and see, in the next coming 18 months. And that's going to probably help thread, how all these liquidity sources are going to coexist, and how, the interoperability among them is going to work. So, do we have any more questions? Back to you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. It has been an extraordinarily full day. I appreciate everybody's attention, participation to tackle these two issues. Each could, fill its own day on these things. Obviously, more to come on the SEF rules. We're eagerly awaiting kind of where this goes, and I think we've, with these 5 presentations, kind of identified that there's some breadth and depth in this market, and trying to figure out what the right model is, and everybody trying to develop their own business model without knowing what the final rules are going to be is extraordinarily challenging. And it's not just the SEF rules, as we've discussed here. It's obviously a handful of, more than probably 2 handfuls of rules that could play a role in this. I guess maybe there's one other question I'd ask is, how important is the OTC margining rule in order to drive this? Is that going to, the release of that and the kind of seeing where that's going to be in the implementation of that to price OTC trades at a level that will drive things onto your market? Is that a factor? Or, as George kind of pointed out, the market's moving that way. It's it probably is a carrot or a stick. I'm not sure which one you view it as, but the market's already headed that way.
I mean, one thing I would say is that I think with the block rule, you sort of accomplished a good portion of that, right? So in other words, the idea that everyone's going to gross up to 500 million up on an index, or 250 million up on every interest rate swap trade, you may have people who have the ability to do that, but that's far and few between. So, I mean, I feel like it's already there. I mean, not 100% of the way there, but I feel like it's 90% of the way there. To come in with an onerous margin, I think that's actually where you may get into the risk of driving people, fully away from the U.S. derivative market to overseas markets where they don't have as onerous rules.
And Chris,
just a comment with the block trade size. Congress intended that size to delay the trade report appropriately, not to define the mode of execution, and that's a concern we have to the extent that SEF trading is better than bilateral trading. It's regulated. The people that do the trade are regulated. The companies that apply to be SEFs have to pass an approval process. And the fact that the trade is in the SEF makes it transparent and creates that level of transparency Congress intended. To layer upon the top of that the notion that, well, if it's above a certain size, you can just trade it the way you used to trade it. I think that's some of the concerns we have, that the block trade size was intended to be for trade reporting delays, to protect the market maker. It was not intended to be a definition of how it should trade.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on margin? All right. Commissioner Chilton, before we close, thank you. Well, I want to thank, obviously, all our staff, and Laura and Andre and his staff and the HFT working groups, our people doing the AV and that set up this room to make this work for us. I'm greatly appreciative of their efforts. Thank you for all your efforts in the TAC subcommittee. Andre and I are going to talk with our staff and talk about new deliverables for the HFT working groups, where they want to take the next step, where the final recommendations will be coming in. Your thoughts fed in through us will be very helpful to make sure your thoughts and interests are conveyed to the working group as well, because they will be making a recommendation to you. So we'll follow up with some more contact on that to give everybody the opportunity to comment. So thank you very much for a full day and great, good topic and good discussion today. Thanks.